You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Vonu Fest 6, the premier, yearly gathering of self-liberation held at the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, happens once again this year, from September 22nd to the 29th. Join fellow self-liberators in our vetted agora, in the second realm, and soak up knowledge from those deep within the realms of breakthrough energy, health and wellness, open source technology, privacy and security, and much more. Alongside that, enjoy the nights around the campfire, underneath the Veritas skies untampered by city light pollution. A perfect view of the cosmos, great conversations, and connections that will last a lifetime. And while this event is not public and therefore not open to just anyone, getting vetted to come out isn't usually that hard. We either have to find someone in common that will vouch for your reputation, or just email Coordinator Rio, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, and send an introduction and background to your liberated lifestyle and path of self-liberation. That's a damn good start, and one that has gotten some folks out here a well-tread path. Anyway, join us for Vonu Fest 6, happening from September the 22nd to 29th. Most are only able to make it for the weekend, but vetted self-liberators are encouraged to stay before and after if desired. Thanks for your time. PAZNIA.com.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby! How's tricks, my cloakers and daggets? This is Thane Riddle punching in for another underpaid shift, boss. We're not live on Zap.stream, folks, but check us out on Nostr and zap us anyway. And make us tickle and squirm with your lightning squirts and droplets into our bodies. If you're a bit less gay, send us some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio. Tell them Thane sent you. This week, we're going to have a new call-in link for you, PAZNIA.com/call2. Later on when we're taking call-ins, just note that the fucking call link is different. Why? It's a secret. We're all about privacy here. Some secret machinations are going on. PAZNIA.com/call2. There's going to be a link later due to secret machinations that are way over your head anyway. Even if we tried to tell you, your brains would explode. And that's truly occult, my friends. What is truly occult is what's hidden by God, not what's hidden by man. And if I tried to tell you why, the call link is PAZNIA.com/call2, you would simply not understand, or you would die. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio to get your ass into the PAZNIA radio network chat on SimpleX. If you don't want to install SimpleX on Android, you can do it on desktop. They just don't tell you on the page. Later on, when I start taking call-ins at the end of the show, I'll check the PAZNIA radio network chat, read what you said, and answer you live. Please do get your ass into the chat, PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. And if you're there already, say some more stuff besides, arguing about Bitcoin block size and things. But I'm still going to read about that later anyway, because I think that's fun. Today, my down-to-earth tip is going to be very sloppily thrown together, made up on the spot. Me talking about investing and starting a business. With privacy and blah, 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 second realms. And for building the second realm, it's going to just be a melange, a mix of different shit. It's going to be like stuff we talked about and the anti-national security chat and stuff I talked about with other people and stuff, whatever. I'm just going to end the show whenever I feel like it, okay? It might be an hour, it might be 2 hours. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Guest today is nobody. It's me and myself, which is far better than any guest we've had anyway. All of you guys suck. Everybody who's ever been a guest on this show before, fuck you. With that said, though, we do welcome our guests, and we thank them for their time. At the end of the show, we will have call-ins and chat reads after 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific. Go to PAZNIA.com/call2. Speak out loud, send us some Morse code. If you're too shy, as most of you are, get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat, PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. I'll read what you're saying there. Send those fucking messages there. Now! Here's some news. Digital news. Some big underwater internet cables in the Red Sea were cut. Mostly ones linking to India, Kuwait, and some other spots near there. Now, this could merely be a whoopsie. Such a thing has happened before. Yeah, if you don't know, the internet is literally like giant cables under the sea. You may have heard of that before. And sometimes they just get cut, believe it or not. It could be an anchor dragging across the ground. Folks forget to pull their anchors back up into the boat, and they're like dragging it across the ground and cutting things accidentally. That happens. But it could be something somebody did willfully. Hard to say. Kuwait is in some sort of hot water lately, I think. It's funny because that didn't end up in my news here. But I could have sworn there was something with Kuwait that I forgot. But whatever, who cares about Kuwait? Crackdown news. Things are still very bad, getting very bad and Orwellian in the UK. Folks being cuffed for saying stuff on the net and so forth. What can I say to those of you in the UK? Keep calm and carry on. You already know what to do. Don't be a protester. Don't throw yourself right into the middle of the blast radius of all this bullshit. Stay out of it. Keep your privacy game good. Keep your OPSEC good. Keep your second realms growing and thriving in the UK. Don't let it bother you too much, but do take it as a wake-up call that we need to be working more on mesh networking, because this shit in the UK, I mean, that's bad enough as it is, but it's going to get worse, and it's going to happen elsewhere. There's some good talk happening about mesh networking in the PAZNIA Anti-National Security Agency chat. So do join us there. And let's get the shit cooking with mesh networking. Talk to me, VonuPodcast.com/CD. Talk to me on SimpleX, because that's where the fucking chat is. So just might as well talk to me on SimpleX if you want to join the chat. Medical threats news. This is kind of fun. A few years back, there was this, I kind of sort of remember this. I don't know. Maybe it's a false memory, but there's this guy who, he was like a pro-vax researcher with some pro-vaccine institute. They were like, we're gonna do some observational research on kids who've been vaccinated and kids who've been unvaccinated, not been vaccinated, and we're going to compare their health outcomes just to show you stupid anti-vaxxers how you're wrong and vaccines are safe. And we're going to publish it no matter what the results are. And then, if I remember correctly, they just went quiet. Like nothing came of that. It just didn't happen. But recently, the old data came out because it turns out they did do this observational study on over 18,000 kids, longitudinal study on their health outcomes for years and years after being vaccinated or not being vaccinated. And you can tell pretty easily why the results didn't come out. They look pretty bad for vaccines, as you can likely guess. We're seeing things like vaccinated kids have a 4 times chance of being diagnosed with asthma, 6 or over 4 times, really, 6 times chance of ear infections, both chronic and acute, 4.47 times chance of having a speech disorder, all sorts of problems with the brain. The unvaxxed kids had not a single case of brain dysfunction, diabetes, learning and intellectual disabilities, and tics. So that means any brain dysfunction, any diabetes, any learning or intellectual disabilities or tics, every single one of them was vaccinated kids. Not in a study of over 18,000, not a single one of them happened in an unvaccinated kid. And after 10 years, the rate of chronic illness in the unvaccinated population is 17%. And for the vaccinated kids, it's 57%. Most of them have a chronic illness after 10 years. Yeah, pretty bad. There's medical threats news for you. Small-time thugs news. In Berlin, there were blackouts caused by willful attacks carried out on the power grid. I'm not sure who did it, but it was most likely eco-terrorists, as this kind of thing has happened before. So that's fun. Not too hard, though. I guess it's kind of something we could learn from. It's not too hard to take down the power grid in the town or certain neighborhoods by with really a few little attacks. Like they just attacked a couple. What's the word? Fucking substations or something. I don't know what they call it. They might have cut a few cables underground. I don't know. It didn't take much. PSYOPs news. In the UK, some whistleblower claimed that the socialized healthcare is treating illegal immigrants faster than they treat everybody else. Now, that could be true. But, dude, if you're putting your eggs in the socialized healthcare basket, you got a whole lot more than that to worry about. Trust me. Take care of your health yourself, all right, with sleep, food, working out, and a healthy lifestyle. That's your first thing. Then you want to get your healthcare more and more from second realms, or at the very least the private sector in some way. Do not put your eggs in the socialized healthcare basket, boss. That's bad news. Where of course they're going to do something bad or crazy with, you can trust that will happen. Here's a little war news for you. Israel took a pretty big step this week when it comes to being a crazy state that attacks everybody pretty much nobody likes. Truly raised the bar this week, folks. You see, Qatar was hosting peace talks between them and Hamas, and Israel fucking bombed the Hamas guys that were there for the peace talks with 2 F-16s while they were present in a residential building. Now, it's funny that they bombed folks who were on diplomatic business and that they bombed a residential building in a foreign country, but that's not that shocking that Israel would do that. But they did it not only in another country, and in other words, you could say that they bombed Qatar itself, right? Like this isn't just an attack on Hamas; it's an attack on Qatar because they weren't okay with this. And you could say this is the country that was hosting their peace talks, so that's going to put a bit of a damper on peace talks, to say the least. But on top of that, the Qatari state is pretty powerful in its own right, so pissing them off by straight up bombing them could lead somewhere fun. I don't know. Israel said that they warn the U.S. about the strike, and the U.S. says they warned Qatar, but Qatar says that's a lie, which it likely is. Meanwhile, Israel's ordered the fucking 1 million folks in Gaza to evacuate. You heard them, guys. Get out of there. Shoot. Oh, boo-hoo, there's 1 million of us. We have nowhere to go. Also, we never wanted to be in Gaza to begin with. You're the ones who shoved us in here after taking our land from us. Cry me a river. Go get a room at the Motel 6 or something, you damn dirty sand niggers. They'll likely give you a very steep discount if you rent 1 million rooms all at the same time. If only Palestinians had the financial sense of a Jew, perhaps they would not be in this shit. All right, is everybody gone now? Great. I think it's safe to say that anybody who hasn't evacuated yet is a violent Hamas terrorist, including women and children. Bombs away, everybody. So now, Nepal. We got to talk about Nepal. This is a weird one. Nepal up and had a revolution overnight. And I'm sorry to say, ashamed to say, that I don't fucking know why. Like Nepal, like I get it, you know, it's they got to have a revolution sooner or later, but it's just like the way that it happened looks it looks like an externally run kind of regime change thing, you know, something like the CIA would do, but that doesn't mean it's the CIA. It could be somebody else. But it's really weird because so in Nepal they had this little uprising and like they completely overthrew the government like overnight. This happened this week in Nepal. Apparently Nepal is such a shitty little backwater country. Amazing food though, really. Some of the greatest food in the world comes from Nepal. But I guess it's just that easy to overthrow the government of Nepal. And it was kind of run by this organization called what's it called? It's like Hami Nepal or something like that. And they were like a relief NGO that appeared around the time of the 2015 earthquake. And then during the 2020 COVID-19 hoax, they really rose to prominence, which raises eyebrows when you look at what's happened now, where they're behind this revolution. So this might be a first, where like a disaster relief NGO that is also a really small, weird one is used to overthrow a country, is used to run a revolution. I don't know if that's happened before. I mean, yeah, yes and no, actually. It's been a wing of a revolution before. It's been like people have assisted revolutions through NGOs, but like to like totally run the whole thing out in the open under a disaster relief NGO, that's weird. That's new. And I mean, I just don't buy that. Oh, it's this innocent organic thing, and this guy, this guy who runs it has this sob story as his backstory, which may or may not be true. Yeah, man, I don't know. We got to follow the money or some shit. I wasn't able to piece together who is this, who did this, because like, I mean, hey, if it ends up being that it was merely young Nepalese people, and that's that. Well, maybe it's a good thing. But even if that's true, it's going to be hijacked sooner or later. But yeah, the question is just: is this the CIA? Is it China? Who is it? Because it's weird. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know what's going on over there, and I didn't see it coming. Here's another one for you. Some Russian drones went into Poland and flew around for a little bit, and Poland shat its pants. This was most likely Russia running a test to see what happens, you know, testing out NATO, how they answer this. Ooh, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? How are they going to react? How quickly? What exactly are they going to do? So they can learn from it. By the way, this happened while Russia and Belarus were undergoing a military exercise together near there. So this was pretty much a side branch of that military exercise. And hey, that's one way to spice up a military exercise, huh? Why not rope another military into your exercise that didn't know they were going to be in it? That sounds like fun. That's like when your kung fu teacher playfully attacks you as you walk by, right? Well, all right, maybe it's more like if that scary guy who lives next door to you and wants to take over your house one day playfully attacks you. But whatever. Anyway, so Russia sent in roughly 19 drones. Poland shot down 6 of them. The rest of the drones crashed on their own somewhere out there in the boonies. And by the way, those AIM-9 short-range air-to-air missiles that those jets shot them down with, that cost millions and millions of dollars alone. Much more than the drones cost. So kind of silly from a financial perspective. And these drones were not doing anything other than flying through there so that Russia could fuck with them a bit and get some intel on their defenses. They weren't armed. They didn't do anything. They just flew in there. And so, yeah, that's it. Nothing much happened. It was kind of funny, though. There's your news. But let's not forget about the Self-Liberation book bundle, folks, which came out on Liberty Under Attack recently, sort of. It's this crazy fucking book bundle. It's got almost every book on Liberty Under Attack. A small library, dear listener, coming in at 27 books. And then not just any old books. The books on our very old. They're very, very old. It's actually getting a little old now. Liberty Under Attack, the best, most helpful, most down-to-earth, most fun book catalog in the world right now. Which we can say for sure now that Paladin Press and Lumpanics are long gone. And you can always pirate the old books. But now you can get the best deal ever on buying all the cutting-edge books we have at Lua with the Self-Liberation bundle. Save big and start your Self-Liberation library today. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL-bundle. libertyunderattack.com/SL-bundle. Leave him a note saying Thane sent you so you can help out Cloak and Dagger. Liberate me. Liberate yourself. Liberate, libate, and librarify yourself with a big fat fucking 360 win at libertyunderattack.com/SL-bundle. And do you want to officially join the Second Realm? Even though it sounds silly, you can officially join the Second Realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of individuals who have different preferences in their sex life, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane, that's THANE, to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And let's not forget that on the first and third Mondays of every month at 7 p.m. Central, Richard Greaser, also known as the Dick Greaser by the true fans, will take over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. Richard is a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes, blah, 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 deep tracks. They already advertise them before my show. Why am I still doing it? But he's pretty cool. So you can check him out first and third Monday, 7 p.m. Central. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio. Find links to the stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble, even though Zap.stream is being DDoS'd for like a month or something. All right. What do we have today? Oh, right. We're going to pretend that I'm prepared to talk about a down-to-earth tip for investing and starting a business. Now, those are really two things, but I'm going to jam them together because I thought they were kind of sparse on their own. And, okay, let's do it. We'll start with investing. Investing while hiding your shit. Investing in a private, hidden way / Second Realm way. What's that all about? I don't know, dude. I'm not a fucking investor. Maybe you should ask someone who knows about investing. But hopefully you'll be helped out anyway by the shit that I'm about to say. Keeping and growing your wealth, folks, one of the most important things in the world. Okay, we would have no market. Well, that's not true. We would just be cavemen, all right, if we didn't fucking invest shit. Okay, haven't you read Ludwig von Mises? Haven't you read Human Action, which is a dry, like 1,000 page book? I sat through that audiobook, okay? And he told me that even cavemen were engaging in autistic exchange. Yeah, your ears perked up there because that's what your doctor said you are, autistic. Well, in autistic exchange, you exchange time for stuff. The caveman, gives up some meat or berries or whatever so that he can spend a day where he doesn't collect food and instead he builds a spear or whatever, and then he can get more food better in the future, and so on. And so then he can save even more, and then he can do things that take even more time besides hunting and blah, 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 blah. Even with nobody else around, there's still exchange. There's still investment of capital leading to increases in wealth and standards of living. Okay. It's not some evil thing that rich people invented to trick you. It's something cavemen did even on their own, just to make their lives better. And we would still be those cavemen if we didn't fucking invest. Now, the statistics tell me that 80% of you intelligent, handsome people, not the people listening to this show, mind you, but 80%, everyone else is the 80%, okay? I'm sure that no one listening right now is part of the 80% of people who, regardless of income level, pretty much anywhere from $0 a year to hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, pretty much spend all your money and don't really save or invest anything. You're definitely not a part of that 80% of people. So you have nothing to be ashamed of. But if you were, then I would tell you that you should at the very fucking least invest 10% of your income in your future or whatever. 30% could even be what you do if you make more money or you're like really frugal and ready to not spend a lot of money. So 10 to 30%, that's a reasonable range. 10 to 30% of your income should be invested in a mix of, different risk levels, maybe low, medium, high. And I don't care if you're a fucking busker. Ooh, I'm a Vonuan. I live in a van. I play flute on the side of the road while juggling hot potatoes with my feet. And I make $10 a day. I mean, actually, buskers and panhandlers can make pretty good money. You should really be picking a better corner. But I don't care how little money you make. Invest at least 10% of it. If you're in the U.S., a quick investment, those nickels are made of a combination of nickel and copper that's actually worth a little bit more than the face value of a nickel. Fun fact. So you can save up the nickels. Anyway, so let's talk about investing. Investing in second realms and privately. We got fucking something that's called plain saving. Let's talk about that first. Plain saving. This is what the caveman did. This was the kind of saving he did. This is also the kind of saving a prepper is doing. This is when you are investing in something not to be sold later or anything like that, or to make money off of it, but to be used later. So if you stock up food, for example, that's plain saving. Or you stock up fucking water purification tablets or some shit like that, or fuel to be used later, maybe in a disaster when it's hard to get these things. That's plain saving. This is something you might want to take care of first. It's a very big deal kind of investment that people don't often talk about as an investment, but it very much is an investment. And it's also kind of like your own personal little insurance, sort of. Not really, but sort of. And along the line of prepper thinking like a prepper, here's another kind of investment that preppers do or talk about that is one step removed from plain saving. This is what we call barter items. So these are things that folks think could be valuable and good for trade in hard times. This is something you could read about. You don't have to listen to me about it, but there are a couple things come to mind that are good barter items. Bic lighters are highly sought after in hard times and disaster scenarios. Another one is alcohol. Okay, some hard liquor, bottles of hard liquor, very much sought after in hard times. Not only because people want to drink it, but it has other uses. It could be fuel, it could be disinfectant. But believe it or not, you might think, oh, when people are like dying and struggling just to stay alive, surely they don't care about getting drunk and eating candy or having sex with hookers. Wrong. Vices do very well. Okay, vices are a very recession resistant industry. So investing in vices is like it's a very conservative investment. So people will always want to get drunk, have sex, do drugs, and eat candy, because even though they shouldn't, even though they should care more about other stuff, it's the stress gets to them, and it's not the time for them to be getting on the wagon and quitting. All right, cigarettes, which are used as currency in prison. There's another barter item for you. Now let's talk about precious metals. Here's another classic. Not quite a plain saving thing, not really what would normally be called a barter item, though barter is really a fuzzy word. But precious metals like gold and silver, you're some kind of libertarian, right? So you know all about this. It's one of the most low risk investments in the world. The odds are very, very high that by the time you're old, the gold and silver you bought will be worth a little bit more, likely not a lot more, factoring in inflation. Okay. Okay, it'll be worth more in US dollars, a lot more in US dollars, but that's not going to mean anything, because if the US dollar even still exists when you're old, it won't be worth much. But I mean like in inflation controlled terms, so to speak. Because, the population of the earth is going up all the time. Demand for precious metals is going up, but the supply of precious metals does not keep up with that. Who knows? Maybe that'll switch one day a little, though, but it'll still be stable, relatively stable compared to other stuff. Everything's a risk, folks. There's no risk-free investment. Here's another one that's going to be in your face. Cryptocurrency. Duh. A way that's self-sovereign, that can be private to invest, that you control it, can be private. It's a second realm thing. It can be private if you do it right. Invest in cryptocurrency. To invest in cryptocurrency, you're going to want a hardware wallet, and maybe something like crypto steel or crypto tags to store seed phrases on. I say seed phrases plural because you can use Shamir backup, where you have more than one seed phrase and you need only some of them. Like, for example, you have 5 seed phrases and you need 2 of them to get your wallet, or you have 7 seed phrases and you need 4 of them. It could be whatever you want, pretty much. So yeah, get a good multi-coin hardware wallet. It's a Trezor. There are some good Bitcoin only ones too, but if you want a multi-coin wallet, because if we're talking about investing here, so you might want a diversified portfolio of cryptocurrencies. So Trezor's a good hardware wallet that can handle all of your cryptocurrency portfolio, really. And it's pretty cool, dude, but don't get a Ledger. Okay. Ledger is not really open source, and they've done dumb things that confirmed our worries about them. Here's another investment opportunity. Second realm businesses. How about that, motherfucker? Why don't you invest in Thane Riddle? Okay. Come help me buy advertising or something. Maybe we'll cut you in somehow and pay me to hire more people to, I don't know. Only halfway joking, but second realm businesses are a type of, let's say, maybe high risk investment or medium risk investment, depending on the business. I mean, like, if you're investing in some off the books groundskeepers or whatever, that's not a super high risk. That's pretty steady. But it could be something weirder than that, right? You could be investing in a fucking crypto anarchist startup. Now that's high risk, high reward. That's venture capitalist shit. That's like, yeah, okay, I might lose this money, but I also might become a billionaire. So that's something worth doing. All right. Investing a little piece of your portfolio in a high risk and maybe a little bigger, slightly bigger piece of your portfolio, medium risk, second realm businesses. One of the coolest ways to invest that people don't really think about as much as they should. People could use some fucking investment, man. But it's not a charity. All right. So let them bring their business plan. Let them impress you. Let them show you what's what and that they know what they're doing, because there's some tards out there. There's plenty of people out there asking for money, all right, that shouldn't really get it because they don't know what they're doing. So do think well and good about their plan and whether it makes any sense. I don't care if they're your friends or family, okay? This is about, you're not helping them, okay, if you invest in something that's not going to work. Now, if you invest in something that it's a solid high risk idea that has like a 90% chance of not working, but if it works, it's like $1 billion idea. Well, that's just part of the game. That's just part of the high risk game. So that's different. Okay, you can invest in that. Just don't invest everything in that. And then, of course, we have the gayest way of investing, which is investing in the white market through proxy merchants. So yeah, if you want to invest in stocks and bonds and shit like that in the white market, you can do it through proxy merchants. Someone who agrees to blah, blah, blah. You can figure that out for yourself. Okay, faggot. You should really be not doing that and investing in the second realm. Now, look, I get it. Maybe it's because it's all about making money. It's all about diversifying your portfolio. I don't totally blame you if you want to have a little leg in the white market. And I'm not like some people who say, oh, you can't, everything's going to just collapse, so you can't make money. That's only halfway true. Everything's going to collapse, so you can make money even during a collapse. That's just part of the game. But it's just for principled reasons, and for, the white market does not at some point have a future. It's just a question of when it doesn't have a future. So it's almost like an ethical thing, invest in the change that you want to see in the world, right? Instead of perpetuating the same old bullshit that just doesn't cut it. You can always put your money somewhere else. For every first realm investment, that's a good low risk, medium risk, high risk investment. There's a second realm alternative that's got a similar risk profile, similar risk to reward profile. So why not put your money in the second realm instead? That's what I say. Now, on second thought, that investing kind of was long enough. I kind of did go long enough to for a down to earth tip. So maybe I should do starting a business another time. So if you're looking forward to that, maybe just go fuck yourself. There's your investing talk. We'll do starting a business some other time. Go fuck yourself. If you want to ask anything or say anything about any of the tips I've given on today's show, as ignorant as they may have been, or an older show, call in and it's like, I don't know, half hour or something. PAZNIA.com/call2. And if you can find my contact details on VonuPodcast.com/CD, you can send me some fan mail on Session or SimpleX. Do you want more secure and private phone, tablet, or laptop, but don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. That's THANE. There's some Pixel 7 privacy phones. Is this old now? Is this outdated now? They can probably do something newer than 7 at this point, but there's Pixel privacy phones with Graphene OS, ThinkPads with neutralized Intel management engine, open source firmware, whatever Linux OS you like. And they've got X200 tablets and all that crap. go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. And if you want to ask anything about these goodies, or you want them to do a custom job, there's something that's not in stock, just email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. That's SHANE at libertyunderattack.com. It's really quite unfortunate that our names are so close. Trust me, folks, you want these good products that Jammin put together for you. Smartphones and fucking laptops and all that shit, especially with the laptop, not easy to neutralize the IME yourself and flash your own firmware to some of these laptops. You do want this done. Please save yourself the headache. Buy some of Jammin's goodies. libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Support the Second Realm, support PAZNIA, support yourself. Alex Jones, 360 win. Now let's talk about some Pain Liberator. If you go to libertyunderattack.com/PainThane, you'll discover this fucking product called Pain Liberator, which is for your pain. It's a fucking spray bottle with this like glass amber spray bottle. It's nice. It feels nice in your hand. It's a quality product. Okay. Rayo 2 probably slapped the label on himself. You could probably grab his fingerprint and use it to commit it. You can copy it with a silicone thing and like commit a crime with his fingerprints. So that's a bonus that comes with Pain Liberator. It's 20% DMSO with a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain: sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, jaw pain. DMSO and aspirin each on their own are quite miraculous, but when put together in Pain Liberator, it's fucking magical. Go to libertyunderattack.com/PainThane. That's PAINTHANE. PainThane. Trust me, folks, no product like this exists. You spray it on, the fucking DMSO injects the aspirin directly into your body, and magnesium and shit, and you'll feel it immediately. There's nothing like this in the world. Hopefully someone will copy it soon and give us some competition. But we're not going to tell you about it, folks. We're just going to keep giving you the same old link for our overpriced crap. I think it's a decent price. Are you tired of me having no guests on the show or having some dumb retard on the show? Don't just sit by and let this happen. Help me. If you can think of somebody who might make a good guest on the show, please tell me about him. Go to VonuPodcast.com/CD. Find my session ID or simple X address there. Maybe the guest is you. I don't care. Listen to this show. You think I care? Bar is pretty low here, folks. You can be the guest. I don't care. Maybe you're like a crazy homeless person. I don't care. That's hardly a step. That's like this one notch below me. Let's read some fan mail, donations with messages and so forth. Of course, we have another donation, another super chat on xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio, where you can send us some Monero and tell them Thane sent you. Thought Crime Boss says, "Hey Thane, when does your Vonu Life article get published? Do you have any podcasts or YouTube/Odyssey channels that you would recommend related to privacy/security/agorism/etc.? I need some stuff to listen to on the other 6 days of the week." So Vonu Life 2025, which is the legendary resurrection of Rayo 1's old Vonu Life magazine, Vonu Life 2025 is going to be released by Liberty Under Attack. I've heard on November or December, most likely. So it's coming fast at this point. It's been a long journey, folks, but in another 2-3 months, we should see Vonu Life 2025, and that's where both of my submissions will be published. I actually have two. One is Hiding Things, where you will have the pleasure of seeing written out all the notes that I was just ripping off. Like every time I do a down-to-earth tip on this show, it's just me reading my own submission for Vonu Life 2025. So it's just going to be like a jokes on you. But just kidding. It's probably helpful to you to have it all in one place. Such a genius like me, writing a 20,000 word thing about fucking hiding things that was supposed to be a short cheat list, and it is. It is, because it's a big topic. And then the other thing I wrote is my manifesto. My life will be over soon. My suicide terrorist attack will happen shortly after November or December, after my manifesto, Insurrectionary Agorism, a newer manifesto, or How to Kill Cops and Kings for Fun and Profit. That's going to be there too. And that's another fucking 20,000 word for some reason thing, where I talk all about insurrectionary agorism, the fucking revolution for profit of the 21st century that I think is inevitable, bound to happen, and why I think the state is going to be kind of over as we know it, or on its way out, like within our lifetimes, or at least within mine, because you're a pussy and you're going to die like this year, probably, because you guys are so weak. I'm just kidding. You guys are the greatest. Okay. You guys are probably going to outlive me, even the old ones, because I am going to have a suicidal terrorist attack after my manifesto comes out. To answer your other question, so as for podcasts and YouTube /Odyssey channels, I'm not like big into that stuff, like listening to podcasts and watching stuff and all that. But I do have some answers that I wrote out for you anyway. This is mostly stuff that I don't even get to hear or watch much. But hopefully you like and haven't heard of a few of these. So here's some podcasts for you. There's a podcast called Agora, the podcast, Agora : the podcast, by Mortified Penguin, I think. Now, this podcast is nominally agorist, but in truth, they're talking about whatever the hell they want. So it might not be what you're looking for, because I don't know how much they're really talking about agorism, to be straight up with you. There's another one that doesn't post as often, but it's a little more agorist, and it's called Agorist Nexus Podcast. Agorist Nexus Podcast is really charming because it's made by it feels like it's made by like a kid. Like it feels like, I mean, he started a few years ago. If someone told me he was 16 on episode 1, I would tell you that I believed that, and I was not shocked. And it's very, and I like him. He's a good kid. He's very charming. And I guess there's a couple of them actually, but Agorist and Shane has been on Agorist Nexus Podcast, I think. And they're pretty cool. And they have like a little market website too. But yeah, their podcast is kind of neat. Another good one is Monero Talk, which is all Monero maximalists and like people who like Cake Wallet, shit like that. And and that's actually a pretty good podcast. Like they do have some great guests and some great talks, things to talk about. Sometimes some of it's just fluff that you can skip past, but it's a good one. Simplified Privacy Podcast by this guy called Shadow Rebel. This one you've never heard of before, because it's obscure, and I somehow found it because Simplified Privacy is like this weird little website with blog posts, and they have this little VPN project that is really unique. I think I've brought up before on the show, and it will be brought up as well in Hiding Things, my Vonu Life 2025 fucking submission. I should probably get Shadow Rebel on the show at some point, because he's small, so he'll come on, and he's a firebrand, and so his podcast doesn't post that much, but it's got some good stuff on it. There's of course the Bugle Weekly by Richard Greaser, aka the Dick Greaser, our very own, the guy who hosts some of our 2 Music Mondays a month here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. He has his own podcast, the Bugle Weekly. How much do they really talk about privacy, security, agor stuff on there? Well, I don't know, but he's supposed to be a Bitcoin guy, so there you go. Here's another one that's a stretch. The Corbett Report podcast by James Corbett. Now, he's a conspiracy theorist guy. This is really a conspiracy theorist podcast. But every now and then they would touch on something that I would consider. I mean, he is one of us. He is like some sort of an ANCAP or something like that. And he's one of the best conspiracy theorists out there, most level-headed and accurate. And so every once in a while, I would say it overlaps with privacy or security. So that's why I bring it up. And it doesn't post that much. And of course, you might have heard of this one, the Vonu Podcast by Rayo2. The one that started it all, folks. That's a really good one. They've got a really good backlog of a lot of old shit that you can listen to. That's like, you can spend years listening to some of the great like old Vonu podcast stuff. It's kind of like a course on stuff. They have like courses, where they go through topics. There's Ungovernable Misfits, motherfucker. Ungovernable Misfits. Friends of the show, I think Rayo2 was on their show or they were on his show. I can't remember if that's actually true, but that's a good show where they talk about like cryptocurrency and shit, and they like Monero, and they like Ashigaru, Whirlpool. They're cool guys, and we're hopefully working towards collabs with Ungovernable Misfits. I'm told that's good. Watch, and they have a good sense of humor too. That's another thing that you don't see enough, that I'm trying to make up for a little bit. But we have Watchman Privacy by Gabriel Custodia, an urban hacker. Gabriel Custodia was a guest on my show once against his better judgment, and we might get Urban Hacker on at some point. Watchman Privacy seems to be a pretty decent privacy podcast. It's practical, and they try to sell you their courses and consulting and stuff, but they seem to have some good stuff on there. And it's not just privacy. It is security as well. Like they talk about nuclear survival a little bit. They had a guest for that on, I think they have a course for that. On here, I'll give you a few people who are on Library. I mean, you said Odyssey, but Odyssey is really a front end for Library. There's one called Hoffman Tactical. That's HOFFMAN Tactical. It's an okay like gun kind of channel. Even cooler gun channel, Classic, is on both Library and YouTube. But it's better on Library because he gets censored on YouTube all the time, or like age protected all the time on YouTube. His name is Print Shoot Repeat, or PSR. That guy's great. He's really funny. His videos are great. He's all about like 3D printing guns and like testing out weird shit that like Fed posting edgelords would like, like silencing a fully automatic 3D printed gun or something, like shit like that. He's a little bit famous for making like really funny music videos, like the HK Slap music video, which went viral. Sounds really good, and it's very funny. There's this guy called Rob Braxman at Rob Braxman Tech on Library, and I think he's on YouTube. His last name is BRAXMAN, Rob Braxman. This is a privacy guy that like boomers really like for some reason. Like there's all these like boomers who like him, and it's really weird because he's like one of them. I guess that's why. Maybe it's like because he's one of them, so he like speaks their language. He has like slurred speech, but he's like his advice isn't bad. Like he tells people true stuff about digital privacy, and he promotes his own weird mediocre open source Android fork called Iota OS, which is okay. It's kind of like EOS. It's not as good as Graphene, but whatever. And of course, there's this guy, Techlore, TECHLORE, Techlore. He's on Library and maybe YouTube. He's like a classic. I think he's one of those New Hampshire Free State guys. He's an anarchist, and he talks about computers and privacy on computers. He's cute. He's I wouldn't mind getting him alone in a prison cell. Just put it that way. But and we probably, knowing who we are, I have a way higher chance of ending up with him in a prison cell than certain other people, because maybe we'd be connected to the same libertarian terrorist group or something. So, but I'm revealing too much about my personal fantasies now. Here's some YouTube channels. There's the old classic Anarchast. That's Anarchast, Anarchast. It's not even hosted by the original guy now. I think it's just hosted by a guy who looks a lot like him, that dollar vigilante guy, Jeff Berwick. Is he some sort of creep? Is he controlled opposition? Who cares? It's a charming show that is, at least agorist adjacent. It's all about anarchy, blah, blah, blah. Classic show. You've probably heard of it. This one, Louis Rossmann, Rossmann, he's a fairly big YouTuber who he's a little bit, he's not like an anarchist or an agorist or anything like that, as far as I know. And I doubt it. He strikes me as left of center or something, but he's all about like right to repair, and like he is a cell phone repair guy, computer electronics repair guy who like he's all into like right to repair laws and fucking, whatever. We need to regulate corporations to give it, but sometimes he will touch on like cool, like I respect the guy, and he will touch on stuff to do with open source software, open hardware, privacy and security sometimes in cool ways. Here's a weird one you haven't heard of on YouTube. Goes by No Name Coder. Okay. Coder as in like, someone who writes code. That's they are all about like tracking the police and creating applications for like doing things like tracking their locations and people trying to warn people about where they are and blah, blah, blah. This is a weird one, like less than 100 views on some videos. So you're welcome. No Name Coder. And yeah, as for ones that like aren't currently running, but you can look at the old episodes, Smuggler had a podcast that was called like Cypherpunk Bitstream or something like it. Might have been Smuggler and XYZ or Smuggler and someone else. And it seemed like really cool. Like they were really it was going to be a great show, but it didn't stick around. But you can go back and listen to what they had. And here's another old show made by the faggot, but good privacy professional, Mike Basil, the guy who wrote Extreme Privacy. I think the podcast is called Extreme Privacy. Lots of good stuff in that backlog as well. And he's a perfectly charming, like fine, chill guy. Him being a faggot doesn't come through in his presentation, so totally fine. And there you go. Fucking Thought Crime Boss. Hopefully that was helpful. We're just gonna go to some word from our sponsors, and then we'll be back with other crap to do with building the second realm.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Ever wish your portfolio was as polished as your shoes? At Signal and Shine, we do both. You bring the scuffs, we bring the podcasts.
Sir, those are bullish brogues.
And that's why minor incentives are just game theory and leather.
At Signal and Shine, our mobile Shine carts roll right to your curb, conference line, or coffee queue. We buff Oxfords while you mainline alpha from the world's finest Bitcoin podcasts. No small talk, no awkward eye contact, just proof of work on your wingtips.
Wow, my cap table's messy, but my cap toes, immaculate.
Choose your listening lane. There's Maxi Mode, an hour-long deep dive while we mirror finish your monk straps. Flash Node, a 7-minute shine and a hot take on fee markets. And Privacy Polish, we nod silently and never ask your name or your shoe size.
We don't do KYC, but we do TLC.
Download the Signal and Shine app, tap Summon a Shiner, and we'll find you by the nearest coffee smell. First-time customers get a free dust attack removal on your leather, not your UTXOs. Signal and Shine. We'll sharpen your shoes while you sharpen your mind. Book now. Walk smarter. Shine harder.
Brian FreeRobot here, with a quick update pertaining to the Free Republic of PAZNIA. The following items are now available at the PAZNIA shop, whether digitally via PAZNIA.com/shop, or physically here at the consulate. PAZNIA seal shirts, sizes medium to 2XL available in limited quantities. PAZNIA hat. PAZNIA pen with stylus, 5-pack. PAZNIA sticker. PAZNIA coffee mug. PAZNIA flag. PAZNIA beach towel. And 4 bundles featuring some or all of these items at a discounted price. Load up on PAZNIA goods and contribute to the second realm. Bitcoin and Monero preferred, fiat accepted. Visit PAZNIA.com/shop. Thanks in advance for your contribution to the second realm. Cheers.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
That music.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, thank you. And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle, folks. You heard the lady. And what is even going to happen next on this show? On this poorly prepared show, now that I'm in the part of the show where I can really just end the show at any time. But I need to do more building the second realm stuff, and I need to take call-ins starting now. Okay, early. If you want to call in and talk to me, or Morse code, or play, I don't know, you can play like an episode of Power Rangers or Rocko's Modern Life, or some other 90s children's show. Or you could do like an old Arnold Schwarzenegger soundboard thing if you're feeling nostalgic. We're in a nostalgic mood. You can call in PAZNIA.com/call2. Okay, that's the number 2. Just to throw you a curveball today, PAZNIA.com/call2. You can go there right now if you want to call in right now at any time now in this show. PAZNIA.com/call2. And why not just take a look at the what's transpired in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Feel free to, if you're in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat right now, you can say something. You can also go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio and say stuff there. And I'll read it. In the meantime, let's look at, there was some mildly entertaining chat. What the, where's the beginning of it here? Oh yeah, some guy came in he wasn't actually responding to me though. He was just talking about fucking the podcast, the Vonu Podcast Live. He was responding to like Polycarp was the guest. And he basically, this guy read this book, Hijacking Bitcoin, by Roger Ver, that Bitcoin Cash guy. And he's basically just like, you know, and I don't mean this in a bad way necessarily, but he's spreading FUD about Bitcoin Core, that there are only 2 to 3 developers that control it, and they are controlled by very dark money. And I said, devs don't control Bitcoin. They control website and a GitHub account. And Bitcoin is really controlled by the miners, which does sway things in some ways. Like say miners might feel one way about block size, and other peers in the network might feel another way. And hard forks happen. You know, we talked about Bitcoin Cash. And how, like, you know, Bitcoin Core, Bitcoin Cash, and other Bitcoin forks, they're all Bitcoin, just as much as any, like each Bitcoin fork has just as much right to be called Bitcoin as any other. There's nothing special. You know, Bitcoin Core does not have a special status. So he's kind of right to a degree, I think, to be kind of, I mean, maybe some of the stuff they say about Bitcoin Core is a little bit, like sort of alarmist or sensationalist, but it's true at the very least. There's nothing special about Bitcoin Core other than that it's the most popular fork of Bitcoin. It's the most well-known, and they have a right to be, like, they kind of have earned some ire for a couple of reasons. One is if we're being straight up, the way that they position themselves as the one true Bitcoin is kind of through intellectual property. Like, it's kind of through like an implicit government threat in a way, right? Like there's like a trademark involved, you know, or at the very least they run this website and this project. So however you want to frame it, they do have sort of an unnatural and unrightful, like, extra little bit of power, but it's really just a branding power. It's not at the end of the day something that it's not something you can win the game with. Let's put it that way. You can't win the game with branding alone. This is why Bitcoin Core, even though they might be swayed in a certain way to do. They might not always make a call that you or I see eye to eye with, but they can't do anything. They can't just do anything. And but Bitcoin Cash is just as much Bitcoin as Bitcoin Core, and the same goes for other hard forks, including ones that are fucking dumb. But anyway, I'm not going to stop there because there was some other good stuff in this talk that we had in this PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Oh yeah, I made the point that if folks are going to jump on centralized bandwagons and be swayed by propaganda there, because he was talking about like, ooh, they're controlling Reddit, they're controlling people's their opinions through Reddit and stuff, and it's like, if you're going to jump on centralized bandwagons and be swayed by the propaganda there, the whole point of cryptocurrency has already gone over your head. And this is like folks messing with cryptocurrency through centralized exchanges and custodial wallets, and that's not cryptocurrency. It's got little to do with the decentralized world of tomorrow. They're playing word games. That's it. And forks and other cryptos and other dApps are going to be going strong, no matter what's popular. Who cares if folks talk about Bitcoin Core or if there's more money in it for now? It won't likely be that way forever. Namely, if they can't step up to the plate and bring privacy, performance, and so on that we need. And if they can do that with layer 2, layer 3, great. But truthfully, I'm not quite seeing that happen in the right way with Lightning and Cashew yet. And if folks don't want to listen to me about things like this and I'm right, then they'll have to deal with the comeuppance. The cream will rise to the top. It won't be a big deal what most folks think. That's what I said in so many words. But Shadrach, who I think is also a Bitcoin Maxian, he's like a guy that I respect, and he's clearly involved in cool stuff. Made the point that like most, or at least to paraphrase him, he said most shitcoiners are ultra fiat. And maybe I misunderstood him, but what I took away from that, which I think is true, is most cryptocurrencies in general are pretty much fiat currency. They're like centralized, like most of them are like Ripple or something. Like they all, someone has admin keys, or there's a few verifier nodes that's controlled by a small group of people or whatever, and they like lie and say that they're decentralized. And that's like most cryptocurrency projects. And that's very true if that's what he's getting at. There's only a handful of cryptocurrencies that are worth caring about, but there's still no need to be stuck on Bitcoin. And even if you are stuck on Bitcoin, there's no need to be stuck on one fork or another of Bitcoin. I mean, they're all Bitcoin just as much as each Bitcoin fork is Bitcoin just as much as any other. And yeah, I don't know. It always kind of struck me as silly, the people getting stuck on Bitcoin. Like, it's clearly not the best cryptocurrency. It's the first, and in many ways it's the worst, or one of the worst. Like it's not really the worst by a long shot, of course, because the worst, we have hundreds and thousands of shit coins out there that are just fucking total garbage, and they're like scam coins and stuff. So obviously it's not anywhere close to the worst. But in terms of like true cryptocurrencies that are decentralized and like true cryptocurrencies, it's one of the worst, right? I mean, it's one of the slowest, it's one of the most costly, and it has like very few features. Now, being conservative is a selling point. Being the one that everyone knows about is a selling point. I get that, and there's a place for that. And layer 2 and layer 3 are doing things that are cool, but they're not quite delivering on the promise of making up for all the shortcomings of Bitcoin. Lightning has not really like, okay, it's faster and cheaper. That's great. But the user experience hasn't been that good so far. And what about privacy? I feel like they didn't really focus on privacy very much. And now we have Cashew. Now Cashew has some advances for privacy and for use offline and stuff like that. And that's a cool idea. eCash is Xiaomi and eCash, really good idea. But then you sacrifice decentralization, because then you introduce mints into the situation. Now, I'm not saying that means it's worthless. It's cool. I think it's really cool. And we could maybe even do this in a different way, a better way or something. But, it just doesn't, it's not what we really need. It's not what I want all the way. But anyway, let's see what else, because there's definitely more fun stuff in this chat, and I'm going to give it to you. Okay, here it is. So this fellow budding who's read Hijacking Bitcoin made this statement, and I feel like it's my honorable duty to repeat this statement for all to hear. He said, well, in closing, as the only community member who has read Hijacking Bitcoin, it is my honorable duty to recommend PAZNIA issue a formal statement condemning the promotion and use of Bitcoin Core or any of its Layer 2 developments, as they do not fit PAZNIA's core values of freedom and non-coercion. So I feel... now, I have advised Budding that he should issue a formal motion, which I will second as soon as I pick up some more ink for my document stamper, because I'm a very active member in the PAZNIA community, so I'm stamping a lot of documents. I'm seconding a lot of motions, thirding motions. We're delaying motions. We're keeping minutes. We're doing meetings. I just did the annual general meeting. And I actually I assisted in the counting of votes for that. But so I feel like even though this formal motion has not been filed yet and it has not gone through the proper process yet, I think that technically I could be considered an acting assistant deputy recruiter, interim, pending the next monthly secondary meeting of the Anti-National Security Agency, the PAZNIA Anti-National Security Agency. So with that said, I think I can't issue a formal statement of condemnation on behalf of the PAZNIA network, but I can issue a semi-formal censure pending what's the word? Pending authorization and embezzlement by the committee. And with that said, I'm going to have to warn everyone to stop using Bitcoin Core. It's illegal. You can't do that. We believe in freedom and non-coercion. And if you use Bitcoin Core, we're going to kill you. And that's that. And it's for your own good. But please do wait to be killed until the formal statement of condemnation is issued by our dictator after the proper process has been undertaken. Let's see. Oh, Thought Crime Boss. What the fuck? Thought Crime Boss is in PAZNIA Radio Network. I think the Bitcoin Knots implementation blocks Whirlpool coin joins by default, where Core does not. So I would prefer Core over Knots. Forgive me for my ignorance, but I don't know what Knots means in this context. But I think I might kind of know what he's getting at. Does this have something to do with SegWit or something? Because yeah, I mean, like I was a supporter of SegWit. I thought SegWit was a good idea, and I really thought it was kind of a separate thing from what's the word? Fucking block size or whatever. Which, I mean, to be fair, long before the contentious hard fork that led to Bitcoin Cash, I was already kind of like. I've been calling for chainless protocols for a long time, and I've never been like, oh yeah, blockchain is the future. Like, yeah, we need this is the decentralized way to go. We need to have an ever growing monolithic ledger of every transaction that's ever occurred to be spread around the whole world. We need everyone to download a copy of that entire thing before anything happens. And that's, I'll be truthful here. That's pretty much never struck me as what we need in the end. I think it's a good bridge to get from the old way of doing things to the decentralized way of doing things. And I think blockchain probably is an ideal solution for certain things, like where copying data across the whole world forever is actually what you're trying to do, like that's the application, then it's a good idea. But right now it's kind of like, well, we figured out one way to do decentralized currency. But anyway, let's read what the hell they're saying. Why not just use XMR? Good question, Budding. Why not just use XMR? But Budding and I are fans of Monero. We're fans of bureaucracy, but we're also fans of Monero. And I agree. Why not just use XMR? But though at the same time, as an answer to a problem with laundering a cryptocurrency, I don't know if you can just swap between Monero and another cryptocurrency as a way to make it harder to figure out what's happening, but you still want direct privacy on that cryptocurrency. And I mean, laundering is really like, if you have to launder a cryptocurrency, you're already kind of in the realm of being annoying. But let's see. Bitcoin Knots is the second most popular Bitcoin implementation, says Thought Crime Boss. Bitcoin community is having a war right now. Knots versus Core. Core allows JPEGs. Knots doesn't. The filter debate. Dude, is this the latest thing? Is this the latest contention? How do I not know about this? This is embarrassing. I do use XMR, but sometimes you need Bitcoin's liquidity. That's true. That's true. But then you can immediately swap it for XMR. Fucking Knots versus Core. Well, I'm gonna have to maybe next time I'll talk about that. Let's make a note. Knots versus Core. Where am I going to read? Okay, I'll have to remember to make that note. Because, actually, screw it. You can listen to me making a note. Knots versus Core. Maybe we'll talk about that next time after I know what I'm talking about. Thank you. It was good to have people actually talk. In the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Let's talk about some other crap while we wait for Rayo 2 to come back. Can't even end the show early if I want to. Just kidding, folks. I have more stuff to talk about. It's just not very well organized. I was having a conversation with someone about mesh networking. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, we were talking about using transmissions through the ground, maybe short distance transmissions through the ground. And yeah, just shit. A lot of radio propagation stuff, and using onion routing over whatever. Talking about the dynamic of reticulum being, because there's a difference between the network layer and the physical layer, data link layer. This is classic. Fucking, I don't even remember what we call it. Layers. When you learn about computers, formally, they teach you this thing. You can read about it on Wikipedia or something, where there's the physical link layer, and then there's the data link layer, and then I could be skipping something. There's the network link layer, and then there's a bunch of other crap. There's the application layer, and so on. When we're talking about networking, when we're talking about mesh networking, I feel like it's a very good to underline this, that because we often talk about the network layer, but we also talk about the physical link layer, and sometimes we mix those things together too much, like even in the technology. So this is one of the reasons, let's say, that Reticulum is better than Meshtastic, because Meshtastic is married to one kind of physical link. It's LoRa. Well, it's a physical link and a data link layer thing. LoRa specifically. Okay, only LoRa boards connecting through LoRa radio transmissions. Now, that's not the only problem with Meshtastic, but it's one of them. That it's married to just LoRa. We need a mesh networking protocol that is only a networking layer application, only a network layer application, like the internet is. The internet is based on protocols like TCP/IP, right? Which also includes UDP implicitly. And these are network layer protocols. They don't care about the physical link layer, the data link layer. They don't care whether the internet works over Wi-Fi, Ethernet, satellite, cell phone networks, etc. The mesh network protocol that we want to work with is the same. It needs to be the same. It needs to be a network layer application that can work on top of any kind of physical link, including a mix match of all these different links, just like the internet does. And then on top of that, you can build any application. It's just like that. And now Reticulum has that feature, that it doesn't care about the physical link layer. So this is a big deal. It's a big deal to me. And it should be a big deal to you because I said so. Okay. But we are talking a lot about physical link stuff as well. We're talking about different kinds of radio propagation, like Skywave, where we're deflecting fucking radio transmissions off the troposphere, or near vertical, NVIS, near vertical, whatever, for nearby, non-line of sight radio communications. Stuff like that is really, really cool. It allows us to go long range and we could connect with not around the world with not many nodes, or we can connect nearby on a subcontinental range and have more privacy in terms of physical link layer privacy, which is a separate thing from the network layer privacy, right? Which is where we have things like onion routing and other kinds of encryption. But anyway, we're talking about all sorts of weird shit here, folks. We're talking about transmitting shit through the ground. All right. We're talking about though there are times when you might want to turn onion routing off. This is another thing that comes up. Like maybe you have a really, really low power application. What I want is nodes should just be able to advertise whatever features they want. They should just say, I support this or I don't support this. And that's that. And then the user can pick for themselves. Do they want to include that node in their circuit? Another thing I've talked about, this is a good thing to bring up on the show. There is preppers have, this is another it's embarrassing that I can't remember. Preppers have a thing where it's not just preppers, it's an emergency disaster thing for radio transmissions, where it is sort of agreed upon by certain few people who know this, that we should all turn our radios on at certain times of day. And I can't remember what those are now. But it's like, every fucking 6 hours or whatever is one of these little windows for transmitting and receiving signals with the radio. And that way we can make our batteries last a really, really long time. During an emergency, we can be very efficient that way. We can keep the battery, even a little battery in your shitty little walkie-talkie, going for quite a long time. If you're in an emergency disaster scenario. And this is something that inspired me a while back, where I thought, we could implement a standard like that to work on top of a mesh network. Like we could make it that and this is sort of a disaster resilience thing, we could make it that, let's say, you have a little LoRa board that's a reticulum node, and it's got an 18650 cell in it. This is like a little battery thing. And this is a pretty common thing. Now, a lot of people say it can run for about 3 days on that battery, depending on various factors. But if you made it that it only turns on or comes out of a very deep, low power hibernation mode for whatever, it could be 1 minute every 15 minutes. It could be, 15 minutes every 3 hours, or 5 minutes every hour, or fucking whatever, half hour every 6 hours, whatever. You can have these different like levels of power saving, and you could even have nodes automatically switch, like when they lose their external power source and they're just running on their battery. You could have them automatically go to, now I'm going to be on I'm going to be on constantly until my battery percentage drops below 80%, and then I'm going to switch to the fucking 1 minute every 50 minutes, and then when my battery percentage drops lower, I'll switch to this, and it's so on and so on. And that way you could get that shit to last for a long, long, long time, and everyone would be transmitting and receiving at the same time, as long as their clocks were properly synced up. Now, this was at the time when I came up with this, it was a power saving thing, and it was a disaster thing. But our little friend here brought up that this could be also kind of a privacy thing, or rather, I guess, I don't know, we maybe came up with it together, but they were talking about everyone transmitting at the same time with the same timing to create noise and make it hard to locate where the nodes were. And it occurred to me that those two ideas could work together. And anyway, that's a really cool idea for you, for your brain to work on. What else do we fucking have here? Talking about fucking Tesla magnifying transmitters, hairpin, blah, blah, blah. I don't even know what that is. I would like to talk to the Reticulum devs and see what they think about this shit, about like implementing a post-quantum onion routing layer that's kind of a native Reticulum feature that nodes can have on, or implementing, something like these timing things for saving power or for privacy as like a standard module that is a feature that Reticulum nodes can support. I'd be curious to see what the developers think about that. I wonder if they'd like it. I hope they like it. But even if they don't, we can still make it anyway. Let's see. We're talking about fucking standardizing post-quantum cryptography. We're talking about steganography. Okay, that's when you hide that you're using encryption at all, which we think is... Oh, here's another fun one. We were talking about making it that nodes, whether they are true nodes or whether they are decoy nodes, they have IEDs in them, or they have little prank devices like little joke bombs in them, or somewhere in between, like something that's sprays a mixture of super glue and pepper spray on people, or whatever. So that way, it's like anytime you try to take down one of the nodes or a decoy, it may not even be a real node. It might be a decoy node that's transmitting with more strength to be a red herring. every time you do that, you have a chance that it's going to like blow up or spray you with chemical warfare. So that could be enough to sort of turn people off from fox hunting nodes. And at the very least, it could greatly raise the cost of fox hunting these nodes, because it means you need a bomb squad every time. So it that could really change things. Even if we just have a small number of them be kind of threatening, and they all look alike, that could be enough to change the game a little bit. So that's another fun idea that I can bring up for you, for your brain, for the brain. Or, it could shock you with a 100-volt supercapacitor. Oh, and let's not forget, if you have a node save power, efficiently enough, not only will a battery last a long time, but it means that the solar panel that you would need to sustain the power like forever would be a lot smaller. So if you can switch to, you could have a much tinier solar panel on something and actually be able to sustain it for pretty much indefinitely, right? If as long as you shut down most of the time. Let's see what they're saying in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Let's see, they're arguing about Bitcoin Cash or something. And Bitcoin let's see, there's software you run your nodes. A crypto can have multiples. Oh, I see. Oh, I get it. So, see, even I didn't know, Thought Crime Boss. It's not just because it's not just budding. Even I, like, it's sort of glossed over. You were saying implementation. So you're talking about the software that a Bitcoin node would be running. Implementation. Yeah, I gotcha. Oh, he's been wanting to read Hijacking Bitcoin too. Regular BTC becoming very corporate very quickly. Oh, look, Jammin's fucking in the chat. My 0.02 on BTC forks. Oh, his 2 cents. Well, thanks, Jammin. That was easy to read. Is that I like what I know about BTG. In my opinion, ASIC resistance should be a high priority to lower the barriers to entry for mining so everybody can participate in mining who would like to, instead of mining something out of the reach of the users. Well, once again, Monero kind of already does that too. But he brought that up already. Oh yeah, Bitcoin Gold. That's what BTG is. It's crashed pretty hard. I didn't know that. All right, you guys are boring me, but thank you so much for your lovely messages, your lovely free content. Hopefully me tittering on and going for the last while hasn't been too boring. Let's see what else we can burn this time up with. I have something that somebody in the in the P2P chat, Anti-National Security Agency. Let's see, we were talking about tinfoil chat last time and blah, blah, blah. But somebody said basically that they wanted me to talk more about chainless cryptocurrencies, since that's something that I'm really into and like most people are kind of clueless about it. I guess it makes sense that I would talk more about that. I might want to set up something a little more prepared at some time, but two things come to mind for talking about chainless cryptocurrencies. One is the old SafeCoin idea of what they called proof of resource farming. Farming cryptocurrency with a proof of resource algorithm was SafeCoin's old idea. Now, SafeCoin became Autonomy, which is a cool project, and it is one of the ones that I watch the most closely, sort of. But to put it in perhaps an unneeded, harsh way, they kind of turn their back on some of their core principles, and they kind of turn their back on the proof of resource farming thing, and they were just like, well, to launch autonomy quickly, we'll use an ERC20 token, which totally kind of flies in the face of everything our project stood for. But that's fine, because it doesn't mean they can't resurrect the safe coin idea and have another native token to the protocol later, as long as, let's just hope that people in the autonomy project keep kicking up a fuss about that, because I know that some of them do care about that. But so let's talk, we're going to go to the old, and then the other thing I can talk about for chainless tokens is holochain. But let me take a look at the this old SafeCoin white paper. Bear in mind, the project was actually Safe Network, not SafeCoin, but SafeCoin was an aspect of Safe Network that sprouted up. And I'm just going to read to you a little bit from this old SafeCoin paper called SafeCoin PDF, safecoin.pdf. Where should I start reading this? SafeCoin. Safe, the Safe Network, secure access for everyone, is a P2P decentralized data and communications network designed and built by MadeSafe.net and is currently in implementation phase. This is them many, many years ago, nowhere close to releasing anything, saying it's currently in the implementation phase. The network will complement all existing centralized web services and data centers with a secure and anonymous network compromised with the spare computing resources of its users. It is anticipated that this new network will provide a more secure and private experience, whilst achieving higher performance as the network reaches critical mass. SafeCoin. The requirement of users to contribute is an unmistakable part of any P2P network, and the implementation of incentives is essential to blah, 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 blah. Safe coins only exist on Safe, and its distribution is handled entirely by the network on a per-use basis. It is anticipated that 4.3 billion coins will be produced during the life of the network. Each Safe coin has its own unique identity, and they are required to access services on the Safe network. The type of services, so note here what they're getting at. This is not a blockchain-based cryptocurrency. This is not, the SafeCoin is not an abstract concept that comes from transactions on a ledger. There's nothing like that. SafeCoins, well, it's ironic to say this because SafeCoin never existed. But if SafeCoin did exist and was actually released, the SafeCoins would exist. They would be specific pieces of data. It's just like Digimon, okay? In Digimon, all the Digimon are made of data, and all the objects in the digital world are made of data, and like you can see them dissolving into data and shit when you like damage stuff. It's like that, where the data is the stuff that everything's made of. That's what the Safe coins are like. They're Digimon coins, okay? Now, it's worth noting that any type of web service currently possible in the existing centralized internet is possible in the Safe network. Blah, 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 blah. Obtaining SafeCoin. SafeCoin can be obtained through farming, assisting with the maintenance of the underlying code, creating applications, or by purchasing them. Farming is a process akin to Bitcoin mining, whereby users provide resource, storage space, CPU, and bandwidth to the network. When each user creates their credentials, they will set up a SafeCoin wallet via their Safe network client, and this wallet identity will be cryptographically linked to their account. As Figure 1 demonstrates, the SafeCoin earning algorithm is based on a sigmoid curve, and that all vaults earn slowly at first, and the rate increases as the farmer stores up to the network's average. The earning rate also takes into account the rank of the vault, a process whereby the network scores the usefulness of each node from 0 being the worst to 1 the best. SafeCoin farming rate is ultimately the result of the network rate, a balance of the demand and supply on the network, multiplied by the vault rank. The network rate will start at a level of 20% above average, thus discouraging massive vaults, which would bring centralization to the network's farming process. SafeCoin is allocated to them by the network and is paid to the successful node as data is retrieved from it. As opposed to, this is kind of confusing. Here's a better way to explain this. Proof of resource, the peers on the network kind of hold each other accountable and check to see if people are still keeping data up and shit like that. And that's where you get your proof of resource. And for each unit of resource provided, which is based on how much, let's say, data storage space you're contributing to the network and how much it's staying up, as well as maybe other things. That can be quantified into resource units that you're providing to the network. And each of those units is like a lottery ticket. It gives you a chance of getting some SafeCoin. And how much that chance is depends not just on how many tickets you have, how much resource you're providing, but also how much SafeCoin is unowned, is currently not owned by anyone, and thus can be given to you by the network magically, algorithmically. And the way that people buy the resources on the network is by burning, well, not actually burning the SafeCoin, because the SafeCoin still exists. It's by sacrificing the SafeCoin back to the network, back to the gods, and it goes back to the earth. The coin goes back to the network to be granted semi-randomly to a farmer again at some point in the future. So it's this automatically self-regulating system with no governance and no blockchain. It's a brilliant fucking idea. And there have been a few cryptocurrency projects that have kind of ripped this off, and that's good. But it's kind of obscure. The idea of, like, they don't all call it proof of resource or farming. They typically make up their own word and act like they came up with it themselves, but it was SafeCoin that did it. Let's see what else they wrote in this fucking paper. Oh, interesting. Data is evenly distributed on the network, and therefore farmers looking to maximize their earnings may do so by running several average performance nodes rather than one high specification node. Ooh, that way they're incentivizing more horizontal distribution and redundancy on the network. That's very cunning of them. And then we have proof of resource. Utilizing a process called proof of resource, the network's able to continually validate who and what is providing blah, blah. I basically just explained this to you. So there you go. That's one little taste of one chainless token. And if I want to really confuse you, I could talk about holochain, which is another thing. Let's see what people are saying in the PAZNIA radio network. Are you guys arguing or what? Blah, blah, blah. Almost all ASIC only. Shaking my head. You guys are fucking jerking each other off and doing all sorts of weird stuff in this chat room. Talking about space heaters, and you guys are like talking about setting up a sauna or something, all getting in a sauna together or something. You guys are, so I think they're talking, Jammin and Thought Crime Boss are talking about like heating up a sauna with cryptocurrency miners, using the heat from the cryptocurrency miners to build a sauna and heat it up. And they're talking about like meeting up and like, I don't know, being like clothing optional in the sauna together. That's kind of weird. Maybe you guys should take that to the private chat. Let me bore you a little bit with holochain. Here, I'm going to read some more crap to you that I didn't even write, just like I just did. Ready for 15 more minutes of technical crap? Hopefully it's not too technical. So there's this page on the holochain website. Now, to clarify, holochain does not have a native cryptocurrency. It doesn't have a native token. And it has a benefit over SafeCoin, which is that it ended up actually existing. Just so you know, holochain actually exists. I just read you a paper from a project that never truly came to be. It became Autonomy, which is released now, and it is kind of cool, and you should check out Autonomy. But SafeCoin, as I just described it, is not a part of Autonomy. Maybe one day it will be. Hopefully one day it is. I hope so, because it's been literally, I think, almost 20 years. Safe Network is older than Bitcoin. That's how long it took them to like do anything, and SafeCoin itself still does not really exist. But anyway, here's Holochain. Holochain, it does not have a cryptocurrency, does not have a native cryptocurrency, does not have a native token. It is merely it gives you the tools to build your own, what they call Holochain app or HAP, which is literally just a DApp. Okay. But it's not, but it's true. It's chainless and it's something else, from what other DApps are. And so your DApp, your HAP can have a token, but it doesn't have to. So you can make tokens. You can make chainless tokens with Holochain. And I've talked about it before. The way it works, kind of, it's a distributed hash table, a DHT, kind of like what BitTorrent uses, kind of like what IPFS uses, but a slightly different kind of distributed hash table algorithm. And your public key, basically your address, your hash, has an existence in the hash space, so to speak, of your HAP. All right. And so your address is closer to some people's addresses than others, to some agents' addresses than others, because we call them agents. Okay. We call users and nodes in the network, we call them agents. And it's the agents whose hashes are close to each other. They're in the same neighborhood. Okay. They're neighbors, have the responsibility of holding their neighbors accountable, validating what their neighbors are doing, and ensuring that it follows the rules of your HAP. And if someone is not following the rules of your HAP, that's a neighbor of yours, you notice, you can issue a warrant against them. So that way, if an agent collects, a couple warrants, it's a sign that they're probably a bad actor. So people can ostracize them, can ban them, so to speak, to the wilderness. And this is basically how Holochain apps, HAPs, secure themselves in a bottom-up, grassroots, really decentralized way, without a blockchain, okay? Without a monolithic blockchain. Everyone in the whole fucking universe has to have the same information, has to know everything. Instead of that, instead of requiring total connectivity around the whole fucking world, it's whatever. I'm connected to whoever I'm connected to, and I'm managing my neighbors. Okay. So yes, we're sacrificing security here, but we don't need ultra super high security for every little thing in the world. You don't go to the store and everything is locked in a vault. And in order to get anything, they put it in a trade box, and the doors close on both sides, and you put your money in the other box, and the doors close on both sides, and everything is scanned and x-rayed and verified. And it's only when both of you press the button that the box is open on the other side, so that you can get the product and they can get the money at the same time. Which, by the way, is kind of a cool idea. That reminds me of something that a smuggler and XYZ wrote about in their book. I think it was called Second Realms or something. But but you don't see that. Why? Because it's so expensive to do that. It would cost more than just having a few shoplifters steal a candy bar every now and then, right? It makes more sense to just let people steal a little bit every now and then than it does to throw all this money away on super crazy measure. Now, if you're in a high crime neighborhood, you go to the corner store and they're behind bulletproof glass. Okay. So we can adapt, right? But we don't always need ultra high security. Well, most cryptocurrency is that world. It's that everything's behind a vault. Everything needs to be perfectly secure world, no matter how slow it makes things, no matter how much it makes things cost. But I'm sorry, that's great for our autistic, nerdy brains that just want everything to be ultra secure. And it's great that we have that, and it will be good for some things, but it's not going to be good for everything. It's not going to replace everything. Now, if maybe one day we will have technology that doesn't sacrifice anything, right? It'll just be perfectly secure, instant, cost fucking nothing. Maybe one day we will discover that technology. But in the meantime, there's absolutely nothing wrong with sacrificing a little security to get more decentralization and more scalability, because that's, for a lot of things, that's fine. Like let's say we're just monetizing mesh networking. Now we need that to work without a blockchain. We need that to work offline. We need to be able to go into the middle of nowhere with no internet connection, no knowledge about what's going on anywhere else in a similar network anywhere else in the world, and bootstrap from scratch a new network from nothing. As soon as you get 2 nodes, there's a new network right there. And if they encounter another network using the same HAP or DAP or whatever, speaking the same language, they can seamlessly combine. And if something happens that splits them up because they move away from each other, because a lightning bolt hits the fucking tower, whatever, something splits the network, no big deal. Go on operating almost like nothing happened, doing whatever you can. And then you can join back up again. If we can do that with tokens, okay, with tokenization and buying and selling, let's say routing or data storage or energy, electrical energy, whatever, we can do that offline. That's a huge boon. And if there's a little security sacrifice that leads to marginal losses, like every once in a while someone gets to route 1 kilobyte of data for free, or every once in a while you lose a watt of power to something, like that that's not a big deal. That's nothing next to having a huge gain in decentralization and being able to work offline, being scalable, being cheap, being fast. That's way more important. So we should really, in my opinion, work more on chainless, decentralized, tokenized technology, and blockchain and cryptocurrency is not really, I've said this before on the show, but it was a long time ago. I'll say it again. Cryptocurrency is not about currency. The true innovation, the true technology, it's not currency at all. It's security. It's decentralized law enforcement, rule enforcement. We're ensuring that all these actors around the world or whatever in our decentralized network are all following the same rules. And we're doing this assuming that we don't trust anybody. Okay, we're verifying that they're following the rules, and not allowing them to double cross us. And we're doing this all without a centralized authority. It's decentralized law enforcement. That's what the underlying technology is. It's actually not about cryptocurrency. It's just that currency is one thing you can do with it. And it's one really killer thing that's going to totally change the world. But it's not the only really killer thing that's going to totally change the world. And all the other really killer things that are going to totally change the world are partially going to be able to do that because there's currency in the system, because we can buy and sell in a permissionless way and verify that everyone's following the rules without a centralized authority. That is a genie that comes out of the bottle and fucks shit up and does not go back in the bottle. That's a big fucking deal. And that's what's really going on here. And it's not just about currency. So holochain is really, you could think of it as this is why holochain doesn't have a native cryptocurrency. And yet we speak of it in the same breath as cryptocurrency, as if it's a cryptocurrency project, because it's the same thing. It's about decentralized law enforcement, just that this one, without a central authority, this one doesn't involve a monolithic blockchain piece of information that everyone needs to have everywhere. It's just, whatever, we verify our neighbors, and it works from the grassroots. We sacrifice a little security, but we get more speed. We get more decentralization. Now, I have no actual time to tell you how holochain actually works now in any detail. But one time I'll just rip off these developer documents that you can read themselves, it's called Holochain Core Concepts. And every page ends with key takeaways. So all I have to do is rip off and paraphrase the key takeaways at the end of every page. And maybe I'll do that some other time. for you. But in the meantime, before we sign off here, double check. They're still talking about the sauna thing. Welcome to the XMR sauna. What happens here stays private. You can mine XMR with any computer, and it's going to heat up. The more power, the more heat you will produce. You guys ever listen to a podcast called Entrepreneurs on Fire? And the guy, he starts the show with, "What's shaking, Fire Nation? Blah, blah, blah. Well, so turn up the heat." I got to have something like that. So that's what I'm trying to do with the cloakers and cloak daggers. You're supposed to have a name for your listener base so that they identify as a tribe and kill people who aren't fans of your show. Anyway, folks, it's been great. Hope you love this amazing show. I'm a privacy consultant, blah, blah, blah. You can give me money. I'm actually one of the best privacy consultants in the world. That sounds ridiculous, but it's true because everybody sucks. I have a lot of years of experience. I've done all sorts of crazy shit. Life or death scenarios I've helped with, but also regular everyday stuff. If you have more money than sense or you're in a bad situation, you can find my contact details, Session or SimpleX, Vonu Podcast /CD. And on my next show, I'll probably be talking about, I'm actually going to talk about the web of lies, how to avoid digging yourself into a hole with lies, how to lie efficiently, and whatever. We're just going to make up some bullshit for the second realm stuff. And I'll leave you with a quote from Ludwig von Mises. "Capital does not beget profit, as Marx thought. The capital goods as such are dead things that in themselves do not accomplish anything. If they are utilized according to a good idea, profit results. If they are utilized according to a mistaken idea, no profit or losses result. It is the entrepreneurial decision that creates either profit or loss. It is mental acts, the mind of the entrepreneur, from which profits ultimately originate. Profit is a product of the mind, of success in anticipating the future state of the market. It is a spiritual and intellectual phenomenon." Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for another few hours. Voluntaryist Academy with James Cordiner will be on soon, 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific, and that should be followed by some more your PRND programming for today. Then later tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, Rayo 2 will have a very sexy Vonu podcast live with Corey Hughes, who's a guy that knows a lot about JFK and Kerry Thornley and the CIA, among other things. That'll be live, so you can listen and call in tonight. So don't touch that dial, folks. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
Coming up on the PAZNIA Radio Network, the Vonu Podcast live with guest Corey Hughes from the Bloody History Podcast at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Don't turn that motherfucking dial.
Next up on the PAZNIA Radio Network, the Voluntaryist Academy with James Cordiner.
Vonu Fest 6, the premier, yearly gathering of self-liberation held at the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, happens once again this year, from September 22nd to the 29th. Join fellow self-liberators in our vetted agora, in the second realm, and soak up knowledge from those deep within the realms of breakthrough energy, health and wellness, open source technology, privacy and security, and much more. Alongside that, enjoy the nights around the campfire, underneath the Veritas skies untampered by city light pollution. A perfect view of the cosmos, great conversations, and connections that will last a lifetime. And while this event is not public and therefore not open to just anyone, getting vetted to come out isn't usually that hard. We either have to find someone in common that will vouch for your reputation, or just email Coordinator Rio, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, and send an introduction and background to your liberated lifestyle and path of self-liberation. That's a damn good start, and one that has gotten some folks out here a well-tread path. Anyway, join us for Vonu Fest 6, happening from September the 22nd to 29th. Most are only able to make it for the weekend, but vetted self-liberators are encouraged to stay before and after if desired. Thanks for your time. PAZNIA.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Does your body ever hurt anywhere? Get some Pain Liberator. Go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. It's a little spray bottle with 20% DMSO and a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain, sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. I heard the Pain Liberator ad on the stream before my show today, and it reminded me a lot of Head On, applied directly to the forehead, that old video, because there was like a female voice talking about spraying it on your forehead, and it was kind of, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say the female voice was abrasive, but it was, I don't know, it was close enough to remind me that. Anyway, it works really well. Pain Liberator works really, really well, and it's really unique. DMSO and aspirin on their own are each very useful. When put together, it's fucking magical, because aspirin works kind of slowly when you swallow it. If you mix it with DMSO and spray it topically, it's absorbed right away into your body and it works right away. That's really good. And the magnesium is important too. It helps with muscle damage, injuries, and it's probably recovery from workouts, I imagine, too, now that I think about it. And probably with migraines. I don't know. It's a big fucking deal. It's a unique product. You really can't get something like this anywhere else. It's crazy. No one's thought about this before. Go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. I guess I'm Pain Liberator.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle. Featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
This is Kaylee Welch. I come to you today with solemn news. Bitcoin is being attacked by spammers and scammers. They are trying to rape our nodes, piss in our mempools, and turn our stateless monetary system into a joke. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that is why I am forming an elite task force which I'm calling the Time Chain Police. These individuals will be the elite of the elite. We will hunt down and find these spammers and filter them so they will never have the opportunity to try and rape our nodes ever again. In times like these, we cannot play nice. There is no time for nuanced discussion. Instead, we must respond rapidly in order to fend off the forces of evil. Mistakes will be made, lives will be taken. There is a cost of war. We cannot allow this one to drag on like the block-size wars. We must crush our enemy swiftly and decisively without mercy. If we don't, our nodes will be raped, our mempools will be clogged, our bright orange future will be spammed away by nihilists who just want to make a quick buck. If you think you have what it takes and you have heard the call, follow me today to restore order to the time chain. We will destroy our enemies and protect those running their nodes on weak hardware.
Join the Time Chain Police today. Let's fuck up these little bitches trying to rape our nodes.
Hold on a second. Okay, it's done. I just inscribed a monkey JPEG to the blockchain. Now some dumb retail guy is going to buy it, thinking they are going to get rich. I love pump and dumping on stupid retail while raping people's nodes with spam. This shit is the best. Thank God that Udi taught me how to piss in the mempool.
Okay, now you're in trouble, bitch. Did I just watch you send a non-standard transaction?
Who do you think you are? Bitcoin is an open protocol and people can do whatever they want.
My name is Kaylee Welch and I am the Time Chain Police. No one gets away with raping my node, bitch. You have been filthy.
Must protect Bitcoin from destruction. The time chain is my religion. I will protect it with precision. Policing Udi from peeing in the mempool. Filtering transactions sent by shitcoiner fools. The world needs to have sound money. Spam should not be allowed and it's not funny. Time Chain Police. Time Chain Police. Become the savior of the universe. Become the Time Chain Police.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
The intent of the GhostPad is to offer a complete security and privacy-hardened computer system that is built from the ground up to be an effective direct-action countermeasure for those who want to actively resist the privacy intrusions of the entire surveillance state hydra, both public sector and private sector. A user-friendly computer that the owner maintains exclusive control over every aspect of its operation and has complete control over who accesses what data. A GhostPad is your virtual corner of the room where the cameras, microphones, and other data collection devices have no power. After all, power comes from ownership, which is exclusive control. Unlike practically any other available option, when you buy a GhostPad you are truly its owner. And while the masses beg and bleat to their political corporate masters to loosen their chains, GhostPad owners can use their systems as virtual bolt cutters and cut themselves free. GhostPads are high-quality business rugged laptops that have had the security-compromising system firmware, BIOS firmware, Intel management engine, etc., removed and replaced with more secure, free and open-source alternatives. The closed-source binary BIOS firmware has been removed from the system board and replaced with free, as in freedom, alternatives as well as the Intel management engine also being neutralized. That combination makes them more secure by design, and preemptively thwarts any attempts by threat actors, both public and private, to gain access by exploiting its vulnerabilities, either by an engineered in and hidden backdoor, or a zero-day exploit in the factory, supplied firmware or the Intel management engine. Perhaps the most important security privacy-enhancing feature these systems have is the neutralizing of the aforementioned Intel Management Engine, IM. The IM is a separate computer in a computer that is embedded into all Intel platforms made since 2008. It has its own operating system called Minix. It operates out of band, meaning that your primary CPU has no access to monitor what it is doing, and it has direct access to all the hardware that your primary CPU does, making it the ultimate embedded spying device. You can't audit what it's doing. It's always on when the computer is plugged in or has battery power. It has its own network interface with its own MAC address that can bypass any system firewall configuration. It has its own storage you have no access to. It can access your microphone, camera, keyboard, can record keystrokes and display, can screenshot your encrypted communications while you are reading and writing them. The IM can only be disabled by modifying the system's firmware. That can only be accomplished by using an external programmer to reprogram the chip that stores the system's firmware. Only select laptop models can be modified. We concentrate on the compatible models with the highest performance available. We offer models that are 2x as powerful as any configurations sold and supported by Lenovo. Transitioning your computing activity to privacy-hardened platforms is a direct action strategy to resist the attempts at total omnipresence by the surveillance state. To put it simply, these systems are some of the few available that aren't likely compromised in some way on the firmware level, so they are some of the most secure and private available for use cases where those attributes are the most important. It is also why systems configured this way are considered as ideal to use as a base to install a security privacy-hardened OS, such as Hughes OS, Parrot OS, or other privacy-focused Linux distributions, on. To view the full selection of ghost pads, ghost phones, and other privacy tools available via Liberty Under Attack publications, just visit libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. What are you waiting for? Step up your security culture today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. Liberty Under Attack publications, share your story, find your freedom.
Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games and even touch tips. 6102 is a conspiracy. Brian Armstrong says the funds are safe food. When I'm with you, I feel electricity. Mr. Sailor, take my hand. Let's be special friends and hope this party never ends. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon. My wife is a little jealous, but you've made me so damn zealous. I've never seen straight men act so gay when they rush to listen to you on stage, but I know I'm the one you adore. Let me take off my pants and let you explore. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you Big Spoon. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon.
Coming up on the PAZNIA radio network, the Vonu Podcast live with guest Corey Hughes from the Bloody History Podcast at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Don't turn that motherfucking dial.
listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
These are the hills, these are the hills we'll die on. It's where we plant our flag and what we will not change our minds on. These are the hills we'll die on.
Hey, good evening. Welcome back to Voluntaryist Academy, where you can come to learn what it's going to take to be free. Voluntarism leads to anarchy. Anarchy just simply means without rulers, a state of absolute freedom. How do we get to that condition? We get there by changing our actions, and we change our actions into respecting other people's natural law rights, and we perform, voluntary interactions with people. Don't coerce people into doing things. Don't take people's stuff. Pretty simple stuff. We get into stuff like that every night here. So tonight, what we're getting into is an essay written by Gustave de Molinari back in 1849. This is pretty important stuff. He's like the first person to ever posit this solution to a problem that laissez-faire, free market economists, a lot of anti-state philosophers from back in the 19th century, what they were trying to figure out. And one of the questions that always came up was, well, you need government to provide protection services. You need government to provide you with military and police, or else it's just going to be chaos. And no one could really figure out an argument against that until Gustave de Molinari came along and figured out a way to kind of put it together and say, no. The free market can also provide for security and defense. So that's what we're going to get into tonight. We're not going to get so much into this utopia of liberty, a letter to socialists. I mean, we might. I feel it depends on how I feel at the end of the presentation, because the presentation that I'm actually going to show you does not include this letter, so I might actually just have to read it from the book itself. We'll see how we can do that. Maybe we'll do it here on the old book cam. The copy I have is from the Mises Institute, and you can find your own copy there as well of this. And without any further ado, let's get into it. So, The Production of Security by Gustave de Molinari. And so this essay was originally published as De la Production de la Sécurité, or whatever, however you say it in French, in Journal des Économistes in February of 1849. This translation was originally published as Gustave de Molinari. I don't know. This translation was originally published as Gustave de Molinari, The Production of Security. Translation was done by J. Houston McCullough in the Occasional Papers series number 2, the Richard M. Ebling edition in New York, the Center of Liberty Studies in May 1977. And this copyright that I'm reading from is circa 2009 from the Ludwig von Mises Institute. Okay, so Gustave de Molinari said, "The interests of the consumer of any commodity whatsoever should always prevail over the interests of the producer." Okay, let's do the preface by Murray and Rothbard in 1977. Never has laissez-faire thought been as dominant as it was among French economists, beginning with J.B. Say in the early 19th century, down through Say's more advanced followers, Charles Comte and Charles Denoyer, and to the early years of the 20th century. For nearly a century, the laissez-faire economists controlled the professional economic society, the Société d'économie politique, and its journal, the Journal des Économistes. as well as numerous other journals and university posts. And yet, few of these economists were translated into English, and virtually none are known to English or American scholars. The sole exception being Frederick Bastiat, not the most profound of the group. The entire illustrious group remains unstudied and unsung. The most extreme and consistent, as well as the longest-lived and most prolific of the French laissez-faire economists, was the Belgian-born Gustave de Molinari. He lived from 1819 to 1912. He edited the Journal des Economistes for several decades. The initial article of the young Molinari, here translated for the first time as, quote, the production of security, end quote, was the first presentation anywhere in human history of what is now called anarcho-capitalism, or free market anarchism. Molinari did not use the terminology and probably would have balked at the name. In contrast to all previous individualistic and near-anarchist thinkers, such as Labode, Hodgkin, or the young Fichte, Molinari did not base the brunt of his argument on a moral position to the state. While an ardent individualist, Molinari grounded his argument on free market, laissez-faire economics and proceeded logically to ask the question, if the free market can and should supply all other goods and services, why not also the services of protection? During the same year, 1849, Molinari expanded his radically new theory into a book, Les Soirées de la Rue Saint-Lazare, a series of fictional dialogues between three people. The conservative, who was an advocate of high tariffs and state monopoly privileges, the socialist, and the economist, which was himself. The final dialogue elaborated further on his theory of free market protective services. 4 decades later, in his Les lois naturelles de l'économie politique in 1887, look, I'm trying with the French here. I speak only English, so pardon my French, get it? See what I did there? Molinari was still a firm believer. So in 1887, when he wrote that, he was still a firm believer in privately competitive police companies, public works companies, and defense companies. Unfortunately, in his only work to be translated into English, La Society Future, The Society of Tomorrow, in New York, G.P. Putnam's Sons, 1904, Molinari had partially retreated to an advocacy of a single monopoly private defense and protection company rather than allowing free competition. It is instructive to note the storm of contention that Molinari's article and his soirées brought about in the laissez-faire stalwarts of French economics. A meeting of the Société d'économie politique in 1849 was devoted to Molinari's daring new book, The Soirées. Charles Coquelin opined that justice needs a quote-unquote supreme authority, and that no competition in any area can exist without the supreme authority of the state. In a similarly unsupported and a priori fulmination, Frederick Bastiat declared that justice and security can only be guaranteed by force, and that force can only be the attribute of a quote-unquote supreme power, the state. Neither commentator bothered to engage in a critique of Molinari's arguments. Only Charles Denoyer did so, complaining that Molinari had been carried away by the quote-unquote illusions of logic and maintaining that, quote, competition between governmental companies is chimerical because it leads to violent battles, end quote. Denoyer instead chose to rely on the quote-unquote competition of political parties within representative government, hardly a satisfactory libertarian solution to the problem of social conflict. He also opined that it was most prudent to leave force in the hands of the state, where civilization has put it, quote unquote, where civilization has put it. This is from one of the great founders of the conquest theory of the state. Unfortunately, this critical issue was barely treated in the meeting, since the discussion largely centered on Denoyers and other economists criticizing Molinari for going too far in attacking all uses of eminent domain by the state. See Journal de Economistes 24, published at October 15th, 1849, pages 315 and 316. With this publication of Professor McCullough's translation of Molinari's original article, let us hope that Molinari will now come to the attention of scholars and translators. So here we go. Let's read the article. All right. Yeah, check it out. Check out here we go. That's a good question in the chat. I'll get to the chat after I get through the article. That's usually how I do things here. So I appreciate your participation. Drop a comment in the chat. Say hello, like, subscribe, do all that crazy stuff. Really helps out the channel. So let's get into this. The Production of Security by Gustave de Molinari. Maybe your question, Arthur, will be answered in this. So let's hang on and read it. Let's get it. There are two ways of considering society. According to some, the development of human associations is not subject to providential, unchangeable laws. Rather, these associations, having originally been organized in a purely artificial manner by primeval legislators, can later be modified or remade by other legislators, in step with the progress of social science. In this system, the government plays a preeminent role, because it is upon it the custodian of the principle of authority, that the daily task of modifying and remaking society devolves. According to others, on the contrary, society is a purely natural fact. Like the earth on which it stands, society moves in accordance with general, pre-existing laws. In this system, there is no such thing, strictly speaking, as social science. There is only economic science, which studies the natural organism of society and shows how this organism functions. We propose to examine, within the later system, the function and natural organization of government. Okay, so chapter, the natural order of society. In order to define and delimit the function of government, it is first necessary to investigate the essence and object of society itself. What natural impulse do men obey when they combine into society? They are obeying the impulse, or, to speak more exactly, the instinct of sociability. The human race is essentially sociable. Like beavers and the higher animal species in general, men have an instinctive inclination to live in society. Why did this instinct come into being? Man experiences a multitude of needs, on whose satisfaction his happiness depends, and whose non-satisfaction entails suffering. Alone and isolated, he could only provide in an incomplete, insufficient manner for these incessant needs. The instinct of sociability brings him together with similar persons and drives him into communication with them. Therefore, impelled by the self-interest of the individuals thus brought together, a certain division of labor is established, necessarily followed by exchanges. In brief, we see an organization emerge, by means of which man can more completely satisfy his needs than he could living in isolation. This natural organization is called society. The object of society is therefore the most complete satisfaction of man's needs. The division of labor and exchange are the means by which this is accomplished. Among the needs of man, there is one particular type which plays an immense role in the history of humanity, namely the need for security. What is this need? It is in one's self-interest to procure security at the lowest price possible. Whether they live in isolation or in society, men are, above all, interested in preserving their existence and the fruits of their labor. If the sense of justice were universally prevalent on earth, if consequently each man confined himself to laboring and exchanging the fruits of his labor without wishing to take away by violence or fraud the fruits of other men's labor, if everyone had, in one word, an instinctive horror of any act harmful to another person, it is certain that security would exist naturally on earth, and that no artificial institution would be necessary to establish it. Unfortunately, this is not the way things are. The sense of justice seems to be the prerequisite of only a few eminent and exceptional temperaments. Among the inferior races, it exists only in a rudimentary state, hence the innumerable criminal attempts ever since the beginning of the world, since the days of Cain and Abel, against the lives and property of individuals. Hence also the creation of establishments whose object is to guarantee to everyone the peaceful possession of his person and goods. These establishments were called governments. Everywhere, even among the least enlightened tribes, one encounters a government. So universal and urgent is the need for security provided by government. Everywhere, men resign themselves to the most extreme sacrifices rather than do without government and hence security, without realizing that in doing so, they misjudge their alternatives. Suppose that a man found his person and his means of survival incessantly menaced. Wouldn't his first and constant preoccupation be to protect himself from the dangers that surround him? This preoccupation, these efforts, this labor, would necessarily absorb the greater portion of his time, as well as the most energetic and active faculties of his intelligence. In consequence, he could only devote insufficient and uncertain efforts in his divided attention to the satisfaction of his other needs. Even though this man might be asked to surrender a very considerable portion of his time and his labor to someone who takes it upon himself to guarantee the peaceful possession of his person and his goods, wouldn't it be to his advantage to conclude this bargain? Still, it would obviously be no less in his self-interest to procure his security at the lowest price possible. Next is the competition insecurity. If there is one well-established truth in political economy, it is this, that in all cases, for all commodities that serve to provide for the tangible or intangible needs of the consumer, it is in the consumer's best interest that labor and trade remain free, because the freedom of labor and of trade have as their necessary and permanent result the maximum reduction of price. And this, that the interests of the consumer of any commodity whatsoever should always prevail over the interests of the producer. Now, in pursuing these principles, one arrives at this rigorous conclusion, that the production of security should, in the interests of the consumers of this intangible commodity, remain subject to the law of free competition. Whence it follows that no government should have the right to prevent another government from going into competition with it, or to require consumers of security to come exclusively to it for this commodity. Nevertheless, I must admit that, up until the present, one recoiled before this rigorous implication of the principle of free competition. One economist, who has done as much as anyone to extend the application of the principle of liberty, Charles Denoyer, thinks, quote, that the functions of government will never be able to fall into the domain of private activity, end quote. Now here is a citation of a clear and obvious exception to the principle of free competition. This exception is all the more remarkable for being unique. Undoubtedly, one can find economists who establish more numerous exceptions to this principle, but we may emphatically affirm that these are not pure economists. True economists are generally agreed, on the one hand, that government should restrict itself to guaranteeing the security of its citizens, and on the other hand, that the freedom of labor and of trade should otherwise be whole and absolute. But why should there be an exception relative to security? What special reason is there that the production of security cannot be relegated to free competition? Why should it be subjected to a different principle and organized according to a different system? On this point, the masters of the science are silent, and Denoyer, who has clearly noted this exception, does not investigate the grounds on which it is based. So we're going to ask the question, security an exception? We are consequently led to ask ourselves whether this exception is well-founded in the eyes of the economist. It offends reason to believe that a well-established natural law can admit of exceptions. A natural law must hold everywhere and always, or be invalid. I cannot believe, for example, that the universal law of gravitation which governs the physical world, is ever suspended in any instance or at any point of the universe. Now I consider economic laws comparable to natural laws, and I have just as much faith in the principle of the division of labor as I have in the universal law of gravitation. I believe that while these principles can be disturbed, they admit of no exceptions. But if this is the case, the production of security should not be removed from the jurisdiction of free competition. And if it is removed, society as a whole suffers a loss. Either this is logical and true, or else the principles on which economic science is based are invalid. So the alternatives. It thus has been demonstrated a priori to those of us who have faith in the principles of economic science that the exception indicated above is not justified, and that the production of security, like anything else, should be subject to the law of free competition. Once we have acquired this conviction, what remains for us to do? It remains for us to investigate how it has come about that the production of security has not been subjected to the law of free competition, but rather has been subjected to different principles. What are those principles? Those of monopoly and communism. In the entire world, there is not a single establishment of the security industry that is not based on monopoly or on communism. In this connection, we add, in passing, a simple remark. Political economy has disapproved equally of monopoly and communism in the various branches of human activity, wherever it has found them. Is it not then strange and unreasonable that it accepts them in the security industry? Monopoly and communism. Let's go. Let us now examine how it is that all known governments have either been subjected to the law of monopoly or else organized according to the communistic principle. First, let us investigate what is understood by the words monopoly and communism. It is an observable truth that the more urgent and necessary a man's needs, the greater will be the sacrifices he will be willing to endure in order to satisfy them. Now, there are some things that are found abundantly in nature and whose production does not require a great expenditure of labor, but which, since they satisfy these urgent and necessary wants, can consequently acquire an exchange value all out of proportion with their natural value. Take salt, for example. Suppose a man or a group of men succeed in having the exclusive production and sale of salt assigned to themselves. It is apparent that this man or group could raise the price of this commodity well above its value, well above the price it would have under a regime of free competition. One will say that this man or this group possesses a monopoly, and that the price of salt is a monopoly price. But it is obvious that the consumers will not consent freely to paying the abusive monopoly surtax. It will be necessary to compel them to pay it, and in order to compel them, the employment of force will be necessary. Every monopoly necessarily rests on force. When the monopolists are no longer as strong as the consumers they exploit, what happens? In every instance, the monopoly finally disappears either violently or as the outcome of an amicable transaction. What is it replaced with? If the roused and insurgent consumers secure the means of production of the salt industry, in all probability they will confiscate this industry for their own profit, and their first thought will be not to relegate it to free competition, but rather to exploit it, in common, for their own account. They will then name a director or a directive committee to operate the salt works, to whom they will allocate the funds necessary to defray the costs of salt production. Then, since the experience of the past will have made them suspicious and distrustful, since they will be afraid that the director named by them will seize production for his own benefit, and simply reconstitute by open or hidden means the old monopoly for his own profit, they will elect delegates, representatives entrusted with appropriating the funds necessary for production, with watching over their use and with making sure that the salt produced is equally distributed to those entitled to it. The production of salt will be organized in this manner. This form of organization of production has been named communism. When this organization is applied to a single commodity, the communism is said to be partial. When it is applied to all commodities, the communism is said to be complete. But whether communism is partial or complete, political economy is no more tolerant of it than it is of monopoly, of which it is merely an extension. Next, the monopolization and collectivization of the security industry. Isn't what has just been said about salt applicable to security? Isn't this the history of all monarchies and all republics? Everywhere, the production of security began by being organized as a monopoly, and everywhere, nowadays, it tends to be organized communistically. Here is why. Among the tangible and intangible commodities necessary to man, none, with the possible exception of wheat, is more indispensable, and therefore none can support quite so large a monopoly duty, nor is any quite so prone to monopolization. What, indeed, is the situation of men who need security? Weakness. What is the situation of those who undertake to provide them with the necessary security? Strength. If it were otherwise, if the consumers of security were stronger than the producers, they obviously would dispense with their assistance. Now, if the producers of security are originally stronger than the consumers, won't it be easy for the former to impose a monopoly on the latter? Everywhere, when societies originate, we see the strongest, most warlike races seizing the exclusive government of the society. Everywhere we see these races seizing a monopoly on security within certain more or less extensive boundaries, depending on their number and strength. And this monopoly being, by its very nature, extraordinarily profitable, everywhere we see the races invested with the monopoly on security devoting themselves to bitter struggles in order to add to the extent of their market the number of their forced consumers, and hence the amount of their gains. War has been the necessary and inevitable consequence of the establishment of a monopoly on security. Another inevitable consequence has been that this monopoly has engendered all other monopolies. When they saw the situation of the monopolizers of security, the producers of other commodities could not help but notice that nothing in the world is more advantageous than monopoly. They, in turn, were consequently tempted to add to the gains from their own industry by the same process. But what did they require in order to monopolize? To the determined detriment of the consumers, the commodity they produced? They required force. However, they did not possess the force necessary to constrain the consumers in question. What did they do? They borrowed it for a consideration from those who had it. They petitioned and obtained, at the price of an agreed-upon fee, the exclusive privilege of carrying on their industry within certain determined boundaries. Since the fees for these privileges brought the producers of security a goodly sum of money, the world was soon covered with monopolies. Labor and trade were everywhere shackled and chained, and the condition of the masses remained as miserable as possible. Nevertheless, after long centuries of suffering, as enlightenment spread through the world little by little, the masses who had been smothered under this nexus of privileges began to rebel against the privileged and to demand liberty, that is to say, the suppression of monopolies. The process took many forms. What happened in England, for example? Originally, the race which governed the country and which was militarily organized, the aristocracy, having at its head a hereditary leader, the king, and an equally hereditary administrative council, the House of Lords, set the price of security, which it had monopolized, at whatever rate it pleased. There was no negotiation between the producers of security and the consumers. This was the rule of absolutism. But as time passed, the consumers, having become aware of their numbers and strength, arose against the purely arbitrary regime, and they obtained the right to negotiate with the producers over the price of the commodity. For this purpose, they sent delegates to the House of Commons to discuss the level of taxes, the price of security. They were thus able to improve their lot somewhat. Nevertheless, the producers of security had a direct say in the naming of the members of the House of Commons, so that debate was not entirely open, and the price of the commodity remained above its natural value. One day, the exploited consumers rose against the producers and dispossessed them of their industry. They then undertook to carry on this industry by themselves and chose for this purpose a director of operations assisted by a council. Thus, communism replaced monopoly. But the scheme did not work, and 20 years later, primitive monopoly was reestablished. Only this time the monopolists were wise enough to not to restore the rule of absolutism. They accepted free debate over taxes, being careful, all the while, incessantly, to corrupt the delegates of the opposition party. They gave these delegates control over various posts in the administration of security, and they even went so far as to allow the most influential into the bosom of their superior council. Nothing could have been more clever than this behavior. Nevertheless, the consumers of security finally became aware of these abuses and demanded the reform of Parliament. This long-contested reform was finally achieved, and since that time, the consumers have won a significant lightening of their burdens. In France, the monopoly on security, after having similarly undergone frequent vicissitudes and various modifications, has just been overthrown for the second time. As once happened in England, monopoly for the benefit of one caste, and then in the name of a certain class of society, was finally replaced by communal production. The consumers as a whole, behaving like shareholders, named a director responsible for supervising the actions of the director and of his administration. We will content ourselves with making one simple observation on the subject of this new regime. Just as the monopoly on security logically had to spawn universal monopoly, so communistic security must logically spawn universal communism. In reality, we have a choice of two things. Either communistic production is superior to free production, or it is not. If it is, then it must be for all things, not just for security. If not, progress requires that it be replaced by free production. Complete communism or complete liberty. That is the alternative. Next chapter is titled Government and Society. But is it conceivable that the production of security could be organized other than as a monopoly or communistically? Could it conceivably be relegated to free competition? The response to this question on the part of political writers is unanimous. No. Why? We will tell you why. Because these writers, who are concerned especially with governments, know nothing about society. They regard it as an artificial fabrication and believe that the mission of government is to modify and remake it constantly. Now, in order to modify or remake society, it is necessary to be empowered with an authority superior to that of the various individuals of which it is composed. Monopolistic governments claim to have obtained from God himself this authority, which gives them the right to modify or remake society according to their fancy, and to dispose of persons and property however they please. Communistic governments appeal to human reason as manifested in the majority of the sovereign people. But do monopolistic governments and communistic governments truly possess this superior, irresistible authority? Do they in reality have a higher authority than that which a free government could have? This is what we must investigate. The divine right of kings and majorities. If it were true that society were not naturally organized, if it were true that the laws which govern its motion were to be constantly modified or remade, the legislators would necessarily have to have an immutable sacred authority. Being the continuators of providence on earth, they would have to be regarded as almost equal to God. If it were otherwise, would it not be possible for them to fulfill their mission? Indeed, one cannot intervene in human affairs. One cannot attempt to direct and regulate them without daily offending a multitude of interests. Unless those in power are believed to have a mandate from a superior entity, the injured interests will resist. Whence the fiction of divine right. This fiction was certainly the best imaginable. If you succeed in persuading the multitude that God himself has chosen certain men or certain races to give laws to society and to govern it, no one will dream of revolting against these appointees of providence, and everything the government does will be accepted. A government based on divine right is imperishable, on one condition only, namely that divine right is believed in. If one takes the thought into one's head that the leaders of the people do not receive their inspirations directly from providence itself, that they obey purely human impulses, the prestige that surrounds them will disappear. One will irreverently resist their sovereign decisions, as one resists anything man-made whose utility has not been clearly demonstrated. It is accordingly fascinating to see the pains theoreticians of the divine right take to establish the superhumanity of the races in possession of human government. Let us listen, for example, to Joseph de Maistre. He said, "Man does not make sovereigns. At the very most, he can serve as an instrument for dispossessing one sovereign and handing his state over to another sovereign, himself already a prince. Moreover, there has never existed a sovereign family traceable to plebeian origins. If this phenomenon were to appear, it would mark a new epoch on earth. It is written, 'I am the maker of sovereigns.' This is not just a religious slogan, a preacher's metaphor. It is the literal truth, pure and simple. It is a law of the political world. God makes kings, word for word. He prepares royal races, nurtures them at the center of a cloud which hides their origins. Finally, they appear, crowned with glory and honor. They take their places." According to the system which embodies the will of providence in certain men and which invests these chosen ones, these anointed ones with a quasi-divine authority, the subjects evidently have no rights at all. They must submit without question to the decrees of the sovereign authority, as if they were the decrees of providence itself. According to Plutarch, the body is the instrument of the soul, and the soul is the instrument of God. According to the divine right school, God selects certain souls and uses them as instruments for governing the world. If men had faith in this theory, surely nothing could unsettle a government based on divine right. Unfortunately, they have completely lost faith. Why? Because one fine day they took into their heads to question and to reason, and in questioning and reasoning, they discovered that their governments governed them no better than they, simply mortals out of communication with providence, could have done themselves. It was free inquiry that demonetized the fiction of divine right, to the point where the subjects of monarchs or of aristocracies based on divine right obey them only insofar as they think it in their own self-interest to obey them. Has the communist fiction fared any better? According to the communist theory, of which Rousseau is the high priest, authority does not descend from on high, but rather comes up from below. The government no longer looks to providence for its authority. It looks to united mankind, to the one, indivisible, and sovereign nation. Here is what the communists, the partisans of popular sovereignty, assume. They assume that human reason has the power to discover the best laws and the organization which most perfectly suits society, and that, in practice, these laws reveal themselves at the conclusion of a free debate between conflicting opinions. If there is no unanimity, if there is still dissension after the debate, the majority is in the right, since it compromises the larger number of reasonable individuals. These individuals are, of course, assumed to be equal, otherwise the whole structure collapses. Consequently, they insist that the decisions of the majority must become law, and that the minority is obliged to submit to them, even if it is contrary to its most deeply rooted convictions and injures its most precious interests. That is the theory, but in practice, does the authority of the decision of the majority really have this irresistible absolute character as assumed? Is it always, in every instance, respected by the minority? Could it be? Let us take an example. Let us suppose that socialism succeeds in propagating itself among the working classes in the countryside as it has already among the working classes in the cities. That it consequently becomes the majority in the country, and that, profiting from this situation, it sends a socialist majority to the legislative assembly and names a socialist president. Suppose that this majority and this president, invested with sovereign authority, decrees the imposition of a tax on the rich of $3 billion in order to organize the labor of the poor, as Proudhon demanded. Is it probable that the minority would submit peacefully to his to his iniquitous and absurd, yet legal, yet constitutional plunder? No, without a doubt, it would not hesitate to disown the authority of the majority and to defend its property. Under this regime, as under the preceding, one obeys the custodians of authority only insofar as one thinks it in one's self-interest to obey them. This leads us to affirm that the moral foundation of authority is neither as solid nor as wide under a regime of monopoly or of communism as it could be under a regime of liberty. The regime of terror. Suppose, nevertheless, that the partisans of an artificial organization, either the monopolists or the communists, are right, that society is not naturally organized, and that the task of making and unmaking the laws that regulate society continuously devolves upon men. Look in what a lamentable situation the world would find itself in. Lamentable situation, sorry. The moral authority of governors rests, in reality, on the self-interests of the governed, the latter having a natural tendency to resist anything harmful to their self-interest. Unacknowledged authority would continually require the help of physical force. The monopolists and the communists, furthermore, completely understand this necessity. If anyone, says M. de Maistre, attempts to detract from the authority of God's chosen ones, let him be turned over to the secular power. Let the hangman perform his office. If anyone does not recognize the authority of those chosen by the people, say the theoreticians of the school of Rousseau, if he resists any decision whatsoever of the majority, let him be punished as an enemy of the sovereign people. Let the guillotine perform justice. These two schools, which both take artificial organization as their point of departure, necessarily lead to the same conclusion. Terror. Let's move on to the free market for security. Allow us now to formulate a simple hypothetical situation. Let us imagine a newborn society. The men who compose it are busy working and exchanging the fruits of their labor. A natural instinct reveals to these men that their persons, the land they occupy and cultivate, the fruits of their labor, are their property, and that no one, except themselves, has the right to dispose of or touch this property. This instinct is not hypothetical. It exists. But man, being an imperfect creature, this awareness of the right of everyone to his person and his goods will not be found to the same degree in every soul, and certain individuals will make criminal attempts by violence or by fraud against the persons or the property of others. Hence the need for an industry that prevents or suppresses these forcible or fraudulent aggressions. Let us suppose that a man or a combination of men comes and says, "For a recompense, I will undertake to prevent or suppress criminal attempts against persons and property. Let those who wish their persons and property to be sheltered from all aggression apply to me." Before striking a bargain with this producer of security, what will the consumers do? In the first place, they will check if he is really strong enough to protect them. In the second place, whether his character is such that they will not have to worry about his instigating the very aggressions he is supposed to suppress. In the third place, whether any other producer of security offering equal guarantees is disposed to offer them this commodity on better terms. These terms are of various kinds. In order to be able to guarantee the consumers full security of their persons and property, and in case of harm, to give them a compensation proportioned to the loss suffered, it would be necessary, indeed, 1. That the producer establish certain penalties against the offenders of persons and the violators of property, and that the consumers agree to submit to these penalties in case they themselves commit offenses. 2. That he impose certain inconveniences on the consumers, with the object of facilitating the discovery of the authors of offenses. 3. That he regularly gather, in order to cover his costs of production as well as an appropriate return for his efforts, a certain sum, variable according to the situation of the consumers, the particular occupations they engage in, and the extent, value, and nature of their properties. If these terms, necessary for carrying on this industry, are agreeable to the consumers, a bargain will be struck. Otherwise, the consumers will either do without security or else apply to another producer. Now, if we consider the particular nature of the security industry, it is apparent that the producers will necessarily restrict their clientele to certain territorial boundaries. They would be unable to cover their costs if they tried to provide police services in localities compromising only a few clients. Their clientele will naturally be clustered around the center of their activities. They would nevertheless be unable to abuse this situation by dictating to the consumers. In the event of an abusive rise in the price of security, the consumers would always have the option of giving their patronage to a new entrepreneur or to a neighboring entrepreneur. This option the consumers retains of being able to buy security wherever he pleases brings about a constant emulation among all the producers. Each producer striving to maintain or augment his clientele with the attraction of cheapness or of faster, more complete, and better justice. If, on the contrary, the consumer is not free to buy security wherever he pleases, you forthwith see open up a large profession dedicated to arbitrariness and bad management. Justice becomes slow and costly. The police vexatious. Individual liberty is no longer respected. The price of security is abusively inflated and inequitably apportioned according to the power and influence of this or that class of consumers. The protectors engage in bitter struggles to wrest consumers from one another. In a word, all the abuses inherent in monopoly or in communism crop up. Geez, could I stammer any more through that last one? Under the rule of free competition, war between the producers of security entirely loses its justification. Why would they make war? To conquer consumers? But the consumers would not allow themselves to be conquered. They would be careful not to allow themselves to be protected by men who would unscrupulously attack the persons and property of their rivals. If some audacious conqueror tried to become dictator, They would immediately call to their aid all the free consumers menaced by this aggression, and they would treat him as he deserved. Just as war is the natural consequence of monopoly, peace is the natural consequence of liberty. That's a good one right there. Let me say that a little louder for the people in the back. Just as war is the natural consequence of monopoly, peace is the natural consequence of liberty. Under a regime of liberty, the natural organization of the security industry would not be different from that of other industries. In small districts, a single entrepreneur could suffice. This entrepreneur might leave his business to his son or sell it to another entrepreneur. In larger districts, only one company by itself would bring together enough resources adequately to carry on this important and difficult business. If it were well managed, this company could easily last, and security would last with it. In the security industry, as in most of the other branches of production, the latter mode of organization will probably replace the former in the end. On the one hand, this would be a monarchy, and on the other hand, it would be a republic. But it would be a monarchy without monopoly and a republic without communism. On either hand, this authority would be accepted and respected in the name of utility. It would not be an authority imposed by terror. It will undoubtedly be disputed whether such a hypothetical situation is realized. But at the risk of being considered utopian, we affirm that this is not disputable. That a careful examination of the facts will decide the problem of government more and more in favor of liberty, just as it does all other economic problems. We are convinced, so far as we are concerned, that one day societies will be established to agitate for the freedom of government, as they have already been established on behalf of the freedom of commerce. And we do not hesitate to add that after this reform has been achieved, and all artificial obstacles to the free action of the natural laws that govern the economic world have disappeared, the situation of the various members of society will become the best possible. So that's the end there of the book. So Gustav Molinari was born March 3rd, 1819, and he died January 28th of 1912, was a Belgian-born economist associated with the French économistes, a group of laissez-faire liberals. Throughout his life, Molinari defended peace, free trade, freedom of speech, freedom of association, and liberty in all of its forms. He was the originator of the theory of market anarchism. So, yeah, that's pretty cool stuff, right? I think. So there's the back of the book right there. That was under an hour. Cool. So maybe we can read this other part here, but maybe some other time. We're going to be getting into some bigger projects on the channel coming up. There's probably going to be like a 4 or 5 part series that I'm going to be doing on the Men Against the State. Coming up real soon. Men Against the State is about the 19th century individualist anarchists, the development of individualist anarchism in the United States. And we're going to be getting into that pretty soon. Pretty excited about that, actually. And then after that, got some guests lined up for the near future. Some pretty exciting guests. Some new to the channel, some, actually all new to the channel, but some were featured on previous channels that I used to run. Arthur Sage in the chat said, "Isn't free market anarchism? It's mutualist. I don't get why doesn't anarcho-capitalist just call themselves mutualist or classical liberal?" Yeah, it just comes down to a need to differentiate and to be more precise in terms, because unfortunately, yeah, classical liberalism is a thing. I understand where you're coming from. I understand what you're getting at, but to be more precise in defining the terms and saying, hey, I'd like to slap a label on myself. That's what anarcho-capitalists do. They don't call themselves this or they call themselves that because there has been discovered a name for what they believe in. I myself, I just tend to think more of myself as, as an individualist anarchist. And, property rights are king. All rights stem from property rights. Individualist anarchism is also in bed with anarcho-capitalism to some degree, but yeah, I mean, I'm in the natural law camp myself, so like that's kind of where it comes down to, for me personally, mutualist. It's just a matter of terms. It really just comes down to that. So I really liked this Molinari guy. The thing that always at the end of these like historic documents that always kind of like gets at me is the idea that a document like this being written 175 years ago, right? I say it all the time on the channel. What if this theory, what if this philosophy, what if this idea had been adopted and was like, brought into the fold as I guess call it a mainstream idea? What kind of evolution could an idea like this have over 175 years? What kind of peace could an idea like this bring about over the course of 175 years? I cannot help but wonder, would we be seeing such violence on part of the state? The state has a monopoly on violence. That's what we live under. They rule through fear. It's not respect, it's fear. A friend of mine I was talking to the other, like a couple weeks ago, I've been on, there's an interview that he interviewed me a while back. His name's Sean McCann, and he's like my best friend. We were talking about all this a while back about their authority doesn't really exist, but yet, we protect ourselves by acting cautiously around these figures. When you're driving down the street and you're driving, you come across a police officer, you kind of go, oh geez, better put on my seatbelt or whatever. And, some people might laugh at that and be like, oh, I thought you anarchists thought that their authority didn't exist. But it's the same thing. And Sean puts it this way. He goes, it's the same thing as, swimming through water that is shark infested. You don't want to get bit. So I like the way that Sean broke that, kind of like broke that down. And it's really nice because it really puts the idea into perspective of like who it is that we're dealing with and what kind of terror we kind of live under. So when you're dealing with statists and you're out there in the world and you've got statist family members and, people that are, challenging your ideas and that are trying to, force feed you statism, just realize that they're so bought in and they're just afraid. They're just afraid. Some of the most afraid people are the ones that support cops the most. And it's really sad. So we got to have like a little bit of compassion for them, but through compassion, we urge to teach them. I urge you to teach them, because showing them the truth and helping them find the way is compassion. Letting them live down in the mud of ignorance is not compassion. And they're going to fight you and they might even dismiss you from their home or whatever, and respect it. But speak the truth. These people don't have the right to do what they're doing. They don't have the right to earn their wages off of money that was stolen from us, first and foremost. Most of the time, they're incorrect in their assessment of whether or not a crime was even broken, or a crime was performed, or a law was broken. Most of their laws are arbitrary. They have nothing to do with natural law. The ones that they enforce the most are simply just revenue generating, and that's all that they do. They are the sharks, and we need to avoid being bit by them. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be a little civil, practice a little civil disobedience from time to time. I'm just saying that simply that their authority extends pretty great these days, and that exercising a little caution around these animals might actually prove to, provide you with a little more length in your life. And the more people that understand this philosophy, that remain alive for a long time and not behind bars, the more effective we are in our, bringing about more freedom. You see, there's plenty of things that we can all do to go say fuck you to the police and maybe, do whatever. But if you're if you're incarcerated, if you're locked up and you understand the philosophy of freedom, you understand voluntarism, anarchism, and what it takes. Like, I don't understand what good you're doing in a jail cell. I really don't. We're not all, going to be fighting the cops all the time, but it does to a degree. So here's something I've done in the past. Being pulled over, I ask questions. I go, do you like your job? Do you understand your job? Like, I put it into perspective for them. I just ask them questions, hard questions. And if they give me a ticket or whatever, challenge it, see if you can get it dismissed, keep your revenue, keep your money out of the state's hands. But they're human beings. Remind them of that. Remind them that they are human beings and that there is no difference between us and them. They are pretty low conscious in the consciousness scale. They're the dogs of the state after all, but they are still physically in their corporeal form a human being, and they need to be brought out of the mind control. They are the most mind controlled. They're so mind controlled that they will perform the violent actions that keep the state alive. You see, the government is an egregore that's only able to live off of the fear of the people that it supposedly is in charge of. And the people that are imposing that fear the most are the order following cops that work for the government. So what we need to do in some way, if ever possible, is convince these people to quit their jobs. That is one way to really sweep the rug of authority, quote unquote authority, out from underneath the government. Is convince the police and the order following, law enforcement officers to quit their jobs. They need to quit the cult of violence that they are a part of. And we will never, ever be able to accomplish anything like that if we're busy screaming fuck you in their faces, spitting on them, and just being generally assholes to them. They will exert their authority over you. I don't know if there's anything else that we can really do about that right now. Fighting them, they are a gang. They're the biggest gang. Fighting them is damn near useless. There are different ways to fight, however. Okay? A boxing match is not going to end up well. Fighting them with your brain and convincing them with your voice, that's a different fight completely, isn't it? Maybe that's the field on which we win the battle. I don't know. Only time will tell. So we gotta, we gotta just push forward against this gang with love and compassion, the most that we can have, because that's what's going to win every time. The universe respects love. That's what the universe operates off of. If we go around hating and disparaging each other, you're never getting anywhere. You're sinking in the mud. You're sinking in the mud like that horse in the never-ending story. What do we got here? We got a couple more people. Oh, I see Fred in the chat. What's up, Fred? Got mandatory myocarditis back. Thanks for, dude, this mandatory myocarditis. You're here like every night, dude. Oh, Arthur's back too. I asked a ANCOM, why did the ANCOM during the many anarchist liberation wars being fought and supported that if they took help from the ANCAP and voluntarists, they most likely see. Okay, would have won since they needed weapons like Catalonia before World War II. Like in Catalonia before World War II. I appreciate you jumping in the chat and keeping it active, Arthur. Unfortunately, that's a little... I don't mean to be offensive or anything, but that's a little unintelligible. I can't really make out what you're trying to say. Maybe it's me. I'm willing to accept that it's me. So voluntarism is the future. Okay. Voluntarism, this is the way that we take control of our actions as an individual. If we, in our own individual life, can perform actions voluntarily with one another, if you are not coercing others or transgressing upon others' natural law rights in any way, that's one step toward victory. Okay. And voluntarism brings about a condition of anarchism. I've said it before on the channel. I'll say it until I'm blue in the face. If we are currently living under a condition of slavery, if government really is slavery, and I do know that government is slavery, then anarchism is freedom. So we're living under a condition of government. If we want to live under a condition of anarchism, how do we get there? Voluntarism, being a voluntarist, is the set of actions. It's the criteria. It's what we as individuals can actually do. You can't do anarchy. You can't do anarchy. You can do voluntarism. Voluntarism describes action. Anarchy describes a condition that is brought about by a certain set of actions. Okay? This is what I've been thinking about a lot lately. Challenge that thought of mine. I implore you. If there's another way of looking at it, let's talk, let's debate. But so far, this is what I've been able to come up with. And it's extremely important that people respect each other's natural law rights, because we all have the same ones. And wouldn't you like it if somebody respected yours? Don't you feel a little don't you get a little pissed off when somebody disrespects you or your natural law rights, I should say? So the golden rule is kind of how we go forward there from that point. You don't do unto others as you would not have done unto you. And treat others the way that you want to be treated. That type of stuff. I carry around with me, or I keep on my desk, this card, and I'll put it under the book cam. See if you can see it. It says, no matter what your day is like, be the kind of friend to others you want others to be to you. When you love others, they will love you. And, I really like that saying, and I can't remember where I found this card, but I have it nonetheless. And I think about it all the time. I think about this. I keep it on my desk so I can, have this nice little trinket that reminds me that this is a nice attitude to have, or a preferable attitude to have. And maybe if more people considered that for themselves, the world could be a better place. And, a little background noise there, a little interference. That's okay. We can build a better future. We have to, no one man can do it. All right. No one woman can do it. Unfortunately, sometimes I feel like this is an unfortunate circumstance. We need to build it together. I wish I could do it alone. I would do it, but I don't really have the right to do that. But it's going to be difficult, but we got a big job ahead of us and we got to do it. There's a future coming. I'm not trying to create anxiety for anybody, or to break free of present moment awareness, because in the present moment is where the work happens. But we work toward something, don't we? Isn't there always that little thought in the back of your head, oh geez, tomorrow's going to come? Even though the measurement of time might be a man-made construct, time itself does actually keep pushing forward. We age. And we recognize this aging process as the future, or the bringing on of a future. And it will happen. Even if a nuclear bomb goes off tomorrow, There's going to be a day after that. The universe decided that before any of us were even born. So what are we going to do? We're going to sit around with our thumbs up our asses watching Netflix all the fucking time. I enjoy a good movie every now and then. I watch some movies pretty regularly, actually, and I enjoy entertainment, but look, like, I don't know. Like, you got to work for it. We got a future to think about. We got children to think about. People that are going to rely on others to create, like, to have some type of future that's worth living in. You know? There's forces at play out there right now that would love it if all of our freedoms were taken away from us. All of them, all of the freedoms. You know, but in order to achieve ultimate freedom, we can't let this flame die out. We must carry it on into the future. Continue working for change. Continue working for liberty. And one day, my friends, it will be ours. And before you know it, we actually, you know, we might experience it in our lifetimes. Who knows? Anything could happen at this point. I'm not trying to sell any hopium here, but it is a dire situation that we are in. And only hard work will result in victory. Whatever any individual out there is capable of doing in order to achieve a greater state of freedom or a condition of freedom, we should be doing that. With that being said, I think that that's probably a good high note to end it on. The intro music is the same as the outro music. Brendan Daniel. The link is in the show notes. Go check him out on Instagram. I made friends with Brendan like a year and a half ago. And oh wait, before I really do a send off, Mandatory Myocarditis really just said something brilliant in the chat, and he's absolutely right. And he said, if the situation was hopeless, their propaganda would be unnecessary. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. So yeah, Brendan Daniel on Instagram, go check him out. Brilliant artist. He's really good, really good. He came to the studio last August and recorded right here in the studio, and was very generous in giving me some music to use for the channel. Thank you, Brendan, if you're watching this, for that. And so what else is there? voluntaristacademy.com. You can go over there and get all of the resources. You can check out all of the different things that I present on this channel and get your very own PDF copies of that. And while you're there, if you've enjoyed this and you seem to think that you're able to contribute to me, that would be great. You can do that there on the donation page or supports page. I always forget what it is, but the link for that's in the show notes. I appreciate that a lot. If you don't want to support me that way, that's fine too. You could just, like and subscribe to the channel, help get the word out of what I'm doing here by sharing it. Those are the easiest ways to support the channel. It really helps out a lot. And then finally, if you are now like how I was like a year and a half ago, then you might be thinking to yourself that there's more to life than maybe your current your current financial situation can bring you. And maybe you have ideas that you want to bring to the market, and you want to be a little bit more of an entrepreneur in your life. Maybe there are things like a podcast or some sort of media production that you have skills in, and you want to learn how to bring that skill to the market, and you're kind of lost. Well, I was there once too, and I heard about Autonomy. And Autonomy is a 12-week course that's hosted by Richard Grove of TragedyandHope.com, Peace Revolution podcast, and more currently the Grand Theft World podcast. And in those 12 weeks, I was absolutely floored at what was brought out of me was this better ability to communicate, this better ability to listen, this better ability to market my skills and to bring my ideas to the market and say, hey, look at me over here. I can do things. And I learned all that in Autonomy. And if you want to learn that too, you can click the link in the show notes, and it's an affiliated link. So if you do end up getting enrolled into the course, it does help me out. It helps me out a lot. And it helps you out, more importantly. It'll help you be a little bit more autonomous in your life, not worry about being under the thumb or boot of some corporation, or even if you enjoy the job that you have, you could learn skills that make your position in that job a whole lot better. So consider that for yourself before you go. And if you ever want to come back, the link will be there. And other than that, I just want to remind everybody here and everybody listening to this that you own yourself, period. No one else owns you. You are truly not a slave. At the end of the day, you are not a slave. You are a conscious person having an experience in reality. And unfortunately, right now, there's been a lot of trickery afoot that has made it impossible for us to exercise our freedom to its fullest capacity. And I want to encourage you to break free from that bondage. And if you're here, you've already begun. I love you all. And with that, here's Brendan Daniel to play us out. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
These are the hills, and these are the hills we'll die on. It's where we plant our flag and what we will not change our minds on. These are the hills we'll die on. These are the hills, and these are the hills we'll die.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Coming up on the PAZNIA Radio Network, the Vonu Podcast live with guest Corey Hughes from the Bloody History Podcast at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Don't turn that motherfucking dial.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism, with great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here, coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
What you are hearing, folks, is for the first time in history the public revelation of the origin, the history, the dogma, and the identity of those who operate in secret to bring about a worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate. The sun enters each heavenly sign or house of the zodiac in what is called the 30th degree, and leaves at the 33rd degree. Thus, God's Son is said by the ancients to begin his ministry at 30 and dies at 33. A Freemason is not told the truth of the object of his worship until he attains the 30th degree. And this is why the highest degree in Freemasonry is the 33rd degree, for no one can rise higher than the sun.
Unmute in a couple places. Okay. All right. Here we are, guys. Welcome to the Vonu Podcast Live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. As part of this ongoing Celebration Saturday transmission, we've been going since 4 p.m. Eastern. I sure hope you've enjoyed all of the PRN programming, deep programming today. If you've been here, kicking off with Thane Riddle's Cloak Dagger, followed by James Cordiner's Voluntaryist Academy, and now the special live edition of the Vonu Podcast. A few Vonu housekeeping notes before we get rolling. Please join us in our PAZNIA Committee of Correspondence group on SimpleX. That's PAZNIA.com//SimpleX Radio. That is the short link. The chat is truly hopping with extremely technical discussions on 3D printing, Brown's gas-fueled or solar-powered mesh network balloons, and other truly crazy shit. But I'm having fun keeping up with the conversation. I'm sure you will too, and you should get involved if you're doing any of this research in physical space and time. Again, that link is PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio. Second, please head on over to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and leave us a message along with a Monero donation. We love hearing from our listeners and, of course, appreciate the support. The money is being reinvested in PRN to help us accomplish our long-range goals, things like pirate AM/FM stations all worldwide, shortwave, and other ways to truly spread this entertainment and propaganda everywhere. Finally, I want to tell you about the PAZNIA site, PAZNIA.com, PAZNIA.com. If you're new, I definitely recommend browsing the main page. You'll get a lot of your questions answered and maybe some curiosities answered too. There you can check out our services and marketplaces, things like PAZNIA List, the Craigslist of the Second Realm, PAZNIA Seed Exchange, PAZNIA.chat, our own self-hosted Jitsi server, Jitsi being an open source encrypted version of Zoom. You can read or sign our Constitution and Declaration of Independence, and you can order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch there at the PAZNIA shop. And if you head on over to PAZNIA.com/radio, you can keep up with everything we're doing here at the PAZNIA Radio Network. From the full schedule, ways to reach out, ways to stream, and much more. But let's go ahead and get on with it. Today I'm joined by Corey Hughes, host of the Bloody History podcast and author of 2 books, Warning from History, and I actually don't know the title on the second one. We'll have him tell you that in a moment, but it's on the multiple Oswald theory. I own A Warning from History. Haven't read the entire thing yet. I did read the Thornley section because that's of particular interest to me, as we'll talk about. The multiple Oswald theory. I've heard him talk about it on a number of podcasts, and the way the research is developing is truly, truly fascinating. So, I've consumed. He's got a couple documentaries out there. They're 5 or 6 hours long. They're long as hell, but I've watched them multiple times. They're truly, great pieces of great pieces of work. And I've continued to love his podcasts and guest appearances. And there's really no one better on the topic of the JFK assassination or the history of the 20th century and how we got here than him. Other than maybe Ryan Dawson, he would probably agree with that. But anyway, Corey Hughes is definitely very close there. So I had him on this podcast back in October 2022, and it feels like a long, long time ago. Then I thought I would close the book on the JFK Kerry Thornley, investigation as far as the Vonu Podcast goes. But listening to his 15 or so episodes on Kerry Thornley, I think they were last year, I knew I'd have to have him back on some point, and that day is very happily today. So we'll get an update on Kerry Thornley and his shenanigans from the 1950s onward into the 1970s. We'll see what new things Corey has learned regarding the JFK assassination. And in an hour, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, we will take your calls. The link to call in is PAZNIA.com/call2. Again, PAZNIA.com/call2, and that link will bring you right here into the Jitsi chat. And there is an app if you can download if you like to. But all that said, Corey, brother, welcome back to the Vonu Podcast, and welcome to the Vonu Podcast Live for the first time. How's it going, man?
Good. Thank you for having me.
Hey, for sure, man, for sure. So, like I said, I remember back in 2022 listening to,
it was that long ago?
It was. I had to go back and check. It's been a long ass time. Yeah, it's been a long time. But yeah, at that time, man, I thought I was done with the JFK. So, like, I didn't give a shit about the JFK assassination anymore. It was just on a podcast feed that popped up, and within a few minutes, you were going deep on Kerry Thornley, and it sparked my interest because we published a book. Let me flip this over here. Actually, I'll leave this there for now. But we published a book called The Permanent Floating Voluntaryist Society back in, I think it's like 2019 or 2020. And Kerry Thornley wrote a series of like 5 articles on, basically early seasteading or finding freedom on the open ocean. And I thought it was really, really cool, 5-article series. So I put it into book without knowing just who the hell this man was. I learned that from Corey here. But Kerry was also a co-editor to Innovator alongside Rayo, the proponent, I guess the founder of the freedom strategy of Vonu. So it's really like this tie is nuts. And I'll drop another nugget. I know it's not something you're researching, but it's just interesting the types of people that were in these publications, as we'll talk about. But I guess to hear that Kerry Thornley wrote a book on Oswald called The Idle Warriors years before JFK's assassination. Was the one that shot and killed Officer J.D. Tippett, that he was the second Oswald taken out from upstairs of the theater, and was likely deep naval intelligence, recruited from a very early age. My interest was more than fucking peaked, I'll put it that way. I read 2 books on the subject, Caught in the Crossfire, Kerry Thornley, Lee Harvey Oswald, and The Garrison Investigation by Adam Go-Rightly, and In History's Shadow by Joe G. Biles. The first book was much better, and it had some archived letters from Thornley that are, like in other places, basically admissions of guilt. Truly astounding, it's truly astounding, and to think that he was writing these things in libertarian publications, a few years after all this transpired. It's hard to reckon with, which I think I mentioned last time we talked even. It's hard to reckon with. But now, Corey, as you well found out, you can't talk about the JFK assassination without talking about Kerry Thornley. But I want to tonight basically, go through the JFK story, because I know we've in a few of our messages, you've shared some stuff you found recently, and the Kerry Thornley, story starts earlier. So I want to kind of focus on him and, kind of go through the assassination, his role, and all that good stuff. So sure. Let's go ahead and I guess, but first, before we get into that, for the folks who may be new to you, tell listeners a bit about you, your background, and your books.
So I'm an ex-cop. And I worked crime scene for many years, and I worked the road for many years. I have degrees in criminal justice, public administration, crime scene technology. And so my background is all law enforcement. I'm an expert at all things law enforcement. And so when I got into Kennedy, it's one of those things where you can't do it casually and expect to get anywhere. And so I made the decision a long time ago that I wanted to do it full time. And fortunately, I run a company that does podcasting and books and documentaries and stuff. So it gave me the freedom, the time freedom to do it. You know what I mean? And so I'll tell you what, man, being a historian is a hard road to choose because you don't make money by reading books, right? And so you got to do something with that information. And so you know how hard it is to get off the ground in an independent media. Oh, yeah. Framework. It's taken a decade, yeah. Right, exactly. I've been doing this same thing. I've been doing this 11 years at this point, right? So, and I'm barely anywhere, or you know what I mean? So
just starting to see maybe some fruits. Yeah.
Yeah, like barely, and just barely, just seriously, just it's at the lowest possible level, and so it's a hard road. And so not a lot of people can do it because of the emotional toll it takes on you, because it really does. And so, but I made that decision in 2008, and I just had to know what the hell happened, because I was tired of people giving us this stupid answer of the CIA killed Kennedy over Vietnam. Like, shut up with your propaganda. Okay. I knew it was propaganda before I even started. And so I needed to know what really the deal was. And so, yeah, that's why I made the decision to do this. And so it's been the greatest decision of my life, honestly, even though I'm broke and like barely anybody knows who I am. Right. I have found what I consider to be the answer to the greatest mystery in history. And so, yeah, I can pretty much die a satisfied man. You know what I mean? The answer everyone wants to know, I feel like I know, and whether people believe me or dig into my research or not, that's fine. I don't care. And so it's very self-satisfying. And so the things I'm digging into now are things that even just a couple of years ago, people would have called you crazy for even thinking. And that's regarding the two Oswalds. And so people don't comprehend why there would ever be two Lee Harvey Oswalds, right? And how this whole story came together. And I think I have a fairly good idea on the generalities of how Oswald got pulled into this life, and the circumstances surrounding his family. And, I have a pretty good grasp, I think, on the overall flow of events. But now when you go through Oswald's record, it is so disgustingly incomplete. The record we do have is rifled with documents that can't be real. We have people impersonating other people in the story, and not just Oswald. And so as you start to go through these documents, you find these contradictions. You find all kinds of things that just don't make sense. Like if someone were to go through your life, it would be pretty straightforward. They'd find your school records, they'd find your job history, and they'd be able to create a pretty solid single line that describes everything in your life. And that's the case for most people. That is not the case with Lee Harvey Oswald. Any thorough attempt to assemble a chronology with Oswald will leave you questioning reality itself. I swear, it's so crazy. Because
best way to put it, yeah.
When you start to go through the documents, you start to find the first divergence in the record is in 1941, when Oswald is presumably less than 2 years old at that time, not quite 2, because he turned 2 October 18th of 41. So that's the first divergence in the record, and that doesn't come out until his Marine application. And on his Marine application, he has a brief biographical background, and it says that he moved to Fort Worth and lived in Fort Worth from 1941 to 1956. That is blatantly wrong. Oswald was born in New Orleans, yes, and he lived there in 41, and he didn't move from there until April of 44. So then we have that first conflict in the record. Then we have a conflict in the record in 1945, when Oswald is both attending the Benbrook Common School in Benbrook, Texas, and he's on the road with his mother and her husband, Edwin Ekdahl, up in Boston and on a road trip till roughly February of 1956, right? So we have another record of Oswald being in two places at once. Then we get to like 1947, same thing again. 1948, oh my God, it continues. This is a pattern that pops up with every residence, every address, every alleged job Oswald ever had. There is conflict in the record. And when you dig deep enough, you'll find that there are witnesses who pop up in other parts of the country who knew Oswald, went to school with Oswald, and they knew him from before when he was younger in Texas, right? And this is after he had moved to New Orleans. And so, yeah, this is crazy stuff that's been going on with Oswald's history. And so that doesn't really have much to do with Kerry Thornley, but that's the background. And
that's a good start, though. And maybe we should start there, because obviously it's subject to your book, and I was going to talk about it anyway. And if we want to go in a chronological order here, that would probably actually be the better way, kind of going through as you kind of were, and let people know the title of your newest book. But kind of keep going through, I guess Oswald's history and when that overlaps with Thornley. And I guess we can just keep rolling from there.
My new book is called Lee Harvey Oswald in Black and White, Volume 1. And it's going to be the first of 4 volumes, the 4 volumes will cover Oswald's entire life. Oswald's life between 62 and the end is a different story than the story of the Kennedy assassination between that same time period, right? So you have to really realize that the study of Oswald and the study of the Kennedy assassination are 2 different studies. They have nothing to do with each other. They're totally irrelevant until they just so happen to intersect in Dallas, you know, on that fateful day. But really, Oswald's a patsy. He had nothing to do with nothing. He was completely set up and framed, and the whole everything that make him look like a communist after he got back from the Soviet Union was all staged. And Kerry Thornley played a major role in that. But we'll get to that. But in as far as the early life of Oswald, I believe that Oswald's mother, his aunt, his cousins on his mother's side were all part of naval intelligence. And the reason I say this is because we start to have some major conflict in the records starting around 1941, not only with Oswald possibly having been in Fort Worth and simultaneously being in New Orleans, but around 1941, Marguerite Oswald disappears off of the face of the earth. And where she says she is a lie. What she was doing only comes out through inadvertent admissions. And it's clear that between late 41 or possibly mid 41 and January, but sometime between January and April of 44, we can say with certainty, we don't know where Marguerite Oswald's living. We don't know where she's working. We don't know her addresses because the addresses she gave are bunk. And her story completely falls apart. She's supposed to be living in New Orleans, working retail. But see, in 41, late 41 or early 42, she gives up Lee Harvey Oswald to her sister, Lillian Moret. And Lillian takes care of Oswald. And eventually, after about 9 or 10 months, Oswald will enter the Bethlehem orphanage, where he's there a little more than a year, but he's kind of like in, and then they'll take him out for a week or two and put him back. He's kind of bouncing back and forth between the orphanage and Lillian Moret's home. And so when asked where Marguerite was working during this time, Lillian testified to the Warren Commission that she couldn't remember. She believed she was working retail, and she had worked for like a couple shoe stores and Lerner's department store and stuff like that, right? And so the commission just lets it slide at that. Now, in 1966 or 67, the woman who we're told is Marguerite Oswald put out a book with Gene Stafford called A Mother in History. In this book, A Mother in History, she clearly states that she was in 1942 working at the naval base in Algiers, Louisiana, as a switchboard operator, meaning the phone lines. This is a massive confession that exists nowhere else in the written record on the Kennedy assassination about Marguerite Oswald, except for her one page in her book that she wrote with Gene Stafford. And I need to point out the woman who wrote this book is the woman we've come to know as Marguerite Oswald, is not the woman who was born and lived as Marguerite Oswald up until 56 or 57. That I can say with 100% certainty, and that's evident simply from the photographic record alone. The original Marguerite Oswald was 5'7", thin, and somewhat of an attractive woman. The woman that we know as Marguerite Oswald is 5'1". She's short and fat and ugly, and her teeth are mangled. And we have enough pictures of both of these women's front teeth to say with certainty it's not the same person. So, I'm pretty confident I've identified who this woman actually is. I don't know the why, but I'm pretty confident based on the circumstantial evidence. And at this point, 60, 70, 80 years after these records, there's not much else to go on. I'm pretty confident, and based on circumstantial evidence, I know who the woman actually is. But this gets us away from what we were originally talking about, that this is a naval intelligence operation. And the fact that Marguerite Oswald puts herself at the Navy base in 1942, it opens a can of worms that no one has ever even acknowledged or attempted to explain. And so let me explain. In 1942, the men are going off to war. And so the Navy was in massive need of recruitment for everything, not just for like womanly jobs, like answering the phone back then, but like cryptography, like man-at-arms type stuff, dealing with weapons. All kinds of jobs that were vacated due to the soldiers leaving and going overseas had to be filled. So they created the Navy Waves program. It's basically the Women in the Navy program. And these people were civilians. At least most of them were civilians, because I'm sure the good ones got recruited into the Navy full time. But this program was in the ramp up stage until July of 42. And then in July 42, it launches. This is exactly when Marguerite Oswald puts herself at a Navy base as a switchboard operator, which means, and when you dig into the Waves program, those positions were exclusive. And if you were a switchboard operator, it meant you had the highest classification. And what is that? Why is that important? Because it means that Marguerite Oswald worked for the goddamn Navy and she had the highest level security clearance. That's why that's important. And it's been completely ignored by everybody else in the world. And so this to me is the birth of the two Oswald scheme.
And just to jump in for a moment here, this is a revelation, partially through and partially through other people. But digging into like the CIA and OSS. What predates the CIA and OSS? Naval intelligence. I've heard rumors that they were involved in even things like the Lincoln assassination. Who the hell knows what?
Right.
So that's why this is important. Is like we're going back to maybe like more of a root of where this might be coming from. But yeah, please go ahead.
Yes. So I'm starting to come to the realization that naval intelligence was the CIA before the CIA, going back to probably the 1700s, right? Probably going back. They had intelligence during the Revolutionary War. So I'm sure that whatever that intelligence body was didn't ever go away. You know what I mean? It just changed forms over the years. Sure. Another organization that was really important between 45 and 47 was Army intelligence, Army CIC. Particularly in Europe. And I never really made that connection until recently when I read through the Reinhard Gehlen stuff. But Army CIC played a major role in managing global intelligence between the time of the OSS and the CIA. But yeah, naval intelligence, major heavy hitters in this covert world. And to me, it's pretty obvious that this is a child grooming operation, not necessarily to kill a president. But to me, this was like, I think that they recruit families because families are more loyal. When a child is growing up, if the intelligence world can get their hands on them as a child and the relationship with the parent is pre-existing, right? If their parent's a spook, you hear a lot about, intelligence families. And so I think that's why they do it. I think they get kids in the loop because then the association between the agency and their parent is the same. So they feel like betraying the agency is like betraying their parents. You know what I mean? So I think that's why they go after. That's why these child grooming operations, I believe, existed. And if this was the case with Oswald going all the way back to the 40s, how many other people were involved in these type of operations as well? And this is a huge part of what I think they're really hiding with the Kennedy assassination, because I don't think anybody in government today, even the intelligence world, maybe a handful of select people, know the details of what happened with the Kennedy assassination. I think most of the documents are gone. No one's sitting around, informing the new hires of who killed Kennedy, so I think that, you know what I mean? So I think as far as the documents they release a lot of stuff that they don't understand, right? Because some of the greatest documents in the world, like the Kerry Thornley affidavit to Jim Garrison, it's a confession letter, period. It's a confession. 50 pages of I did this, but oh my God, I'm innocent, right? That's what the damn thing says.
Yeah, and he's connected to 8 or 9, super connected people in the conspiracy. It's like, yeah.
Right. So, like the person who released that document had no concept what was in that document. They had no idea. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Now that came from Jim Garrison's collection, but I promise you, the FBI had a copy of that, and Jim Garrison's collection was mostly destroyed. So it's a miracle we have that document. But there are other documents that came out that have great data in them, but like a Joe Schmo working for the CIA today, he doesn't understand what he's reading. No clue whatsoever, So I think they either just get rid of documents in bulk. But another thing about documents, and there's a lot of call for documents, I think it's kind of a waste of time because I don't think the real juicy stuff they put on paper. The real juicy stuff comes down to like the meeting with where I put Kerry Thornley and Perry Russo and Clay Shaw and David Ferry in September of '63 discussing the assassination. That's the kind of thing that's not on paper. The only reason we know about that is because Perry Russo disclosed it to Jim Garrison, but that wasn't on any CIA document. You think they're acquiring weapons from the mob is going to go into a CIA document? No, right? So people are asking for documents. I'm like, you don't even know what you're asking for, and that's the case. There's no point in asking for any more documents. We have all the good stuff, and the stuff that I do want is the stuff on Oswald, all his early life stuff. That's the stuff I need. Standard biographical stuff, school records, like stuff that wouldn't have to be the subject of a report, but that would be standard documents from his life that were collected by them over the years. You know what I mean? So Oswald's life, like I think that the actual interactions with intelligence really started when he went to the Marines. The Marines were pivotal. And this is where Kerry Thornley comes in, but he doesn't come in until roughly March of 1959, and Oswald enters in October of 1956. So Oswald gets into the Marines and he goes to San Diego and he's at Camp Pendleton, allegedly. I'll say allegedly for some things because if there's conflicting information, I'll just say allegedly. So he allegedly goes to Pendleton. We have witnesses who saw him at Pendleton, but then we have the eyewitnesses who saw him at Pendleton. Some of them say that they went with him from Pendleton to Memphis, Tennessee, where he went to airline mechanic school. And that's not the story. And that's not what he did, because we have pictures of Oswald in Biloxi, Mississippi, at a time when he would have otherwise been at Memphis, Tennessee. Right. So the duplicate Oswald stuff that you see all through his early life doesn't stop when you get to the Marines. It only gets worse. We only have one set. Here's the funny thing. We have one set of like duty rosters for him. And we have one like set of Marine diaries showing where he is. But then we have people coming out of the woodwork saying, no, I knew Oswald over here. I was on this boat with Oswald and he was working guard duty. I was over in the Philippines with him and he was on mess duty, right? So we get all this. We have a standardized record, which obviously they curated before letting us have. And they didn't really count on people like John Armstrong, who was, in my opinion, the single greatest investigator ever in Kennedy, as far as his work. His conclusions were half garbage, but his work itself, the level of detail is no one's ever come close to what he did. And the information that he dug up on Armstrong while in the Marines and about talking to people who knew him in 3 different places, you know what I mean? It's just wild. It's obvious there were more than one Oswald, and they were covering this up. And if they're covering this up in the Marine record, it means they knew it at the time of the Warren Commission. And if they knew it at the time of the Warren Commission, they knew it when Oswald was there. And so the whole thing is a big intelligence setup. There's no other way to interpret it. There's no other way to account for the cover-up in the documents. And so Oswald gets back. We'll skip to like when Oswald gets back from Atsugi. And so a lot of controversial stuff happened in Atsugi and in the Philippines. But he gets back around the end of December 22nd of 1958. It goes on break for a couple of weeks, comes back. And then he goes into like from mid-January until March. He's in Yuma, Arizona, where he does like some drills. He's off the coast of California somewhere, I think like maybe San Diego or San Francisco. And he was doing like some other kind of Marine drills. And then in March, this is where it gets really odd, because there's no reference to him speaking Russian. No well, there's some communism stuff, but it doesn't pop up until later. We don't learn about it till later. But we have no indication that he's ever had anything to do at this point with Russia or communism or the Russian language or none of that stuff. There's never been voiced an interest ever. But all of a sudden in March of 59, he takes a Russian test, which he didn't do great on it, but he got a bunch of words right. It was a word test and he got more right than wrong. And so that's weird, right? So why would they give him a test in the first place? And when did he learn to speak those Russian words? We have zero record of him ever having tried to speak Russian before that. After that, he is now alleged to be carrying Russian books or listening to Russian records. And they do these like variety shows where he'll get on the microphone and he'll read from Russian books. So people told the Warren Commission and HSCA and other people that, yes, they knew that he spoke Russian because they heard him speak Russian while he was at Santa Ana. This is the time period that Kerry Thornley comes into his life. And I'm convinced at this point that Kerry Thornley was intentionally put with Oswald because.
Do you think he was impersonating with some of the, I guess, the Russian and communist stuff even that far back? Do you think he was doing?
No.
No. Okay.
No, I don't think he was doing that. What I do think he was doing was when he gets to Atsugi, because you see, Oswald will end up getting out in September of 59, but I think a couple months before that, Thornley gets sent to Atsugi. And he is put into Oswald's unit. All right. So this is where. Let me pause here because there's something else I should probably talk about. That those photographs I showed you where he was in the Marines in 57 in Biloxi. Right. So when I see that, what it tells me that they're sending, because Thornley's not supposed to be a radar operator. And then all of a sudden he's a radar operator. If you look at how his training went and what's listed on his actual training. His training as a radar operator, well, he didn't take the radar operator course. He took the same course that Oswald did. But he's in Biloxi from approximately July through December of 1957. On his record, it says that he's out at in California somewhere. But he's not in California. He's at Biloxi. So they covered that up for some reason. So he learned the aircraft stuff. During this time on his roster, it's saying he's doing AAA man. And then after AAA man, it says he's doing retraining. So the duty that he's supposed to be at is in California doing retraining, but he's actually in Biloxi going through electronics, first airline electronics, and then the basic airline control operator course, just like Oswald did. And why did they hide that from his record? And then why, when he testified to the Warren Commission, did he say that he didn't even join the Marines active duty until September of 1958? He straight up lied. He straight up lied. The courses that he took were active duty. His basic training on his duty roster is active duty. After his basic training, when he goes to AAA man, and this is only in, hell, the end of 1956, it says transfer FR active duty. I don't know what that means. It probably means transfer from active duty, but I don't know why they would say that. During this time, he finishes high school, right? So he does his boot camp during summer before high school. Then we don't know what he's doing, but he's checking in or doing something because there's changes in his roster. Like he was doing this and then they changed him to doing that at a time when he's supposed to be in high school. So I don't know what's going on with that. After high school, he will then go to Biloxi. And that's all hidden. Why? We don't know. But he goes to Etsugi, Japan. He's in Oswald's unit, and he gets out there. He starts asking questions about Oswald. He gives the name of Rick Thornley to a Marine named Ronald Schwinghammer. And Schwinghammer said that Rick Thornley was like asking a lot of questions about Oswald, about other guys in Oswald's unit, and he was taking pictures. Why was he doing this? He was obviously sent there to me, it seems obvious he was trying to get a grip on who Oswald was. He was trying to figure out what he was doing, kind of get more of a feel for him, even though he had already been with him. Because after he gets back, starting in February of he claims February 61, that he will leave the Marines in October of 60. And then he will come back, but he doesn't end up in New Orleans. He says February 61. I think he's lying because we have the Bolton Ford incident, January 61. And I'm convinced he was at Bolton Ford with Lawrence Howard using the name Lee Oswald. So this is the first time that we can say with certainty somebody attempted to use the name Lee Oswald at a time when Oswald's in the Soviet Union. Okay. And so I put him in the intelligence loop, connected to all the people he needs to be connected to by probably January 61. Because we don't know what he did. It was allegedly 2 months he spent in Whittier before going to New Orleans. I don't believe that for a split second. The guy's a liar. And so we can't trust anything he says. We have to have some sort of corroboration for everything. Mm-hmm. And the reason I put him at the Bolton Ford is because of the description and the height. He was the same height as Lawrence Howard. It couldn't have been William Seymour or any of the other Oswald impersonators because he would have been shorter. But Kerry Thornley was 5'10". And so Lawrence Howard was generally, I think he was 5'11", but he was generally the same height, whereas William Seymour was like 5'7". Big difference. But these guys were very similar in height. And the other person was a pockmarked Latin guy, very husky. Always Lawrence Howard when you get that description. And so, yes, so he's in the intelligence loop way back then. And I think Kerry Thornley got recruited into intelligence when he was a teenager, like 15 or 16, when he won the Voice of Democracy contest out in Whittier, California. I think that was it. Yeah. He was a nerd in high school, man. Like that guy was like, he would enter science fairs.
He's smart as shit. That's why, like, I tried to justify it before, like, oh, he kind of got looped into something that he didn't know. No, he wasn't a dummy. He definitely wasn't a dummy.
He was like, he would win essay contests. He was like he would win debates in the debate team. I mean, that's the kind of guy he was. He was like a straight up, he was a straight A teacher's pet kind of student. Then when you look at his Marine record, this blew me away. His Marine record, you get a proficiency score. And I think it's like out of 4, I think it's out of 4.0. And like, he got like 4.0 or like 3.9 on every single thing. I mean, he was not a slouch like Oswald, even though he tries to tell us he was a slouch like Oswald. You know what I mean? And so everything about his behavior, his lying about his Marine record, his kind of sloughing it off when it was obviously very important to him and he did excellent in it. This to me just reeks of intelligence cover up. But I would love to have been there. I would love to have been a fly on the wall when he got to talk, hey, this is what we really do, because I think all spooks get that talk at some point from somebody. And that would have bin a fascinating conversation to hear.
Yeah. No, certainly. So, so yeah, I guess a question I guess we should, and we can work through it with the conclusion, but just to make sure the audience is with us. And this ties more into, again, not necessarily JFK, but more just, I guess, 20th century intelligence. But like, why would this, why in the hell would the security state go through so much trouble, for all these, these impersonators? Why was this, I think you've talked, was it AE Balcony? There's a program, that this might be connected to potentially.
Yeah, so the AE Balcony thing is, my opinion on this has evolved a little, and AE Balcony absolutely has to play a role, because AE Balcony was the program that was involved in getting spies into the Soviet Union, into the states that Oswald went. He went to Belarus, and that was one of those Eastern Bloc states that was under the AE Balcony umbrella. He was also there for the same exact time that AE Balcony was in place until June of 62, from 59 to June of 62. That's when AE Balcony ran, and that's when he was in the Soviet Union, right? So you have a lot of things that line up with the AE Balcony program. Here's where I now have a problem with him being a direct participant in that, and that's because there was this theory in the two Oswalds that one of the Oswalds was actually, from an Eastern Bloc country who spoke fluent Russian and was brought to America. I am absolutely convinced that is not the case anymore. Okay. And the AE Balcony program specifically worked with naturalized American citizens. Naturalized meaning they came here from another country and they were naturalized. So I don't believe that applies to Oswald anymore. And so that would probably usurp him from that program. However, him being in Belarus, in Minsk, in 1959 to 62, at the exact same time AE Balcony was in charge of getting spies into those places, there's no possibility they were not aware of him. There was no possibility they were not aware of him. And if they were aware of him, they had to have been aware that he was there on an intelligence mission, not an intelligence mission to gather intelligence, just to go there and get them to spin their gears. I think that was the whole false defector program. These guys went and they lived there and they didn't do nothing. No spy stuff at all. They just lived. And they had 24-hour-a-day surveillance. They probably had millions of rubles spent on their surveillance, and this is a way for the CIA just to get the KGB to burn their gears. Really, they wasted time surveilling this guy for 2.5 years and he didn't do a damn thing. That's what I'm convinced of. And they spent millions and millions and millions of rubles doing that. And I think that's why the whole program existed, just to get them to keep them busy, keep them occupied. But there has to be a connection to AE Balcony because of the overlap in the time and the place and all that stuff. And it's impossible for them to have not been aware. I mean, just absolutely impossible. But direct participation, I question now because of my conclusion that he was not some foreign kid brought to America who spoke Russian. And to me, I really got to that conclusion because, a number of things. You see the divergence on the record in 41, right? That would indicate that that's long before the war was over. And it was supposed to be after the war that they would have brought these kids back to America. So yeah, that rules that out right there. Gotcha. And then you have Oswald. One of the Oswalds meets with Milton Kurian, who's a psychiatrist in New York, when he goes to the youth house, which is where he's, he gets in trouble for truancy. And so he goes and he talks to Milton Kurian, and Milton Kurian, he makes a statement to him that to me, I think is absolutely incredibly important. He tells Milton Kurian that he has trouble going to school and he doesn't like to go to school. And that oftentimes when he had gotten to a new community, knowing that he would ditch school, that his brother would go to school in his stead. That's a direct quote. Now, that doesn't make any sense at all if you acknowledge that his next youngest brother would be 6 years older than him. Robert Oswald is about 5 years and 8 months older than Lee Harvey Oswald. There is no possibility that a 15 or 16-year-old Robert Oswald could ever have gone to school and said that he was Lee Harvey Oswald, a 12-year-old or an 11-year-old, right? Never would have happened in a million years. So what brother is he talking about? What other brother does he have that could have possibly gone to school in his stead? And to me, this is the single best explanation we have of the two Oswalds, that they were brothers, and that's how one could get away with going to school in the other's stead. And they look awful damn alike, which means that they're either twins, fraternal twins, born on October 18th and possibly one on October 19th, 1939. That's a possibility. Or Marguerite Oswald had an affair with Harvey Francis Oswald, who's Robert Oswald's brother, and that the other Oswald was born, 10, 11 months later. Like, she got right back to it. It's one of those two possibilities. It has to be one of those two possibilities if they're brothers. There's no other time frame or personages or nothing like that. And one thing I have to tell you, that Marguerite Oswald was a horrible human being. She was promiscuous. She cheated on every man she was ever with. And the idea that she would hop with Robert's brother immediately is like par for the course for me at this point.
Makes perfect sense, huh?
Right. And another thing, he had some kind of relationship with her because Robert Oswald dies August 19th, 1939. He had a heart attack while mowing the lawn. Marguerite Oswald attempted to have him buried the same day and didn't notify the family. They found out about this and it caused a major uproar, and they basically disowned her and they never spoke to her ever again. Robert Oswald ended up being buried the next day, and he was not buried in the Oswald plot. He was buried in the Claverie plot, which should have been ultra offensive to the Oswalds. Like, Marguerite Oswald stole the body is the bottom line. That's how it goes. And so the only family member who continued to talk to her was Harvey Francis Oswald, Robert Oswald's older brother. And he's the one who signed off on Lee Harvey Oswald's certificate of live birth, because there's no birth certificate for Oswald. We don't have that. Birth certificate for Oswald doesn't exist. It existed at one time. We don't have it, though. And all we have is the Declaration of Live Birth, which was signed like 5 or 6 days later, attesting to the fact that there had been a birth. Like the thing with Obama, right? Obama didn't have a birth certificate. He had the certification of live birth, which is a different thing. That's exactly what Oswald has. Nobody has Oswald's birth certificate, but the FBI references 2 different birth certificates in the FBI documents. So it might have existed at one time. It might not have. We don't know. We don't have a clue.
It was for Harvey Lee, not Lee Harvey, huh? Maybe.
I would be willing to bet. Because that Harvey Lee pops up so many times. I counted just in my book 6, like what I called real-time examples of the use of Harvey Oswald by allegedly Lee Oswald, and going back to when he was a kid. And even his brother, when in 1962, when he gets back from the Soviet Union, he meets with his alleged half brother, John Pick, on Thanksgiving. And when he put his name into John Pick's address book, he wrote his name as Harvey. So that's weird. So that means that
I've never wrote the wrong name for myself. I don't know about you.
No, never. No, never. And people who knew him as Harvey. And then when you go through like the FBI letters that were written, the collection of letters by the FBI, they have letters that were written to Marguerite Oswald by people, just from out there in society. And a bunch of people wrote to her saying, we're really sorry about Harvey. We knew him and we loved him and he was a great guy and all this stuff. I was like, what are you talking about? Right? He didn't have any friends. What are you talking about? We all loved him. Where are his friends? What friends? He's a loner, right? That's a story. So, and these friends, I can tell you, got to be connected to Knoxville, Tennessee, somewhere, because I have been able to kind of sort of put into a decent chronology certain of the alleged sightings of Lee Harvey Oswald, which I determined actually probably were the person we discuss as Oswald and not an impersonator. Most likely at Antioch College and at the Atomic Energy Museum up in Tennessee, just outside of Knoxville. Because you see, you have the timeline where Lee Harvey Oswald goes and speaks at the Jesuit school in Mobile, Alabama, at the end of July 1963. But we then have allegedly him signing into the Atomic Energy Museum, and it's dated a day or two before that. And then we have an alleged sighting of him where he gave a talk at Antioch College in Ohio. And it had to have been at the exact same time. And so I kind of like figured a bunch of stuff out by putting that into a chronology and then debunking the statements of everyone who lied about that. Like, I can tell you with certainty, Marina, Ruth Payne, and the Moretz all lied about Lee Harvey Oswald driving to Mobile, Alabama. They all have the same story when they left New Orleans, when they got there. All of it conflicts with the alleged sightings of Oswald up in Tennessee and Ohio, which I honestly, at this point, I doubted at one point. I believe them now. I genuinely believe that they were the person we know as Oswald up at those places. And that meant that those people, his family, lied about it. So why are they lying about him going up to the Atomic Energy Museum in Tennessee? Why are they covering that? Why are they covering for him giving a talk up at Antioch College? I don't know why they're covering for it. Obviously, because that was kind of connected to some kind of intelligence stuff he must have been doing on some level. There's a researcher named Jennifer Lake. You can Google her blog, Jennifer Lake's blog, and she has an article called Atomic Agent Oswald, where she basically implies he was a undercover agent that worked in the atomic field, and that this was kind of an indication that he did it. And I'm like, that's interesting. Another thing that's interesting is, so one of the letters I just mentioned was written to Marina Oswald, and it said, and it was signed by D.A. Wolf, and it was from Knoxville, Tennessee, where the Atomic Energy Museum was. And this is the guy who said that, we all love the Harvey and this and that. And so I start looking for D.A. Wolf connected to the Atomic Energy Museum. And, well, I don't find that in Tennessee, but I don't find that. I find a D.A. Wolf who was a scientist who worked at an actual atomic facility up there in Tennessee. And so I'm like, wait a minute. So we have a nuclear scientist in Tennessee named D.A. Wolf, and we have a D.A. Wolf writing to Marina Oswald from Knoxville, Tennessee, the same place as this atomic facility. I'm like, holy shit. Oswald was dealing with some atomic scientist for some reason during the summer of 63.
Ooh.
Why? Why is this going on? I have no idea. I don't have any idea. But he obviously had introduced himself to this guy as Harvey, because that's what he wrote in the letter. He actually writes L. Harvey Oswald, and then for the rest of the letter, he just refers to him as Harvey, because that's how he went. And so, yes. So if you actually start to pluck all the real-time usage of the name Harvey Oswald, I could probably think of like 9 or 10 right off the top of my head right now, and I'm sure there's dozens more that I don't know about. And see, that will paint an entirely different picture than the Kennedy assassination story we all know,
Yeah, no, it's certainly different. And that's it's kind of why it resonated. Is obviously the Kerry Thornley connection was important for me personally, but Garrison knew about Thornley. You talked about this. I mean, he was on top of so much of this stuff. I guess I want to make sure to get back to kind of the Idle Warrior. I want to make sure to mention the Idle Warriors and get back to Thornley, but at least. Oh gosh, well, I don't know.
The Idle Warrior, let me just comment real quick on this. So that book was he started that book when he was in Atsugi. And it was just kind of it almost started as almost like a journal, right? But he ended up writing because it was really about, you got these guys trained to kill and they're just sitting around because there's no war. That was kind of the theme. What do Marines do when there's nothing to do, right? That was kind of the basic plot.
Radicalized by communists.
And then he says that, so here's the thing, like Oswald goes in late 59. He says he writes the book about Oswald, but really he had already started the book before. And then he kind of inserted the Oswald character after Oswald defects. That's kind of the story. I kind of question that, because in 1960, he gets, like, immediately upon getting back, because he leaves the service in October of 60, and this newspaper article I have was from 1960, so it must have been between October and December. There's a newspaper article about Kerry Thornley and his book, The Idle Warriors, and this article is from Whittier, California, in that time period, and it doesn't mention Oswald at all, and Oswald had already defected and was well known in the news. So why would they not mention Oswald in that article? It would have given more weight to the article. The article would have hit harder. It would have been more of an important article instead of this hometown hero writes a book story, which is exactly what it was. It was Kerry Thornley wrote this book, and he's a hometown hero, and he was awesome in school, and we love Kerry Thornley. I mean, he was he literally was like a hometown hero. And so, yeah, so that was like the first public acknowledgement of his book. And so the evolution of that story over time is wild, because he ends up getting to New Orleans, and he will end up, well, here's another thing. Everybody he communicated with in New Orleans was CIA. So he goes and he first works for the Foster Awning Company. But the Foster Awning Company is where he happens to meet Gary Kirsten and brother, the spooked guys who he ends up, putting the blame on later. So there's more to that story than it's just a Foster Awning Company, right? It's obviously a front because there's another spy working there that he ends up meeting and gets connected with. Then after that, he ends up going to work for Kent Courtney, who was like an ultra right-wing propagandist who had a newsletter funded by the CIA. And then from there, he gets introduced to Martin McAuliffe, who's a professor at LSU, and he's introduced to Martin McAuliffe by a woman named Joyce Talley. Martin McAuliffe is clearly CIA, and he introduces him to Guy Bannister. So every single person that Kerry Thornley interacts with and confesses he interacts with when he gets back to New Orleans is all at a minimum, highly suspicious to be CIA, right? At a freaking minimum, right? Weird people that are involved with weird stuff that most people aren't involved with, right? And that's all he's interacting with when he gets down to New Orleans. But here's the funny part about the Idle Warriors connection here, because he meets with Martin McAuliffe through Joyce Talley, allegedly because Joyce Talley gave Martin McAuliffe a copy of the Idle Warriors. Martin McAuliffe read it and thought it was like the greatest book ever written, which is like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And so they meet at like the Bourbon House or some other cafe, and they meet a couple times. And then after they meet a couple times, Martin McAuliffe will meet with Kerry Thornley and Guy Bannister, allegedly for them to discuss the Idle Warriors. Again, my eyes can't roll back in my head far enough. This is the dumbest story I've ever heard. This guy is a hack. He is not a brilliant writer. I don't care how smart he is. His book is, he's not a good writer. He's just not.
Have you read The Idle Warriors?
I have a PDF of it, and I've skimmed through it, and okay. I swear, I start to read his writings, and my eyes start to just glaze over, and I'm like,
it wasn't the next American masterpiece.
No, my God, this guy is so full of himself, and his perception on things swings. You don't know what he believes about anything because he swings from the left to the right to the up and the down in 2 sentences. I mean, it's almost like he was taught this in some CIA obfuscation course. But he's the perfect guy to recruit. Perfect guy to recruit for intelligence. Basically a ass kisser in high school, super smart, won all the contests. Boom, that's a guy you can mold. And you give him a little freedom. And then when he gets down to New Orleans, here's another thing. Another reason I'm convinced he was way higher up the chain than most people think. He wasn't an underling to anybody. I'll tell you that much. He might have had a handler, but he was not like subservient to he wasn't one of Ferry's guys. He wasn't one of Clay Shaw's guys. He was at least minimum on par with those guys. Because when you read the writings or when you read the testimony of Perry Russo made it really clear that the person he thought was Oswald, which was clearly Kerry Thornley, the bearded beatnik with the dirty fingernails. And it's at the same time period in September 1963 when Kerry Thornley gets back from his trip to Whittier in Mexico City. But it was clear that Kerry Thornley was a complete dick to these guys. Like, he was a total dick to David Ferry. They were not buddy or chummy. And Kerry Thornley often didn't associate with Ferry and his friends that he brought over to the house, and he would stick to himself a lot. And that told me, and he would make snide remarks to David Ferry, and that told me everything I needed to know. Because you don't get stuck into a subservient type situation where you're there to take orders from a guy running an assassination operation, and then you tell him to go fuck himself, right? It just doesn't work that way. So that told me that Kerry Thornley was put into this position because he was their equal, is what I'm thinking. And then when the dots get all connected to him going to Dallas and being involved with the tippet shooting and all that stuff, and then the fleeing to the Texas Theater, that whole series of events to me completely corresponds with David Ferry going to the tippet shooting from the Knoll, and then when you realize they got this relationship, this intelligence-based relationship, which Perry Russo to me was the proof of, or at least the strongest substantiating element, I'd say, instead of proof. Then the whole thing falls into place, and you realize that the phone calls that allegedly David Ferry made while he was on his alibi trip from the Alamo Motel, he calls WSHO and WDSU, radio and television stations in New Orleans, and the whole thing just seems pretty obvious. The relationship there, that's why they were together on the tippet shooting. That's why the phone calls were made to those radio stations. And then Kerry Thornley ends up back in New Orleans. So where Kerry Thornley's alibi has been pretty obfuscated. Some of the documents will say he was at work on Friday. That's not true at all. He ends up admitting to, I forget if it's in the Garrison confession letter or where it was, but he acknowledges that he wasn't at work until Saturday. But I don't even know about that. And that job had to have been some sort of cover job, because I can say clearly he was at the boarding house in Dallas. And there were a lot of days that he was at the boarding house in Dallas in the weeks leading up to the assassination. Therefore, he couldn't be working in New Orleans and living at the boarding house simultaneously. Therefore, when I look at everyone else's job, Oswald's job, William Seymour's job, everybody who allegedly had a job didn't have a job. They were fake jobs. They were front jobs, like beach welding for William Seymour. Beach welding gave William Seymour an alibi for November 22nd. When I can tell you with 100% certainty, I bet my life on it, that guy was in Dallas. Okay. So you have jobs covering for people. And I think that's no different than what happened at the cafe that Kerry Thornley was working at in New Orleans, because he even admitted that he wasn't there till Saturday. He has no alibi for Friday, So he's an interesting study, because there's a ton of obfuscation and very little written from the perspective of him as a suspect. It's always he was just Oswald's Marine buddy and doesn't really know much, and that's kind of how he's been played off.
Yeah, and that I guess. Yeah, it's fascinating. Definitely fascinating. But I guess I would mention we're about 7 minutes come up to 9 p.m. Eastern, and if anyone has any calls for or any questions for Corey, you can give us a call here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, PAZNIA.com/call2. I guess the setup's a little different tonight, so PAZNIA.com/call2. Please note that difference, and give us a call if you do like. But no, like I remember back. Thinking back, like back in 2022, thinking back to all of the times I've seen, the assassinations and like the abuse of patsies and stuff. Patsies get killed. Kerry was never in any danger. He wasn't killed. He was protected. Like he was taken out. Like we talked about last time, he was taken out of the upper level of the theater. This Oswald lookalike who, and maybe you can get into this too, like more of this impersonation to where Marina's neighbors couldn't really tell the difference between Kerry and Oswald. They looked exactly alike. So I guess with that, go forward. Yeah.
So Kerry Thornley had maintained forever that he had no contact with Oswald once he got back to New Orleans. He would have technically been in New Orleans for 18 months at the same time that Oswald allegedly would have been back from Soviet Union, right? So he would have only really been there from the end of April through September-ish, which is really weird. This is another thing that I haven't been able to figure out, but there's something to it. For some reason, they had Oswald leave the Dallas-Fort Worth area and go to New Orleans around April, the end of April, and he's there in New Orleans until the end of September, and then he goes back to Fort Worth. At that exact same time period, with minor overlap, from that exact same time period, Kerry Thornley allegedly leaves New Orleans and goes to Whittier, California. Also, Robert Oswald, at this exact same time period, leaves Fort Worth and goes to Arkansas. All of them will return to their place they left from at the end of September, all within like the same week. There's something there. They did that on purpose. I don't know why. It keeps me up at night. Robert Oswald undoubtedly played a role in the setup of Lee Harvey Oswald. Unquestionably. He's such a duplicitous fuck. And that guy, he must just be a sociopath like his mother. That's the only explanation I can give. Because that guy started throwing Oswald under the bus right from day one. And if these guys are all brothers, if there's two Oswalds who are brothers, Robert Oswald's a brother too. And here's another thing. When you look at their profile, all three of them, both Oswalds and Robert Oswald, they have an ear that has a curve with a flat part in it. All three of them have the same little flat part in the curve of their earlobe, which is really interesting. And that was another factor that indicates to me that they're all brothers. Wow. So, but yeah, the time frame of Kerry Thornley leaving from New Orleans, allegedly going to Whittier, California, where he goes through Mexico City, right? So he leaves from New Orleans.
Yeah, this is the quote unquote Oswald sighting in Mexico City or whatever.
Well, I think it's the one that's leading up to it, because if that was him in Mexico City, which I'm pretty sure it was, because there's no other person in the cast of characters who meets all the criteria who would have to be in order to be the guy down in Mexico City. But that guy went there in May on the way to Whittier. Is Mexico City on the way to Whittier, California from New Orleans? No.
Just a little out of the way.
It's like 1,000 miles out of the way. Okay. So he goes to Mexico City for a purpose, and then he goes to Whittier. And on the way back, he'll pass through Mexico City again at the end of August before landing in New Orleans, September 4th. And then we have the Oswald alleged trip to Mexico City at the end, which would be September. I mean, technically, he had to have left. If it was Oswald, he would have had to have left September 24th, but he didn't because he was in New Orleans on September 26th. I don't think anybody took the buses into Mexico City like we're told. I believe that he was most likely flown into Mexico City by David Magyar, who is the other guy who got a travel visa, allegedly the same day as Oswald. But Oswald didn't get a travel visa. It was most likely Kerry Thornley who went and got the visa. But here's another thing. I think they went and sent people to do Oswald impersonation stuff on paper. Like with the visa stuff, I don't think there was like a picture on your visa or any of that stuff. It was just a piece of paper. And so I don't think that it was really important to send people who look like Oswald to go do documentation type stuff. And I think a bunch of people did that. I think they ended up putting Oswald paperwork in different places, and it didn't necessarily have to be Kerry Thornley who did it. You know what I mean? It was because it was just really to create a paper record of something. But yeah, I think Kerry Thornley was flown into Mexico City by David Magyar. And I think that the FBI pretty much concluded Oswald never took a bus out, and that they were able to determine that he was driven out in a car. So that's pretty much how I think that Kerry Thornley got to Laredo, Texas. And then from Laredo, Texas, I think he meets up with Marina Oswald and somebody else, because Marina doesn't drive. So somebody drove Marina to Alice, Texas, and dropped her off with a car, and they meet Kerry Thornley in Laredo. And then for the next 3 or 4 days, you have a dozen Oswald sightings through Alice, Texas, that completely conflict with the known story. At a time when Oswald is supposed to be staying at the YMCA in Fort Worth, which I have some doubts about too. But we have about 4 or 5 days, October 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I believe, are the dates, maybe even the 6th, where you have witnesses who say they saw Oswald and his wife and child in Alice, Texas. He went to a radio station to apply for a job. But the people said that he had dirty fingernails and he had a little stubble on his face. So it's not Oswald. Oswald was what we would call a metrosexual today. He was like always clean shaven. He always had his hair nice and cut. His fingernails were always nice and trim and clean. So every single sighting of Oswald where he's got dirty fingernails, you can bet it's Kerry Thornley, because that guy was a slob. And that's the description of him all through Alice, Texas. You know, he got a day or two of rough stubble on his face, dirty fingernails, had a kind of an attitude. And when he stopped at the radio station, he said that he had his wife stayed in the car because she didn't speak English, and they had her child in the car, right? So, you know, to me, that connects Marina to the setup, because I have other evidence that she was in on the setup, like she signed the Alec Heidel card, the selective service card that Oswald never had. That was her handwriting. The Hunter of Fascists on the back of the photograph with the rifle, that was her handwriting. So she was involved with the setup of Oswald. And then once I realized Kerry Thornley and an Oswald type figure was seen in Alice, Texas with this woman who didn't speak English and had a child, I'm like, okay, makes perfect sense. And that connects right back to Schwegman's grocery store and the Jesus Christ, my dog, sorry. And my, you know, so this stuff all connected right back to the witness sightings of Marina and Kerry Thornley at the Oswald residence, right? So yeah, it all to me fits together like one big puzzle. It makes perfect sense. They were in on the setup of Oswald. And Kerry Thornley got, you know, pretty much excluded from the whole thing. He didn't get to live the high life like Jack Valenti got to live the high life, but he continually had jobs in weird places. He went to Los Angeles, and he happened to get a job working as the doorman for Johnny Roselli's building. Johnny Roselli, the mobster. What? And he also told Garrison that he actually hung out with Johnny Roselli and that they had conversations about the Kennedy assassination. I'm like, what? You're admitting this? What's wrong with you? Right? It was 10 years after, you know, Garrison's investigation was pretty much wrapped up, and there was no chance of being prosecuted, right? So I think that's why Kerry Thornley kind of spilt the beans on a lot of things, or insinuated things. Like at one point, he's telling Garrison, he's like, yeah, we were in the Marines, and the Marines is governed by Naval Intelligence. So he's like, I'm pretty surprised that Naval Intelligence said they didn't have any files on us, right? What's he saying?
He's saying there's files.
Yeah, he's telling Garrison there's files, right? And so why did he do the confession? Because it was years later. He was not going to suffer any consequences. And I think he just wanted Garrison to kind of, I think he respected Garrison. He knew the deal. He might have even had a little bit of regret or remorse. And that was maybe his confession to a priest kind of thing. I think when you do something like that in your youth and you see how it affected the country, you could really come to see how it could, you could really come to regret your role in it. But he obviously continued to be funded by the CIA because all that Discordian stuff was CIA. All the Robert Anton.
That's where I was going to go. Yep, that's where I was going to go with the next. That like we do know, like I know at least some of the stuff that he did like in the mid '60s because he was writing for these seemingly small, like they're very small libertarian zines from those days. But he was editor and he was submitted articles to it, which it's hard to it's hard to fathom. That difference, like writing about freedom, like so yeah. If he really believed in those things that he wrote, and again, like I got good thought. Like sounds stupid, but I didn't get any bad bad vibes from those articles or anything like that when I was reading them or whatever. It seemed like you're just like a freedom pioneer, like anyone else in those publications.
Have you ever talked to his son?
No, I have not. No,
he's got a son in Atlanta named Craig with a K.
Craig Thornley. He's got
Craig Thornley.
Alive. Okay.
I think it's like Krag. Actually, it's spelled weird, but I think it's Craig Thornley, and he's in Atlanta, and he's got a normal like business job. I mean, he's just a normal dude. I would love to talk to that guy, but he does not seem to be someone who has ever put his toe into this world, And so, but I think he'd be. Who knows what he'd say at this point? I mean, someone should reach out to talk to the guy, and that's just not what I do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But somebody should really talk to him because he might have something. He might know something. He might have some little inkling of some information. His dad might have confessed and told him everything. We don't have any idea.
Yeah, no, that's true, and I guess that would I appreciate that conclusion from you because with all the people he was connected to, like there's so much stuff like he wasn't and he was intelligent, he wasn't just stupid. But yeah, if you're in your 20s and you're freedom radical or whatever, you could probably get swayed in very easy connection with money and CIA influence and all of that. So like I mean, it's not justification at all, but it's like maybe later on he came to realize like holy shit, I was involved in something that I thought I was doing something good. And I actually kind of, changed the course of everything, like in such a bad way.
Right. Just imagine this. You're like a 16-year-old kid, you win this Voice of Democracy contest and you get recruited by whatever means. And they start to sell you a story.
Yeah, it's grooming that everyone talks about today. It's just a different type of grooming. Yeah.
And then part of that would probably had to have been, he had to go through the Marines to get some formalized training. And then after that, what does he do? I mean, how much time from the time he gets out till the time he ends up in New Orleans? It's only like 3 months. So imagine this. You start as a 16-year-old kid. You start doing this, what you think you're going to be a spy, and you go to do all this Marine training. It's all exciting. It's all one continuous flow of events for you, really. This everything from being recruited at 16 all the way through ending up in New Orleans and this entire Kennedy assassination thing, and then being swept up into the whirlwind of investigation for years afterwards. I don't see that he had any kind of psychological or mental break from this, right? At what point in time did he have to recover from the psychological stress of being involved in this whirlwind of activity, which began at the age of 16? I don't see him as having any chance to have really had time to recuperate from that, because once the assassination was over, he was drawn into the whirlwind of subpoenas and Jim Garrison and that whole thing, which lasted until the early 70s. Right. So from 1955 through early 70s, 15, 16 years, this is an insane amount of pressure to have on somebody, and I can see crashing off of that, like having just a crash. Like when you get off of drugs, you know what I mean? Like just crashing.
No, I mentioned one of the books I read earlier that had some of the actual letters, and it was it looked very much like the affidavit that you read in one of your recent episodes on Thornley. But it was 1992, so it was after, and it was a letter to like a psychiatric hospital. So I think he was fucked up in the head until he died, probably from this.
Yes.
And it looked very much like that letter in what 70 was it 78 or whenever it was. I'd like to see. I see Kerry Thornley is an important figure,
But I haven't been able to do the deep dive into Thornley because he's only been one of many important figures. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even though I know a ton about Kerry Thornley, I think it only scratches the surface, really. I'd like to see some of that stuff and some of those letters, because at some point a book's going to have to be written on Thornley and his involvement and the path that led him there, because no one's ever done it.
Well, there are 2 books, but one of them's garbage, absolute garbage, and the other one is only interesting for the archival stuff, which is only stuff you really care about at this point.
The Adam Gorightly stuff, I've been all through his website, and there's some good stuff on that website, but he's very much a Thornley apologist, and Thornley was an involved guy. When he tries very hard to debunk the notion that Thornley had any contact with Douglas Jones. And that's clearly wrong, right? And so I just don't understand the guy's motivation, what makes him tick, why he's so into Thornley and as not an assassination person. It's strange. It's just really strange.
Certainly. So, I guess just we kind of already talked about the Discordianism. We talked about it in the first one. That's good enough there. But I guess just a more general question here that I've heard you talk about before. I know your focus is JFK, but this is also JFK research, or the connection that she made. But I guess so it ties to the MLK assassination. Was a relative of Jack Valente? Is that right? Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so everyone's always wanted to know, is there a Raoul? Who's Raoul? There's even been books written on the identity of Raoul, saying he was like a truck driver and stuff. Like, I don't know where these people get this information from. So the biggest hint in the world as to who Raoul actually was came from James Earl Ray. And James Earl Ray ended up making numerous statements to people that the short tramp in Dealey Plaza was Raoul. And a lot of people, for many decades, that was kind of people were kind of bickered over whether that was true or not. I didn't really know. And I absolutely 100% now believe that. And the reason I 100% now believe that is because not only the photographic evidence that he looks you can tell that the pictures of the tramps were all tampered with. In one of the pictures of the short tramp, they even put a fake nose on him. I swear to God, it's not his nose. It's 2 different noses in 2 different pictures. It's crazy. But they tampered with all those pictures. And on top of that, all of the tramps, when you look at those photos, those guys are pros, because in every picture, they knew they were being photographed, and they're like scrunching their faces. All pictures, they're all making these faces. They're like, pushing their jaw out. They're scrunching up their eyes, like they're blocking the sun kind of thing. Like, you will not see you'll see very few clear pictures of the tramps. And so when I finally actually determined that the short tramp was a guy named Vincent Caltagirone Jr., I determined this through the Winterland Ice Arena, which is actually David Ferrier's alibi that he gave for why he couldn't have been involved with the Kennedy assassination, because he was out ice skating at this ice skating rink in Houston, right? I did the deepest dive in the world and completely unearthed all the secrets of the Winterland. And it turns out the woman who ran the Winterland, Mary Boots Roberts, she actually opened the Winterland with Lyndon Johnson. Lyndon Johnson owned the Winterland ice skating rink that David Ferrie used as an alibi. And the woman, Mary Boots Roberts, who opened it with Lyndon Johnson as the owner, and she was the tenant, she will end up on the record officially going to work for NASA on the Apollo and Gemini missions, but you can't find her name associated with the Apollo and Gemini missions at all, because she never went and worked there, because she's a spook. The Winterland ended up being a CIA front. Well, turns out her birth name, Mary Boots Roberts, her birth name was Caltagirone. And so I had already gone through Jack Valente, and that name Caltagirone had popped up in my research already. And then it popped up again completely independently at the Winterland. And I was like, wait a minute. That's a very rare name. I had never heard that name before this. And now I've got 2 of them. I was like, nah, there's a connection here. And it turns out Vincent Caltagirone Jr., the first cousin of Mary Boots Roberts, who owned the Winterland, was married to Jack Valente's sister, Lorraine Valente. And they were not just married for a short time. They were married for at least 11 years 12 years. 12 years they were married, and they had 2 children. And that's how I made the connection between the Winterland and Jack Valente, because of the children. They had the same name, Caltagirone. And when I looked at the obituaries for both Vincent Caltagirone and Lorraine Valente Dinerstein, they both had the same kid's name with the last name Caltagirone. I was like, no way. Then I find a reference to Vincent in the Jack Valente file with a line. The name Vincent is written in the column of a document about the family. And there's a line from Vincent to a redacted name. The redacted name was Jack Valenti's sister. So yes, why did history try to cover this up? Why is the FBI went out of their way to try to hide the relationship between Vincent and Jack? And I don't know why. You will not find. I found the marriage license between Vincent and Lorraine by miracle. But you will not really find divorce papers. You won't find divorce records. You won't find anything like that. But the FBI references divorce records. So where the hell are these records, right? Why are they hiding Jack? Why are Jack Valenti's sister's divorce records classified? Why? Everything about Vincent is classified because he's Raoul. Now, that got me thinking about the Martin Luther King assassination, which honestly, I'll probably never end up getting to. I just don't have enough time in my life. I mean, I've got at least 3 other books
entirely.
on Kennedy. But I'm leaning in the direction of Jack Valenti probably is the guy who shot Martin Luther King. And the only evidence I have for that is, number one, Raoul is his former brother-in-law, and Raoul was present in Dealey Plaza. And so that tells me he was most likely Jack's spotter. And so one thing I've learned about these guys is that when these hitmen guys, they usually work in pairs, like Lenny Patrick and Dave Yaris, and they stick together for life because they trust each other. And so I kind of assumed, I'd like to think that they stuck together for that one. And also, Jack Valenti was traveling. He was out of DC traveling at the time of the assassination of Martin Luther King. And an article about Martin Luther King, and he ended up writing and having published nationwide in every newspaper the next day, an article about the life of Martin Luther King, which to me is almost like they do stuff like that so because it's hiding in plain sight is kind of how I look at it, you know?
So just for the benefit of the listeners here, so Jack Valenti was, his reward for, he was one of the assassins, right? He was on the grassy knoll.
Yes, that is my opinion. I believe the evidence is overwhelming.
Yeah.
Including the photographs of him on the Secret Service car with David Morales, the fact that he lied about where he was, the fact that his story contradicts all of the witnesses that he put as his alibi. They never mentioned him once. You know, people come out of the woodwork trying to give him an alibi 20 years later. That doesn't make any sense to me either. You know, like everything surrounding him tells me he's a liar. He's never been who the world thought he was. And, Ryan Dawson, I love him to death. Like he's my brother. I've known him for 11 years. He claims to have information on Valenti that way above and beyond what I have, and he won't kick it down. He won't share it at all.
And so the implications here are astounding, considering his I think you've worded it like this was his reward for doing this was becoming the head of the Motion Picture Association of America, and then from like the 40s on, having basically influencing the entire culture of America and even worldwide.
So the whole thing with the MPAA, and you have to understand the MPAA and what the real job of the MPAA was. It was a CIA front organization, and it was a censorship organization. Jack Valenti created the movie rating system. And the reason that they created the movie rating system was because back in, 1967 or 68, when it was created, it was meant to censor. If you had an R rating, you were not allowed to advertise on television. And you were basically, your movie was pretty much tanked if you had an R rating in those early days. It was a censorship mechanism. The rating system was meant to censor movies. That was basically it. Things they didn't like about it. Hey, we need you to cut this out or we're going to give you an R rating. That's what they would do. And so Jack Valenti was the head of the censorship industrial complex for 40 years. On top of that, he was on the board of directors of the Recording Industry Association of America, along with Charles Bronfman. The Recording Industry Association of America.
That's it. Yeah, this takes us to other areas, but yeah.
Yep, that totally can. Yeah, then it just goes to show you that the recording industry was connected to all this stuff too. I mean, it's CIA shit.
Every big industry, you cannot avoid it. Yeah,
correct. And so the Recording Industry Association of America was directly the organization behind the PMRC. I don't know if you're old enough to remember the PMRC, but in the 80s, the PMRC came out, and they're the ones who made you get the parental advisory sticker on the record.
Content thing. Okay, yeah,
yes.
Okay, fair enough.
That did not exist until the PMRC, and the PMRC was backed by the RIAA, which Jack Valenti was a primary board member of. So Jack Valenti has been involved in, that was his job. He was the censorship guy. That was his whole role. And I also believe he was an assassin, killing people around the world because of his travels under the cover of the MPAA. I believe that 100%. And people can think I'm fucking crazy for that. I don't really care. I believe it because I've seen the depths to which our government will do. I've seen the level of tradecraft they implement in everything they do. I've seen the double, triple whammy. I will never, unless I see, unless you can show me some convincing evidence to the contrary, that's going to be my conclusion.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess that is so we'll wrap up here shortly. But I guess there's a couple other things. But yeah, you mentioned the CIA spycraft and tradecraft. I'd be and like we talked about the identity transfer operations, using the same names in different cities. This is relevant to so like Vonu is based around security, culture, and privacy. So pseudonyms are encouraged. And I understand why now. Like the biggest assassinations in history are based, like, obfuscation is like the way to protect yourself, whether you're doing it in a negative way like we're talking about this evening, or in like a positive way like trying to hide yourself from the surveillance state or whatever.
Right.
So I guess could you speak to the CIA spycraft and tradecraft of the 20th century, things that you've read? I think you've read a book on it, you talked about it, but kind of what you've learned about kind of, I guess, some of the tactics and lessons you've learned from them.
Yeah, sure. So like they a lot of their, well, it's all about plausible deniability. I mean, that is the name of the game. The only reason spycraft exists at all is so you can maintain plausible deniability. It wasn't us, right? It's just a guy 6 levels connected to somebody else but it's really us. You know what I mean? Like, so they need these obfuscation layers. They need these obfuscation layers to maintain plausible deniability, so they can say, we don't know what you're talking about. We didn't do it. Right. So, we fund Al-Qaeda, and then Al-Qaeda goes and does terrorist attacks. And they're like, well, we don't know what you're talking about. It was Al-Qaeda did it. Right. It's plausible deniability. Yep. That's always the thing. And the body double stuff, and all the tradecraft stuff. I see in the 20th century with this digital age, I don't really know what they're doing these days. I mean, I know they still do body double stuff. They're always going to do that because it's an easy way to pull off tradecraft. But I don't really understand how the modern intelligence apparatus works, because if people who were involved in intelligence back in the 50s and 60s were to see the level of things that were released on social media in real time today that the intelligence community has to deal with and mop up, they'd freak out. They would lose their mind. Like in the 50s and 60s, it was easy to contain information, and it was definitely easy to kill people if they were a risk. Today, dude, somebody stubs their toe and it was the CIA. You know what I mean? So yeah. It's like, I don't understand how they operate today in the information age, the digital age, because they're putting out their propaganda and it's getting debunked in real fucking time.
Yeah, by degenerates on 4chan. Yeah.
Degenerates,
yeah.
Total degenerates are debunking the CIA in real time. It's unreal.
Amazing, yeah.
It's totally amazing. And so I don't understand how intelligence operates today. I feel like they have to some degree been hobbled. And then I think about it and I'm like, they're spying on me right now. I'm like, what a boring fucking job that guy's got. Yeah. Like, my life is seriously, like, there ain't nothing in my computer. There ain't no secrets in my computer that I'm hiding. You know what I mean?
No, it's not. It's all public information. Like, what the
right? I mean, I want privacy, but like, even if they got all my stuff, they got nothing. I got nothing. You know what I mean? So it's a weird world we live in, and I don't even, like, so many times, like, I use VPNs and I try to use disposable emails for accounts. Dude, if they're who they profess to be, they know all that already,
Yeah, if you're it's kind of the like the, I guess, a cypherpunk sort of trope is like it's not cypherpunk, but like my perspective is basically, if they're targeting you, you can't avoid it.
And I think that they outsource all the constitutional violations are outsourced to Israel. I'm convinced of that 100%. They can't spy on their own people, but Israel can spy on us all day long, and then Israel can share that information with us. And I believe that's part of the arrangement. That's why Israel's so entrenched in our everything. We have a throw mama from the train relationship with them. I don't know if you remember that movie, but two guys meet on a train, and they both agree to kill each other's mother. Right? They're gonna kill somebody for the other person, right? Mm-hmm. And so to eliminate like any kind of evidence leading back to them. And it's called Throw Mama from the Train. Hilarious movie. And that's the relationship we have with Israel. We do for them and they do for us, because we can't the CIA technically can't violate our own laws, even though they've been doing it since day one. So they would have to outsource this stuff. And so, but that's why the Israeli tech companies freak me out.
Well, yeah.
Like-
I mean that stuff goes back pre 9/11, and
Oh, yeah.
pre
Yeah.
9/11. So yeah, it's hard to, like it's hard to fathom that the 20th century has been determined. Like basically, like it's been influenced in such a manner. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole Israel thing is getting out of control. To the point they have to be doing what they're doing on purpose.
That's actually kind of got to be like it is interesting though. Like there are a lot of folks on the right that are questioning Israel now, and there was something that happened recently, and again like that, like especially with this modern stuff, there's no effing way to prove. Like I remember with the Trump assassination, I had like folks on the UFO side, and I watched a video of of the UFO in the sky like right before. Like just altering the trajectory of the bullet by like a fourth of an inch, so it didn't kill him. So like you can't trust any. So like I'm kind of like I used to like with some of these other potential false flags or whatever. I'd look into them, but it's like now it's like there's no fucking point. There's almost no point. Like what you're doing is really the only way. Like you got to go for like the hardcore like paper trails sort of stuff, and that tells you enough about the history and what has basically determined what our present and future might be. You learn that from history by studying history. So I think that's one of the most valuable things about your work that I took away from it is, you got to study like the entire 20th century and understand where the hell we are today and what.
And so like when I look at these modern assassinations, and I don't really understand what's going on, and people are like, oh, they're fake or this and that, and honestly, I can't even make a judgment call one way or the other, because when I look at the past assassinations and look at how they use patsies, the patsy would come in. Right. Let's use like the assassination of Anton Cermak. So you got like Zangara. He has to do this because he owes them money. He robbed them when he was, he stole a bunch of money and liquor on a bootlegging run. And so they basically forced Zangara into the assassination of Cermak. The mob did. And so he's there. He fires. And his gun was taken off of him was a 38. It ended up being a 45 that they dug out of Cermak. So what does that mean? He was the guy there to pull the trigger, but yet the bullet actually came from somewhere else, And then it comes out later, Dave Yaris had sent two guys in police outfits, and one of them actually did the shooting. And so then I look at Kennedy, and I'm like, okay, you got a patsy who wasn't even in the damn building that day, and the shots came from like at least 5 or 6 different other places. All right, so that's somewhat of a pattern. It's definitely a patsy. In Zangara's case, he was there. In the case of Oswald, I'm telling you, he wasn't in the book depository. People are just now starting to actually look at this and consider it. But over the next couple of years, you're going to see this debate come to a head. But Oswald wasn't at the book depository. I put him in Fort Worth all morning, and William Seymour was working at the book depository as Oswald. And I got photographic evidence to back that up. And so these new ones, I just don't know, man. That guy Crooks, who was involved with the first one, I mean, he seemed like a real jerk off. Like, seriously, he didn't seem like that guy is not a CIA trained assassin, period. The idea that he could even pull off that shot. And that's another thing. I was a cop a long time. I have fired a ton of rifles. A 200-yard shot is not an easy shot. Even if you got a scope, it's not an easy shot. I mean, that takes training and practice, and you got to understand the wind, and you got to understand like how to set the scope. I mean, you have to know what you're doing to pull off a 200-yard shot. Anybody can go to the range and screw around for a couple hours and hit the target by mistake. You know what I mean? But to pull off a shot like that, and it appears, I looked at it today, his shirt, I looked at the video today, Charlie Kirk's shirt seems to get hit. His shirt does this. His shirt pops up in the air before the bullet hits him in the neck. So I don't know what that's about. Yeah. That was really weird. Like it's straight up, just like popped off his shirt like a couple inches, and then he gets hit in the neck. So I don't know if it like some people were saying that he might have been wearing a bulletproof vest and it hit the vest and then ricocheted upward. I don't know. They haven't released any data on that yet.
And there's videos today saying there was shots from another angle, and it's like, well, I mean, I don't trust that. I don't trust that video on Twitter. Sorry.
Well, see, fortunately, we got one shot and one injury. Unless we have two shots.
Unless there's two shots, yeah.
Unless we have the shot to the chest, which I was just talking about, and it hit a vest, and then he got the hit in the neck. But they would have been simultaneous. I don't know. See, here's the thing: we don't have any information.
Yeah. It's all speculation. It's
all speculation at this point. I find the fact that all these shooters are connected to trans in some way is strange. It almost seems like it's manufactured.
Yeah. Regardless of who's in, so it's basically, I mean, Bill Cooper talked about, he was wrong about some of the other stuff, but in the 90s he's talking about like the future of America is civil war,
Right.
And we're on the brink of that now. Whether it was the anti-gun stuff might not have worked, and they had to switch to something else, and it might be the transgender stuff that really sparks the shit off. Who knows?
Yeah, the anti-gun stuff will never work. I mean,
definitely not in America. Yeah, not in America.
Especially with like the Bruin decision in the Supreme Court, like where they had to base their decisions on historical precedent going back to 1791. I was like, yes, that's awesome. The Bruin here's the thing, Bruin should pretty much throw out all gun regulation, period, but it hasn't yet. Because each individual aspect has to go up through the courts and then have Bruin shut it down at the end. Like, I don't think anybody should ever have to have a carry permit. That's the dumbest thing in the world. I'm going to let the government know I'm hiding a weapon on me. Fuck off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course they want to know. Yeah, of course they want to know.
I'd rather get caught for a concealed weapon charge after shooting somebody and protecting myself than having to let them know that I got a gun on me. You know, it's the whole idea of a permit is an infringement upon the rights. You know, our Constitution, like, fuck all the later amendments, like the 16th Amendment that gave us income tax 150 years after we had a revolution over a tax on tea, right? You know what I mean? Like, our Constitution has been perverted over the centuries. I mean, it took them 150 years to realize they needed to tax us. Give me a break. They just needed some money, and we're being opportunistic.
Yeah. Harkening back to the constitutionalist in me, I'm thinking about the Lost Titles of Nobility amendment, which basically nullifies, because that amendment was supposed to be there, but it's not, and that would basically nullify every amendment beyond that. But anyway, we could go down constitutional rabbit holes all day. But the last thing I want to mention here, and it's more, it might just be entertainment purposes for you, and maybe just entertainment purposes for the audience. But another individual I came across. It wasn't Innovator, where Kerry Thornley was an editor too, but this was more like kind of late 60s, early 70s, and a lot of this came from Vonu Life. And I came across this guy. I don't remember what his actual name was. Maybe he went by Paul Dorr. No, he actually went by his actual name in the publication, Paul Dorr. But I was reading through his submissions, and back in the 60s or 70s, like, print space, ink was expensive. So, like, there were folks who would, write in, like, incomplete sentences. And it wasn't because they were retarded. It was because they were trying to save money, whatever.
Right.
But this dude submitted so many articles and publications. This is huge. I mean, it's 8.5 by 11 books, 500 pages. This was a project like that, like size 8 font, that sort of thing. And he contributed a lot of articles. And over the course of reading his articles, I came to the conclusion that either he is like a full-fledged retard, or he's like a super high functioning autistic. And I came to these independently, and then I went to the great internet and tried to find out like Paul Dorr, like, who the fuck is Paul Dorr? Well, Paul Dorr is since 2022, he is the best candidate for being the Zodiac killer. And it makes it, like, you consider like the privacy, security, culture sort of stuff he talked about. It makes sense. But I'll read this paragraph or two.
Is the evidence good? I haven't looked at it. I'm kind of curious.
It is. No, it is. And it's good enough where his daughter even she was going for a libel charge when she read his book, but now she actually believes what the author said.
So there was a guy came out with a book a long time ago, maybe 5-6 years ago, maybe longer. And it was a different take on it. And it was basically that one of the guys who was working in the coroner's office at where was this? Was this in California, or was this
California? Yeah, it was
California.
It was California. Yeah.
One of the guys working in the coroner's office was like CIA, and like those ciphers were actually like sending covert messages to people in the CIA in Vietnam.
Yeah, see,
it was a really interesting take.
So let me read this like couple paragraphs, and it's I haven't read his book yet. It's something I would love to read the book and interview the author, just because, again, like stuff like Kerry Thornley, it's relevant for Vonu stuff, even if it's not self-liberation material. But, quote, in 2022, novelist Jarek Kobek published How to Find Zodiac, in which Kobek named Paul Dorr as a suspect. Dorr was a North Bay resident with a post office box in Vallejo, where the first murders took place. Born in 1927, Dorr's age in 1969, 42, as well as his height, 5'9", was consistent with witness estimates. He was an avid fanzine publisher and letter writer throughout the 60s and 70s, and many of his writings exhibit circumstantial parallels with the Zodiac. I read them, and before I even knew about this connection, it fucking sent something off in my brain. I knew this guy was a weirdo in bad ways. But anyway, getting back to the quote. For example, Dora was interested in cryptography, and Dora's own Tolkien fanzine Habitalia, he published his cipher in 3 days after Zodiac sent the Z13 cipher. Kobach, in fact, argues that the solution to the Habitalia cipher is one of only 3 possible solutions to Z13. In Dora's own fanzine, Pioneer, he references the same formula for an info bomb given later by the Zodiac, which Kobach argues was not widely known before the internet and the publication of the Anarchist Cookbook in 1971. And this is one of the ones that, this next one, that sent off a red flag to me immediately, before I knew any of this. In a letter to the N3F fanzine Tightbeam in 1970, Dore advocated using solely 1-cent stamps in spite of the U.S. Post Office, a practice the Zodiac employed on some of his letters. Dore hinted in a 1974 letter to fanzine Green Egg that he had previously killed people, and revealed in a different letter that he knew that mail to the San Francisco Examiner would be delivered without a street address, just as the Zodiac was sent them. That was the ultimate one. It's like, why the fuck would you send this in a letter? Like, who needs to know that you could send a letter to the San Francisco Examiner without a... Weird. Just alarm bells going off. Dore's daughter read Kobach's book with the intent of suing for libel, but came away impressed with Kobach's research, adding in interviews that Dore had at times become a violent and abusive father. Paul Haynes, a researcher for the HBO true crime documentary series I'll Be Gone in the Dark, called Dore the best Zodiac suspect that's ever surfaced. And what I'll say for the Vonu Podcast folks listening here, like, obviously, you know, we're about peace and voluntarism, and not about this, but like, it's with it just adds validity to the strategies that we're talking about. We're doing it for a completely different purpose, but, you know, if the Zodiac Killer can use these strategies to escape and die pleasantly, and his daughter to even not know about it, that's pretty huge. But I guess I don't know, what are your thoughts on that? I don't know if you've done any research on Zodiac, but
no, but that's the kind of thing I would like to understand for sure. It's an interesting case. You know, his MO is different each time. It kind of changed, and so they kind of thought it was different people. Some people still think it was different people. You know, it's an interesting case. I can't help but think, does this guy have a military background?
I don't think there's any military background.
Because it seems like all these damn serial killers were in the army and attached to some weird psych unit at some point.
Might be wrong. I don't know his entire history, but he was.
What's his name? His name was Paul Dore. You said
Paul Dore. Paul, normal spelling, Dore, Doerr. Yeah, I'm not sure. He was one of those. He was interested in the science fiction, early science fiction stuff, which would tie more into like the, I don't know, like libertarian science fiction. Kind of speculative about that, especially with how much predictive programming seems to be in those books. But anyway.
Oh, I'm just looking at this thing here on Paul Dore, and it says that he was a member of the Minutemen. Which is interesting. What years was this? This was in the 70s, right? Or was it earlier?
Yeah, I mean, this would have all happened, I guess, 68, 69.
68 and 69, and the guy was in the Minutemen. I wonder if he's connected to any of our Kennedy people through that LA connection. Because they're California, so you got Kerry Thornley in Whittier, right, during those early years in 61-ish, 62, 61. And then
sorry. All libertarianism in the 70s was in California, mostly Los Angeles.
That's interesting too.
So
I wonder if there's a connection of Paul Dore to the Kennedy guys through the Minutemen, because some of the Minutemen were connected to our Kennedy shooters. So
that would be interesting.
That would be very interesting.
That'd be kind of like the Manson being tied to CIA sort of stuff too.
Yeah.
That'd be. I mean, it's all like it's this big spider web, and once you kind of start looking at it, like, and you see the signs, you can't prove it. We can never really prove much nowadays, it seems, but you can get damn close to the truth and just know in your heart that it's there, even if there's not 100% evidence. And maybe this is one of those things. That's interesting. I did not expect a connection between those two things, but who the hell knows, right?
Yeah. Who knows? That's what I'm interested in. Now, this Paul Dore guy, I'm interested in his Minuteman background. When did he join? How long was he in? What did he do? that kind of stuff.
Well,
That's
and his daughter thinks he's a serial killer now. So, and she's already talked on interviews. So
that's crazy, man. When I get done with this, I'm gonna go and watch some videos because I'm curious.
Well, I'm happy I could intrigue you. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like I know JFK's consumed your life for the past decade, but you got to be interested, even from just like the investigative sort of police angle. Like,
oh, here's another connection. Zodiac sent a letter to Melvin Belli, who was Jack Ruby's lawyer, and he used 1-cent stamps. Why would Zodiac send a letter to Melvin Belli? Yeah, that's interesting.
God damn it. Okay, shit. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I bet you we'll find another couple connections.
Well, we can hang here for if you keep scrolling. Yeah, this is
this is just a short list I got, but like just in the short list, seeing 2 potential connections to Kennedy is interesting.
Cool. Yeah, and I mean, so I guess it's hard. Going back to getting back to.
He was ex-military. Paul Dorr was ex-military. I don't see his. I'm gonna now. Damn it! Now I got to go to genealogy.com and all that stuff and pull his records. So, but that's really interesting. I'm really interested in this now because if he was in military, that would kind of fit with the path of the other serial killers who are all military also.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Certainly. Certainly interesting. Yeah. I guess we'll begin to wrap up. No callers. I'm gonna slow our night here on Celebration Saturday evening, but that's okay because this will go out in podcast form and we'll reach all our folks that way. But anyway, I guess the last thing I'll mention to you is we've got a show earlier on Celebration Saturday called Cloak and Dagger with Thane Riddle. I think you and Thane would get along very, very well. But he discusses privacy and security topics, and sometime I'd love to get you on to cover, even go more in depth maybe on kind of the spycraft stuff, kind of the JFK assassination, spycraft, tradecraft sort of angle. So there's an opportunity here for you on the PAZNIA Radio Network if you're willing and able. Sometime soon we can talk about that privately.
Sure.
But yeah, man, I appreciate you coming on. I'm trying to think if there's any other closing thoughts, closing questions. I suppose you mentioned a couple clarifications throughout the broadcast from when we talked a few years ago. And again, I would any researcher knows that your conclusions have to change based off the research you discover. So it's not a fault against you if you're wrong about something you didn't have the evidence for it before. But is there anything you've clarified or corrected from your research and whatever you're going to say? Yeah.
Well, the biggest thing is because you get more perspective. You look at something and you appear it on its face would appear to have all the dimensions necessary for you to be like, oh, okay, I seem to understand that. But then something pops up and you're like, right? Or a conclusion will change and it will cause a domino effect of things that have to change. If you change your opinion on one thing and it affects other things, you have to acknowledge that, right? And then you have to fit that into your larger story. And if it doesn't fit into your larger story, you got a problem somewhere, So yeah, the research is like, here's the deal. If people out there who want to be researchers, you just have to have a burning curiosity, and that burning curiosity will end up teaching you everything you need to know.
Yes, and you also have to do, and I have to say this because I don't know anyone else that does it, but I just saw you in pre-show do dab, and you got to do dabs if you're going to do this sort of research. I've found it myself. So
yeah, that's just me though.
Well, and me, but yeah. No, I 100% with you on all sorts of things. But Cora, I certainly appreciate you coming on. Looking forward to having you on the PAZNIA Radio Network again. But yeah, let the listeners know where they can find you, where they can get your books, and and any other closing thoughts, something we didn't cover, if we didn't tie up any loose ends or anything like that.
Yep, you can find all my stuff at CoreyHughes.org, and my books are on Amazon. And that's about it.
Right on, brother. Right on. Well, I will go ahead and close out of this Jitsi chat. Appreciate you again, brother. I'll send you a link and all when this is out.
All right, great.
Again, I appreciate all your work. You're again, like the JFK assassination research never interested me before. I thought it was kind of just irrelevant at this point in time.
Right.
But it's not.
Because the people exposing the stuff make it irrelevant. The people who are supposed to be the ones solving stuff are the ones who make it feel irrelevant.
But it's not. It's the entire 20th century depends upon that, and some other things that you've talked about in your research that we will not broach here. I'm trying to get banned off YouTube, but no, maybe not this quick. Yeah, we'll approach some of those questions before. I'll leave show notes and the description and some of the pictures, a couple of the pictures you send on Thornley. I'll include those in the show image and show notes and all that. But
cool.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother, and we'll be in touch. If you find anything anything else about Thornley or Dorr, please let me know. And you've intrigued me on the fact that Carrie has a living son now. So this is the sort of stuff that I've pursued in the past, and an email, you'd be crazy. You'd be surprised what just a simple 5-10 minute email can do. Yeah. So I might pursue that angle. Yeah. But anyway, brother, appreciate you. Appreciate your work. Anything else before I let you go?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Cheers, brother. Have a good one.
Talk to you soon.
Yep. As for the rest of you tuning into the PAZNIA Radio Network, give me just a moment here to click over. All right, there you go. And I'll mention again, if you want to get a piece of history, a true piece of history before we knew it was a piece of history, you can order the Permanent Floating Voluntary Society from Liberating Type Publications, authored by Carrie Thornley, the guy who apparently was, deeply integrated in the JFK assassination and much more. A very protected individual. Absolutely wild. And then the Paul Dorr stuff at the end. Yeah, I was just expecting that to be like kind of like a little like cute little entertaining thing at the end, but he's like, no, there's connections to JFK here. I can already see it just by looking at this. I got to do some more research on this. Okay, well that's good. I'm looking forward to see what that might draw out. But anyway, PAZNIA.com/radio is the place to go for all things PAZNIA Radio Network. Liberating Type Publications is a place to go for all things LUA publications related, whether it's books, privacy tools, whether it's health and wellness items like the Pain Liberator, anything. We got your back. You got to feel good if you're gonna be out there fighting for freedom. So we'll help you in that regard as well. But yeah, I guess that's pretty much all I have to say. That was fun. That was a good interview. I enjoyed that. And it was mostly I had a handful of notes, but otherwise, that was absolutely wild. I hope you guys enjoyed it. As we close out here for Self-Liberation Saturday here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, we'll a little bit of programming and just a little bit. We'll close out with some music. They Dwell Beneath the Temple's Icons. One of my very first guests on LIA Radio back in 2014, or is it 2014 or 2015? No, it was probably 2015 at that point. But I don't know what's going on with Jay Cooper now, but cheers if you're listening, if you ever hear this transmission. And then I'll close out with just a little Bill Cooper thing to really get the emotions flowing on what we're doing and what we're doing it for, per se. So anyway, appreciate you guys tuning in. PAZNIA.com/radio, LiberatingAttack.com, and VonuPodcast.com for anything audio, video related. If you want to follow anything that I do, everything goes on VonuPodcast.com. So. Cheers, my friends. Until next time.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The origin of symbolism. Carlyle said, "It is through symbols that man can consciously or unconsciously live, move, and has his being." Those ages, moreover, are accounted the noblest, which can best recognize symbolic worth and prize it at its highest. You just listened to an opening number called The Circle of Life. And if you listened to the lyrics, and if you have studied the other symbolism being presented to the American public, especially within the last few years, and escalating exponentially as time goes by, you will recognize much of what you have been seeing and hearing and watching and what has been being inculcated into your subconscious in this text. 48 constellations. That's right, constellations. I'm not talking some weird astrology stuff. This is out of the mouths of the occult masters of those who are making a bid for the world. They are at the point in time that they have been striving for throughout history, where finally, if no one foils their efforts, the pearl of great price is within their reach. All of their machinations have been brought to fruition.
This is the basic law of life. And dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do everything in his power to protect his life, as a result of such neglect lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of three actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the Ten Commandments does not say, in its original form, thou shalt not kill. It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, thou shalt not murder. So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him
be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature, but his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. The nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech-shaped parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, Bill, aren't you afraid? My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. For I know from where I have come, and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.